King Lai thought that this couldn't be happening. A girl in a bunny costume greeted him and asked what kind of stone the guy wanted to buy. King Lai turned around at the loud voices. The guys in suits were happy that this time the victory was definitely in their hands. They said they would get at least 5 million for their big stone. A girl in a bunny costume awkwardly called out to a guy who had been silent for a long time. King Lai turned to her in a little perplexity, and then said that he would take the stone. He held out a card to her and said it was a gold card, and there were about 50,000 on it, so that should be enough. The girl took the card and thanked him. Suddenly, someone called out to King Lai. The man was smiling smugly, holding a gold pipe in his hands. He called on the people behind him to see what a good stone their Lord King had bought. He asked what position King Lai was applying for. One of the guys in the back told him that he had to be careful, otherwise he could buy an ordinary pebble. The man approached King Lai and said that if he were in his place, he would have gone home from shame long ago, because he was sure that Tang Di would definitely not be happy with such a choice. King Lai smiled and asked what the problem was. He said that he had already bought the stone, and what place it would take, the man should not worry anymore. King Lai added that Mr. Tang had invited him himself. After that, Mr. Tang himself came forward, telling the participants that everyone had already made their choice. The man approached Tang Di and whispered in his ear that this time they definitely bought the best stone, and he was sure that they would take at least the 3rd place. Mr. Tang looked at the stone and rubbed his mustache contentedly. He hoped that the Thanes would finally take their rightful place. He also thought that at first glance, this man's stone was very good. Suddenly, someone asked if it was the old man Tang. The money-bag Tang Song came forward. He reminded Tang Dai that the winning stone had been stolen from under his nose last time. He asked how he had the audacity to come here again. He grinned and asked if he hadn't had enough last time. Mr. Tang told the man that it was definitely not his concern. Tang Song only laughed at this. The man looked at King Lai appraisingly and asked if Tang Di had sunk so low that he was now taking on the first people he met. He asked again if Tang Di couldn't find anyone normally anymore. Tang Song started to leave, after which he said that he was friendly and advised Tang Di to leave in a good way to preserve his self-respect. Tang Song said that Tanum is no longer welcome anywhere in Wuhan, so he should pack his things and flee to his homeland. The man laughed. The man with the pipe asked Tang Di not to start up and let him do everything. He said that they could say that the guy was forced on them. Suddenly, the presenter turned to the guests and team members, wanting to call their attention. She loudly announced that their auction competition was being declared open. She, the Fragile Sin, would be their charming host for the evening. She asked if the auction participants had any idea who the winner would be. I asked if they had time to place their bets, because there were only a few minutes left. Tang Di turned to King Lai and asked the guy where his stone was. He handed a small stone for 2,000 to Mr. Tang. Those who also worked for Tang Di burst out laughing at the sight of this stone. They asked if the guy was ashamed to show this to people. Tang Di turned pale. He wondered how a guy could buy something so bad with that kind of money. He decided that King Lai was too young, but he had already seen the guy's abilities with his own eyes. The presenter looked at the stones of the participants and said, "Did she have ripples in her eyes?" The first participant, and immediately a green glass insert. The next stone, and they see a magnificent core of the color Imperial Green. She asked if he was beautiful. The stakes were skyrocketing extremely fast, starting from 35 million, ending with 42 million. Zhao Lin turned pale. He was amazed that this was only the first participant, and immediately such high stakes, because the game had just begun. The girl said that they had a hot auction today, and their leaders were 68 million, 52 and 42 million. She loudly announced that the hereditary jewelry house of the Tans was becoming the final participant in their competition. She called to meet their house and stones. Zhao Lin came forward with a large stone in the cart next to him. The man looked very tense. When he cut his stone, he sincerely hoped that it would be green. King Lai looked at it calmly. He was amazed at the stakes, because he would just burn them for such a stone. The stone in Zhao Lin's hands cracked, glowing green. The whole room was in anticipation. Slowly, the stone fell apart, showing the entire hall the absence of the emerald. Zhao Lin desperately lowered himself, saying that this could not be, because they bought a dummy for 5 million. Everyone in the hall laughed, saying that the Tang family was going to have a major failure. They said, "If you look at it that way, then for Mr. Tang, this day is, without a doubt, simply unique." The presenter sighed, saying that no one could have thought that they would buy such an expensive stone and it would turn out to be empty. She stated that Tang Di had deeply disappointed them. The man held his head, saying that it was over. The presenters stopped talking about the fact that the Tang family has another stone. King Lai came on stage. Tang Di wanted to stop the guy, not wanting to embarrass himself even more. Without much hesitation, King Lai smiled as he held his stone up to the saw. The presenter was very surprised. When she saw the cut, she loudly exclaimed that it was imperial green. It looks like an unremarkable stone, but inside it is so beautiful. She said they had written off the thanes for nothing. Zhao Lin gripped his pipe in displeasure and said that he had barely found 20,000. But here he was so lucky, perfectly green. He viciously said that King Lai was too lucky. Tang Di rubbed his mustache, regretting that he had not invested everything in the guy from the very beginning, because he could have pulled him into champions. The presenter saw that King Lai was still cutting the stone. She asked him what he was doing, and he seemed to have lost his mind. Tang Di ran towards him, wanting to stop the guy. Halfway there, Mr. Tang stopped, greatly surprised. King Lai opened the stone with satisfaction. He exclaimed, asking if he could really see it. Inside the green stone was a Jasper statuette. The presenter was absolutely delighted. She announced that a bloodstone had suddenly been discovered inside the nugget. In the past, the price of such a stone was at least 1 billion. The whole room gasped in surprise. King Lai smiled slyly and said that this was exactly what he had chosen. The presenter also said admiringly that it was the rarest piece of Jasper. It took thousands of years to form such a nugget. One glance is enough to understand that there is no equal to this stone in the world. The auctioneers immediately began to place their bids, starting from 900 million and above. People raised the stakes to 1,200,000,000, wanting to get the stone. One guy from the crowd said that not everyone can boast that they have just seen such a stone at least once in their life. The old man sitting next to him coughed heavily. He looked very sickly. The guy rushed to his grandfather and said that he was getting worse, because the symptoms were getting worse. The older man said that the old people have it that way. The older they are, the weaker their health is, and no one knows how long he has left. He coughed again, but this time with blood. The presenter knocked with a hammer and announced that the stone had been sold for 2 billion. She heartily congratulated Ting Ding on the $2 billion deal, as well as receiving the title of champion of these competitions. King Lai and Tang Di took the stage to applause. Mr. Tan said that what happened at these competitions opened his eyes a lot. He stated that he could not even imagine that he would make a deal for 2 billion. The man turned to King Lai, after which he bowed low and thanked him from the bottom of his heart for this day. Tang Di said that if it wasn't for the guy, then perhaps the man's company would have been a complete failure today. He apologized to the guy for his distrust. King Lai smiled and said that Tang Di's words were important to him, so he didn't hold a grudge against him. Tang Di rubbed his mustache and said that as a sign of apology, the guy should accept the entire amount from the deal for the sale of the Jasper nugget. King Lai was shocked. Tang Jiading smiled and said that they would not accept any objections, and from that day on, he was the most welcome guest in their family. She added that after such a triumph at the competition, the glory of the thanes would spread far beyond the province, so he should accept the prize without a doubt. Suddenly, a man in a black suit approached King Lai. The guy immediately turned around. The man in the suit said that the organizer of these competitions, young Mr. Jin, respectfully asks King Lai to visit the Jong family. The man said that King Lai should definitely honor them with a visit, handing him a business card. The business card said that the Jong family from the glorious city of Wuhan, as well as Jong personally, were inviting him. King Lai looked at this business card in the car, trying to figure out who it was. Suddenly, the driver told him that they had arrived. The guard said through a small earphone that Mr. King was in place. King Lai was genuinely shocked by the Jong family's luxurious home. The guards helped the guy navigate around the house and took him to the place. One of them knocked on the door and told the owner that Mr. King had arrived. The door opened and a kind-looking guy looked out. He smiled at King Lai and said that they were waiting for him with great impatience, after which he called him to come quickly and make himself at home. It was Jong Junjun. The guy took King Lai to his grandfather, Jin Jun the Elder. He said that Mr. King performed a real miracle at the competition today, surprising everyone with it. King Lai sat down next to him and said that Jong Jun was probably joking. He said that he was very flattered by this invitation, but something tells him that it is not for nothing. He asked what important business Mr. Jun had with him. The guy laughed and said that, in truth, he had no important business, just a request out of pure curiosity. He folded his hands and said that Mr. King had cut the stone and discovered a wonderful emerald, but he continued to cut anyway. He asked if King Lai really knew that there was a nugget hidden inside. King Lai said that when he first picked up the stone, he felt a special warmth and immediately realized that the stone was not easy, which is why he continued to cut to understand what was wrong with it. Jong smiled. He said he was thinking of inviting Mr. King to help discover Jasper. Suddenly, old man Jin coughed violently. King Lai looked at the man sternly. Jin smiled and asked what had happened, and if it was possible that the guy had discovered something strange about the man. King Lai immediately said that, in truth, he could not promise a complete cure, because the disease was too neglected. The old man was surprised that the guy was also well versed in medicine. King Lai said that he recently opened a small clinic in his city. He asked if Grandpa would mind if he checked his pulse. Jin was surprised and asked if Mr. King was really a doctor. Grandpa said that they had already visited all the luminaries of medicine in search of a life-saving cure. So if Mr. King knows something about medicine, then let him look, because it won't be superfluous. King Lai gently took the man's hand and enveloped himself in energy. He noticed that the negative energy had already penetrated very deeply into Jin Sr. He put his hand up and ordered the evil energy to scatter using his needles. After only an hour, Grandpa exhaled heavily. He looked up and said that he was already feeling much better. King Lai said that he was only able to suppress this disease for a short time, but in order to eradicate it completely, it is necessary to find the root cause in Mr. Jong Sr. himself. Jong grabbed a chair and said that his grandfather was his sole concern, and he usually didn't even go outside. King Lai thought about it and said that he would dare to ask a tactless question. He asked if they had received any expensive gifts lately. Grandpa asked what it meant, and Jong immediately exclaimed that there was one trinket. After a while, he brought a beautiful stove into the room. King Lai immediately said that this jade stand had been delivered to them directly from the cemetery. Prolonged contact with such things can lead to fatal consequences. Grandpa understood the reason why he began to feel such intense cold at night. He said in surprise that he could not even imagine such a thing. Jong grabbed King Lai's shoulders and asked if that was why his grandfather's illness had developed. He said loudly that he didn't even know how to thank the guy for that. Jong said that it didn't matter at all whether the guy found it or not, because they already owed him a huge debt. He said that King Lai could ask him for anything, and they were ready to fulfill any request he made. King Lai smiled and said that Jong was too kind to him and saving people was his job. He said that he would be happy to help with the search, but he had one request. Jong asked what it was all about, because the Jong family would consider it an honor to fulfill any request from King Lai. The guy handed him a photo and said that the people in it were his parents. They disappeared 10 years ago, and still nothing is known about them. Jong said he seemed to understand the guy. 10 years is a long time, and they may need additional time, but, for their part, they will make every effort. King Lai said that it was too kind of them. Jong wanted to say something about searching for Jasper, but the guy interrupted him, asking him not to worry, because he could start right now. Young Jong thanked the guy from the bottom of his heart and handed him a gift of a gold card with 2 billion on it. He said that, of course, it was only an advance payment. Once he finds the stone, special thanks won't take long. They shook hands and King Lai said that as soon as he found the stone, he would immediately contact the Jong family. Young Jong thanked him again and apologized for bothering him. The guy was worried that their family would no longer be able to achieve its former glory, and this might be their last chance. On the second day, King Lai finally returned to the clinic and was going to see who needed help within the walls of his hospital. Right before he opened the door, someone suddenly greeted him. It was an old man with a cane. He said that he had been having constant headaches lately, so he asked King Lai for help. The guy cordially agreed and invited him to the clinic, saying that he would definitely help. Suddenly, right in front of the King Lai clinic, someone said over the loudspeaker that today was the opening of the Tang Medical Center. The descendant of the great Tang, the great Bo Huai Tang, is personally inspecting all the poor and sick today. He repeated that Tang was personally hosting the reception. He urged people not to miss it, because there will no longer be such a chance, and the quality is guaranteed. The old man turned around and told the gentleman that he couldn't believe that he was the #1 in their city. The man stated that this was certainly the case. The gift of healing has been passed on in their family for more than 100 years. Hardly any other clinics can boast of this. The old man immediately ran up to him and asked him to give him a number to the doctor. He said the man had made the right choice. The guy bent down to the old man and asked if the man had heard that these are people in Yin and do not push a fake. The old man was surprised and asked if it was true. He said that 2 days ago, the messengers started running and they just returned. The furious King Lai asked if the man was thinking when he said such things right in front of him. The guy got scared and said he was just passing on what he had previously heard. Suddenly, someone came forward and asked why someone was making noise like children at the entrance. It was Tang Bo Huai. He asked if this was how a real healer should behave, and then ordered King Lai to have at least a little leniency. He said that he has been a doctor for several decades, after which he asked why some young guy dares to call himself an expert in Chinese medicine. He rubbed his beard and asked where the world was going. He turned to a sick old man and invited him to the clinic, saying that they could give him an examination. The old man thanked him, saying that they shouldn't bother so much. The man took off his hat and showed his head, covered in blisters and burns. He said he couldn't figure out what kind of disease it was. He asked Bo Huai Tang if he could cure him. Bo Huai Tang jumped in fright. He had no idea what it could be, because in so many years he had never seen anything like it. He awkwardly turned around and said that there was nothing complicated here. Bo Huai Tang said that he would quickly cut out the ulcers and the old man would be healthy. King Lai was suddenly stopped by a man and said that this old man's abscesses could only be operated on with a fiery needle if they did not want to harm him. Holding an ordinary needle in his hands, the old man exclaimed that a healer like him did not need advice from some newcomers to healing. King Lai asked Bo Huai Tang to stop, because this is a mutated herpes virus, and such sores cannot be removed in this way. The man stuck the needle in, and the scarlet liquid gushed up. The old man fell to the ground, holding his head. Bo Huai Tang walked away uncertainly and asked what was wrong with the patient. King Lai ran forward and ordered the man to move away. Bo Huai Tang covered the old man with his hand and said that this was his patient, and the Yin and Yang Center had no rights over him. King Lai slapped the man in the face and asked if the patients were some kind of toys for him. He asked what kind of doctor Bo Huai Tang was after such words. King Lai took out a needle and thought that this Bo Huai Tang had managed to pierce the receptacle of evil energy. He gently stretched out the man's forehead and wished that it was not too late. He thought that everything was very bad, because the virus had penetrated deep into the body, and it would not be easy to cure it. In addition, because of the crooked-armed Tang with his needles, and the disease has subdued almost all the vital forces. He used the burning needle technique because he had only one way out. He used them like bullets, slicing through the evil energy. The blisters on the man's head subsided, and he began to recover. King Lai looked at Bo Huai Tang and said that he had just shamed the luminary of Chinese medicine. The man glared at him. Bo Huai Tang cursed loudly and asked if the guy was afraid to beat him in a fair fight. King Lai smiled, turned around and asked what it meant. Bo Huai Tang said it was a competition to save a patient, of course. The one who makes the first mistake will end his medical practice forever. The guy loosened his tie and said that he, King Lai, accepts the challenge for this competition. Outside the hospitals, people began to crowd the street, wondering why there were so many people and what had happened. Someone from the crowd said that Yin and Yang compete with the Tang Medical Center in medicine. Passing women commented on what was happening with the words that there would be another site. Gradually it began to get dark, but there were no fewer people. A large queue stretched to the table in the center of Tang, where the old man received patients. The girl who received the treatment thanked the healer. The man directed his gaze towards Yin Yang, where there were also many people. They discussed that King is very cool. He only stuck in a couple of needles, and the guy who came to him became like new. The doctor seems to be young, but he treats like a god. Mr. Tang thought the guy had a pretty good case. The man has been bending his back for more than 30 years to heal at the level, and the guy started yesterday and hasn't had a single complaint yet. The old man coughed and glanced briefly at the assistant next to him, and then rubbed the bridge of his nose and called the next patient. They greeted the man, and Tang looked at the patient in shock and thought that it was the same disease. At this time, Yin and Yang Hospital called the next patient. Mr. Tang's assistant, whom the man had winked at recently, sat down on a chair. She turned to the doctor with the words that lately she has often become dizzy and her chest is squeezing. She asked the guy if he could give her any advice. She had bright makeup on her face, and a short skirt revealed a view of her legs. The girl grabbed the doctor's hand and pulled it towards her, saying that it was unbearable, and that the doctor would examine her as soon as possible. King Lai pulled his hand back and told the girl not to worry and let her take her pulse first. The guy put 2 fingers on her wrist, and the girl put her finger on top of his palm. She moved her whole body closer to the hand and told the doctor to examine it very carefully. King Lai was surrounded by energy. He closed his eyes and thought that it was strange. His pulse was beating strongly, and his internal organs were not damaged. Suddenly, they heard a scream from the direction of the Tang Treatment Center and turned around. A guy was lying on the floor in front of a man with a needle in his hands, clutching his chest. They were approached by other doctors who asked about what was going on. The patient foamed at the mouth and the doctors, examining him, began to do indirect heart massage, shouting that something was wrong with the patient and he urgently needed to be taken to the hospital. Mr. Tang stood tensely and looked at what was happening while the girl called an ambulance, saying that an urgent examination was needed. When people saw this, they began to leave for Yin and Yang, because the Tang clinic now did not inspire confidence. The Young family walked towards the clinic and discussed that these Tang could not be relied on, and they immediately had to go to Yin and Yang. Mr. Tang's assistant saw them and, closing her eyes, uttered the words that she had a headache. She staggered and fell to the floor, asking for a doctor to examine her. At that moment, Mr. Tang came running to them, who shouted that the guy was rejoicing early. He said that if King Lai didn't treat her properly, then they would have a draw. Neither there nor here. The guy looked at all his needles, deciding what he needed. He picked up a huge needle that looked more like a stake. He looked at the girl and asked if he could use the largest size. King Lai said that it was necessary to examine her carefully again. Otherwise, if you inject it in the wrong place, you can leave the patient crippled for the rest of her life. The girl who was lying with her eyes closed tensed up. King Lai started counting down from 3, and the girl broke out in a cold sweat. When the guy counted to 1, she suddenly jumped up. The girl nervously said that it was such a surprise, and she was not a bit sick. She said it was all Tang. They sent her to the guy. King Lai turned to Mr. Tangui and said that the old man had lost, and the girl began to cry, still sitting on the floor. The old man shouted words to the guy about how he dares, because he is the most famous doctor in all of Yongchen. Liu Qing himself bowed at his feet. King Lai looked at the man and asked that since he was a famous doctor, then why did he commit such meanness? He turned around and said that the man was not worthy of calling himself a doctor. Mr. Mrs. Tang shouted after him that he would remember this. One day he would ask the guy for this humiliation. King Lai went inside, taking off his robe and stretching his neck. A girl approached him and asked what her boss thought, if she was ready to start work already. The guy first asked how her wound was, to which she, kneading her shoulder, replied that it was not worth worrying about it. She thanked the doctor for his care. The girl told the guy that if it could be useful in some way, then the guy just needs to tell her, since she is ready. King Lai said with a slight smile that she could start to settle in this place slowly. He said that in the near future he would need her help in one case. The guy's phone rang in his pocket. He answered the phone and was greeted on the other side and told that they were calling about Mr. Zhang's instructions about the stones. The girl on the phone said that they expect a large shipment to arrive in Yangcheng after the weekend. She also said that there was another case, but it was not for a phone conversation. But the guy's interest there, of course, was taken into account. She said she hoped she could get the doctor interested. King Lai replied that since she was so insistent, then of course he was ready to meet. The girl said that she would send the exact time and place to his phone now, and dropped the call. In the house of Tang Bo Huai, the news was that yesterday afternoon 2 of the greatest healers of their city staged a competition in the medical art. The Tang clinic suffered a crushing defeat, and their main healer was forced to give up medical practice forever. All the doctors of this clinic have been subjected to unprecedented harsh criticism. A man sitting in an armchair in front of the TV, breaking a cup in his hands, shouted to turn off this TV, which made the servant behind him very scared. Someone outside the door asked if Healer Tang lived in this place, to which the man shouted that he was not here and let the man leave. The guy who was standing outside the door asked if the man would change his mind if he helped Mr. Tang take revenge on King Lai. The door immediately opened, and the man on the threshold excitedly asked about the guy's words. Ming Hao, passing the note to the man, said that this was a plan that only Mr. Tang could carry out. The man opened the piece of paper, and his hands trembled, and he asked in shock if it was a recipe. King Lai stretched himself well and asked if the girl would like to walk with him, because this is the most important thing for her rehabilitation after injury. He turned around and added that he had just one small matter for her today. The injured girl pulled her hood over herself and awkwardly walked out. She thanked King Lai for her concern, because she is already feeling great and ready for any errands. The guy awkwardly scratched his cheek and said that they just needed to look at the apartment. Nothing special. He thought about how he needed to improve this moment with her. After a while, they were walking through the streets of the city, and King Lai turned to Liang King. The girl reacted quickly and looked at him. King Lai asked how old she was when she started training. He also asked if her parents were military like her. The girl said that she had been living in a training camp since she was 3 years old, and she had never had parents. King Lai imagined Liang King in this camp, and thought about how such a little girl lived in a training camp, and in her lifetime she managed to experience a lot of grief. He smiled at her and told her that now she would not need to sleep on the damp ground. The girl agreed. Suddenly, King Lai's attention was attracted by a small weapons stall, as well as a specific sword completely covered in rust. The seller asked him if the guy really liked his dagger. King Lai raised his weapon and looked at it appraisingly. The seller said that he found it with his own hands during excavations, so the price for it is at least 500. The guy happily agreed and bought the thing. Liang King asked the boss if this was really something worthwhile, which he told her not to rush, because she would find out soon. King Lai picked up the lighter and presented it to the dagger using his energy. Suddenly, the entire coating of the dagger began to melt and descend. After a few moments, the blade already looked brand new. Liang King said in surprise that something tells her that this dagger is not simple at all. King Lai asked if the girl liked it, and then said that she could take it for herself as a gift. Her eyes sparkled, and she sincerely thanked him for the gift. Suddenly, the guy's phone rang. It was his fiancée Chu Qinying. He asked the girl how she was, to which she suddenly tearfully said that unknown people had kidnapped Jai Tang. King Lai turned pale. He handed Liang King his card and said that he urgently needed to leave, because there were urgent matters at home. He said that all the questions of the apartment were on it, after which he gave the password to the card. The girl looked at the map in disbelief and asked if she really needed to choose an apartment on her own. While running away, King Lai said that he fully trusted Liang King's taste. He told Qinying into the phone that the most important thing for her was not to worry, after which he asked her to tell him in more detail how everything happened. At that time, teenagers were having fun at the racetrack outside the city. One of the guys was holding Jai Tang by the hair. He said that if she wanted to blame someone, then she should blame herself. Fang Jai Yao, Chu Jai Tang's ex-boyfriend, stated that he had already told the girl to follow him, after which he asked what was unclear. He said she shouldn't pretend to be an outraged innocent. He said she didn't have to worry, and he didn't need her anymore. But he wouldn't mind her family's money. Jai Tang asked if he had completely lost his shame. Suddenly, one of Fang Jai Yao's friends asked him to look away. The guy turned around, asking what was there. A black car pulled up next to them. King Lai carefully got out of it and said that he had brought a ransom. One of Fang Jai Yao's friends recognized the guy. Chu Jai Tang wondered what use her sister's sick husband could be in such a situation. Fang Jai Yao said it must have been difficult to get this far. He ordered the guy to put the money on the ground and leave. King Lai put the suitcase with the money on the ground and said that this would not do, and Fang Jai Yao would take the money and order his people to disappear. The guy asked if it was really not customary for kidnappers to cherish their name otherwise. Fang Jai Yao sighed loudly. He and his friends laughed. The guy said that King Lai made him laugh well with a good name. Fang Jai Yao approached and blew smoke into the guy's face. He said that the Chu family had made real fools of themselves, and he would keep both the money and the girl. He snapped his fingers and ordered one of his friends to take the money. They said that King Lai was just driving here, and now he can go back. Fang Jai Yao said that they treat Chu Jai Tang with all their love, and as soon as they get tired of her, they will immediately return home. At the same moment, King Lai kicked him. The guy flew away, and the suitcase with the money opened. Fang Jai Yao asked what it was, and then ordered his friends to attack the guy. At this time, King Lai enveloped himself in energy. He successfully and easily fought off anyone who wanted to attack him. One by one, Fang Jai Yao's friends began to fall to the ground. One of them swung the bat behind King Lai's back, but he quickly turned around and threw the guy into the rest of the pile. With incredible speed, King Lai dealt with everyone. Fang Jai Yao walked away scared, asking if this guy was the devil himself. King Lai wasted no time, and quickly grabbed Fang Jai Yao from the body, then knocked him to the ground. With all his strength, he swung. The guy started asking him not to hit him in the face. Despite this request, King Lai mercilessly beat him. Chu Jai Tang stared at it in amazement. She was surprised and did not believe that it was still the same sick husband of her sister. King Lai stood in a pile of defeated enemies. Chu Jai Tang wondered when he had become so strong. The guy exhaled, then went to Jai Tang and untied the girl. He said that they needed to leave soon, because the family couldn't find a place for themselves. Jai Tang stood awkwardly behind King Lai. Suddenly she turned to him. The girl tucked her hair behind her ear and said that next month the school would hold a family day. She paused for a moment, then asked if he wanted to go to it. Chu Jai Tang exclaimed that he shouldn't think of anything. She stated that, by the way, she is not a bit afraid of these bullies. She said she just wanted King Lai to go with her. King Lai sighed and smiled awkwardly. He thought it was cool, because the bullies had given him an invitation to family day. The guy agreed and said he would come if he was free. The next day, King Lai returned to his clinic. Liang King immediately turned to her boss and said that the task had been completed. The girl said that all he had to do was contact the sales office and formally complete the transaction. The guy was surprised at how quickly Liang King did everything. He thought that now was the time to give Kim Ying the news about the house. Otherwise, he would not have to live with his father-in-law all the time. He pulled Liang King and said that there was nothing to pull, and they would go right now. The girl agreed. After a while, they were driving together in a red car. King Lai's phone rang. The sleepy guy answered the phone. It was Jong Jun. The guy told Mr. King that he would never guess what news he had. The younger Jong said that right now in Wuhan, he has purchased 10 buildings for the King Lai clinic, and all the documents have the guy's name on them. King Lai coughed violently in surprise. Young Jong asked why the guy was so surprised. He also added that they had already started repairs. King Lai said he didn't even know how to thank the guy. Mr. Jong refused to thank them and said that they were forever in his debt. And besides, he couldn't wait for King Lai to move to Wuhan. Jong Jun changed the subject and asked when King Lai was going to visit them. He said he had already found the guy a small villa. King Lai refused the villa and said that he had already bought a house, so young Jong should not spend money. Sometime later, he and Liang King came to the hotel, where they were warmly welcomed. The hotel workers bowed low and greeted them. One girl in a suit came up and addressed Miss Liang and noticed that the girl had returned early. She asked if Mr. King couldn't see her off. Liang King came forward and told manager Yang that this gentleman was her boss, who was also the buyer of the #1 luxury villa, King Lai. The girl turned skeptically to the guy and asked if he really bought the most luxurious paradise villa. She thought that this country boy with 9 grades behind his back was probably just putting on airs, pretending to be rich. The girl grinned slyly and thought that the Zhao family was also eyeing this villa, and they even paid her to hold it. She apologized and said that Paradise Villa #1 had already been sold. The girl standing behind her laughed. Manager Yang said that if the guy deposits the entire amount in cash, then they can replay the deal. Liang King came forward and exclaimed that she was the first to deposit the amount for the reservation. She asked why the manager had sold the villa to other people. The girl pointed her finger at King Lai and asked why on earth she should. She stated that the Paradise Residential Complex entrusted her with the most luxurious villa, and she, in her opinion, deserves the most respected and well-off owner. King Lai exhaled. He wondered if this was how customers were treated at the Paradise Residential Complex. The girl looked at him arrogantly and said that it was exactly like that. She said that the guy was too nervous, and then asked if he didn't have enough money for it. She asked if King Lai had any idea how much it would cost to live in their complex. A girl in a red dress came into the room and stated that manager Yang had said very well. She said that their complex was inhabited by exceptionally respectable and well-off residents with a brilliant position in society. It was Zhang Chuzu, Jong Jun's half-sister, and part-time head of the Paradise Residential Complex. Manager Yang became nervous. She told Director Jong that she didn't notice when she came over. Zhang Chuzu slapped the girl in the face. She said that Mr. King is the most welcome, most respected guest for their family. The girl turned to King Lai and introduced herself to him as the mistress of all this outrage, Zhang Chuzu. She said she saw a picture of a guy at Zhang Jun's house. She shook his hand and asked if it was possible that he remembered getting a call about the stones, and it was her. King Lai quickly recognized and remembered the girl. Zhang Chuzu sincerely apologized to Mr. King for the inconvenience caused to him. King Lai was already used to this, so he just asked the girl to forget about it, because it's just a little thing. Manager Yang rubbed her cheek and smiled. She said that King Lai turned out to be a good friend of their hostess. The guy bent down to her and said it didn't matter who his friends were. He stated that the main thing is that the manager no longer causes problems and does not try to sell his villa to other people. Manager Yang nodded quickly and said that King Lai was absolutely right and her behavior was unacceptable. The guy turned around and said that it seemed he would not wait for the documents, so he was going to leave. Zhang Chuzu tried to stop him and apologized for the manager's negligence, after which she offered her help with the registration. Without listening to the girl, King Lai left. Zhang Chuzu snapped her fingers and several people entered the room. She ordered the manager to be taken away so that she would not see her anymore. At this time, a crowd of different people and the police gathered at the King Lai clinic. A girl whose face was completely covered with pimples was screaming. She said that the drugs from this clinic were to blame for everything. She pointed her finger at her face and urged people to see what had become of her face. The girls nearby also said that the same thing happened to them because of these medications. The girls swore at King Lai, saying that he could kill. King Lai came closer and wondered what was going on there and why such a crowd had gathered. As soon as the girl saw him, she said that he was the poison dealer. She asked the police to grab him. The enraged woman pointed towards King Lai, shouting that a man who sells fakes had appeared. The guy asked the woman in disbelief what it was about, to which she replied that they bought a cream from him, and now everyone has the result on their face. She pointed to the rash on her face. King Lai wondered what kind of cream she was talking about, since he had made 200 jars just for Liu Wang. Suddenly, a hunch flashed through his mind. The woman turned to 2 policemen that the guy was ready for anything for profit, so he needed to be arrested urgently. The policeman approached the guy and told him to go with him. Liang King covered the guy with her hand, and then stood in front of him and asked what the police were doing. The man replied that he was doing what was necessary. That is, they were leading a fraud suspect for interrogation. At that moment, King Lai decided to take something out of his pocket. The police noticed this and shouted at the guy not to do anything stupid and put his hands up. King Lai took out his phone, telling the men not to panic like that, because he only wanted to contact those responsible for these crimes. One of the policemen took the phone and asked who was responsible. The call was answered. The man greeted and said that the man was being harassed by the Yangcheng police about the incident with the cream, which is being sold at the Yin and Yang clinic. Liu Wang replied in shock that this could not be because she personally uses it. After some time, the girl arrived at the scene. Liu Wang turned to Dr. King with a smile and asked if he had made a new batch of cream. King Lai asked if the girl had already run out of it, and then added that he had given her the entire batch without a trace. She laughed a little and replied that she had already used it all. Just by looking at her skin, one could guess that it was true. Liu Wang thought that maybe the guy had come up with something else. She suddenly said seriously the words that, on the other hand, how these people were able to get him. The policeman asked how the girl could confirm her words. Liu Wang handed him her business card and said that she was a respected lawyer and was responsible for her words with her position, so she told the truth. The man took the business card in his hand and said that then they needed to clarify everything. He appealed to the people who came with complaints and said that if someone among them was telling lies, then let them prepare for being sued. The girls were panicking because no one wanted to go to jail. The policeman shouted at them to confess what was going on here after all. The girls flinched, and the woman who started the whole argument shouted with tears in her eyes that she was the first. She said that they should write it down that she was the first to admit everything. The woman said that one of the Tangs gave them a prescription. He told them to say that everything was bought in yin and yang, and they got 10,000 each for it. King Lai thought it was that old man again. There was a game of chess going on in the Tang house at that time. The check and the party are taken by Liu Minghao, Bo Huai Tang. The old man exclaimed that Liu was a master of chess. With such a strategy, even their small ones will be outplayed in 2 accounts. The guy replied that the victory always goes to the best. In just half an hour, the cream was made, and the result is what? Bo Huai Tang laughed when suddenly the doorbell rang, which grew louder each time. The old man, approaching the door, shouted that he was coming. The man looked through the peephole of the door and asked who was there. At the same moment, the door flies off its hinges, because King Lai knocked it out with a kick, which threw the man back into the room. He flew past Liu Minghao and crashed into a closet, knocking down a board with chess pieces on the way. Minghao sat in his seat in shock as King Lai slowly walked inside with Liang King. King Lai noticed that Dr. Tang seemed to be injured, so he asked if he could help him. Liu Minghao, hiding something under himself, shouted in anger the words about why the guy was not in prison yet. King Lai came closer to him, answering the question by saying that maybe it was because the customer was quickly figured out. Liu Minghao took out a gun and pointed it at the guy with a question. How did he guess? However, he didn't have time to do anything, because Liang King rushed at him, quickly hitting the guy right in the jaw. He flew into the closet next to Bo Huai Tang. The girl, clenching her fist, exclaimed the question that the guy had decided to play games, and then said that then they would play. Liu Minghao and the old man were trembling while sitting on the floor, and the guy asked what else King Lai was up to as he slowly approached him. King Lai sat down next to Minghao and, rubbing his chin, said that the guy should not worry so much, because the guy was only making sure that they did not escape. A little later, the police arrived and arrested Liu Minghao and Bo Huai Tang. The officer told King Lai that today really wasn't a day for two. They tried to deceive a respected person, but never mind. Next time they will think better before waving their fists. King Lai's phone vibrated. He took it out and looked at the screen. Zhang Chuzu sent him a message. The girl greeted the guy and said that everything was closed in his villa. He could move in right now. She apologized to the guy again and said that after lunch she would be at the Wild Orchid. Jong Chu-zu said she would be glad if the guy could join her. King Lai told Liang King that he had important things to do, so this couple is on it. The girl accepted the instruction. The guy arrived at the designated place and went inside. Different people were there, and the guy went on. He went to the door and knocked. Yes. Jong opened the door with words about the guy coming through and getting settled, and the guy paid his respects. There was another guy in the room, and the girl told King Lai to sit down soon. They just got a special red tea from France itself, so the guy just has to try it. Jong Chu-zu said that they would finish the paperwork at the same time, so she brought him a folder with documents. She handed it to King Lai with the words that only the last payment remained, and the villa completely belongs to the guy. King Lai thanked Jong Chu-zu, and she asked him to introduce another member of the Jong family, Jong Jai. She said that the guy heard that King Lai was coming and begged to take him with him. He says he wants to cooperate. Jong Jai bowed and said it was a great honor for him. The guy is a member of the Jong clan, as well as the master of almost everything in Yongcheng. King Lai asked him about the cooperation. Jong Jai extended his hand to King Lai, greeting the guy. He said that just like the manager Jong, he reports to Jong Jun. He was recently sent to Yongcheng in order to optimize the operation of the family's entertainment facilities. Jong Jai was happy that he had the opportunity to personally express his appreciation to him. King Lai shook the young man's hand and said that he was too kind to the guy. He then turned to manager Jong and asked what she had mentioned about the papers. The girl bent down and poured tea for the guy. Jong Jai said that there are rumors that King Lai came up with some kind of medicine and it completely cured the disfigured face of Mayor Liu Zhen's niece. The Jong family company is interested in such a development and would like to sign a production contract with King Lai. The young man, full of enthusiasm, said that he was sure that thanks to the resources of their company, its honest name, King Lai's medicine would be an unprecedented commercial success. She said that after the full launch of the project, the position of head remains with King Lai. Dr. King asked the guy in surprise about these words, and Jong Jai replied that it was so. The young man sees it this way, with King Lai Cream, with them production and marketing. King Lai will own 80% of the shares, and the Jong family will own only 20%. The guy asked what Mr. King would say to that. King Lai thought that judging by the fact that Jong Jai was calling Liu Zhen's name, the Jiano Corporation had long-term plans in Yongcheng. In that case, they need to prepare the ground now, and King Lai's cream can play an important role in this. The guy rubbed his chin thoughtfully, and Jong Jai thought intensely that the guy dares to hesitate. Is it really not enough for him? Young Master Jong coughed loudly, attracting Jong Chu-zu's attention. The girl understood and nodded, getting up from her seat. She went up to Mr. King and said that she would like to make up for the misunderstanding yesterday. Manager Jong said that she and Jong Jai had already agreed everything with Jong Sr. She handed him a folder with the rights to the Yellow Ticket Gentlemen's Club and said that very soon this club would become the largest in Yongcheng, and they would like to present it to King Lai as a small gift. Jong Chu-zu humbly asked to see him, but King Lai pushed the folder back, saying that the manager was too kind to him. He said that everything about yesterday had been forgotten for a long time. He could not accept such an expensive gift. The girl replied that she thought the guy had forgiven her for yesterday's misunderstanding, but did not want to accept the gift himself. She said that Jong Juar would definitely decide that King Lai's rejection was entirely her fault. King Lai put the cup on the table and said the words that if Manager Jong was pushing him so hard, then there could be no question of any tea party. The girl lowered her head and said that if the guy did not want to, then so be it. She takes her offer back. Jong Jai stood up and handed the card to the guy, saying that if things were going like this, then he wanted to at least give the gold card to King Lai. It is valid in all entertainment complexes of their family and completely exempts them from paying for any services. King Lai took the card and thanked Mr. Jong. The young man and the girl exhaled in relief. Jong Jai, pouring tea for King Lai, told him to think about the medicine contract after all. King Lai thought for a while, and then said that the Jong Corporation was ready to provide production facilities and sales channels, and the guy agreed to 50%, but on the condition that his wife would lead the project. Jong Jai happily replied that it was just great. He will prepare all the documents by tomorrow, and they will sign everything at once. Jong Chu-zu was surprised that the guy still agreed. She suddenly looked at the screen of her phone. The girl turned to King Lai and said that the stone supplier was planning to stay at their apartment complex tonight, just in case he was interested. King Lai stood up and said that in that case, it was time for him to take his leave. Manager Jong agreed and said that the guy was in great demand today. After that, the guy went to the warehouse. The man showed a card with a code and said that everything was there. King Lai scanned it and replied that they had done their best. The guy began unloading crates of precious stones. Some time passed and night fell. King Lai was sitting at a table with pieces of stones falling from it. He was sawing stones, and there were many different tools on the table. He sighed and leaned back in his chair, as he was exhausted. It's quite a job. He thought he needed to find another way if he wanted to find that very rare red Jasper. An idea struck him, and he wondered how he could have forgotten. The guy didn't know if he would be able to feel something this time. King Lai raised his hand and enveloped himself in energy. She reached for all the boxes of stones, examining each one. He suddenly felt the right stone, and finally the guy found it. He picked up a stone that was enveloped in red energy. Chu Qinying and her family sat in the room and waited. The girl was thinking that it was already getting light outside the window, whether King would even deign to return home today or not. The doors opened, and a guy entered the room, and the whole family turned to look at him. King Lai scratched his cheek and wondered what was going on here. He went into the room and asked why they were still awake. It was already quite late. Chu Qinying began to swear, throwing various expressions, asking if that girl had achieved her goal. King Lai asked his wife who he was talking about. The girl screamed for the guy to look at the table on which various photos were lying. Miss Han Ying stood up and screamed, pointing at the guy with her finger, that at least she was pretty. She said that they lived to see the guy go to the side, and then shouted that his spirit was not in their house, and that he did not dare to shame their daughter anymore. King Lai picked up the photos and was very surprised because they showed a guy with Liang King. While the guy was looking at the photos, the whole family looked at him angrily. Jai Tang turned to King Lai and asked if he wanted to tell them anything. King Lai calmly asked where they got these photos from, which made the girl even more angry. She shouted that he had not been asked about this, and that he should tell everything as it is, who this girl is. King Lai sat down on the sofa and replied that this girl had come to him with a serious injury. She didn't even have a roof over her head. So the guy offered her to stay and help him with his work at the clinic. He took out his phone and said he would call her now, and they would find out for themselves. A few rings sounded, and Liang King picked up the phone. She asked the boss what had happened, and the whole family stood shocked and silent. 10 minutes later, Qinying awkwardly straightened her hair and said that this was how it turned out. King Lai said that the girl in the photo is called Liang King, and she is a complete orphan. Since early childhood, she had known nothing but military drill. She really has nowhere to go, and the guy is the only one who offered a helping hand. Jai Tang said that the guy could have explained everything to her earlier. She would have understood. Han Ying awkwardly exclaimed that they still dared to doubt the guy so much. She asked if the guy understood that the situation turned out to be quite delicate. King Lai leaned back against the pillows and said it was okay. However, Qinying grabbed his arm and told him to go upstairs quickly, because she had already kept her parents awake half the night. While King Lai and Qinying were climbing the stairs, Han Ying and her husband were quickly collecting his tools so that the guy wouldn't see it. King Lai remembered something while he was getting up and turned back. He said that the Jong Corporation plans to open a joint venture with him, and tomorrow they will come to settle the last formalities. Qinying was shocked. She thought about where they were and where this family was. She was amazed that they would have a business together. The next morning, Zhong Jai arrived. He turned to Miss Chu and said that they could sign all the documents right now. The girl signed her name. Zhong Jai congratulated the girl on the position of executive director in the new company. He said that he sincerely hopes that their cooperation will be fruitful. Chu Qinying could say for sure that she would work hard in her new position, but she was afraid that at first she would torment the young man with her questions. Zhong Jai enthusiastically replied that there was no need to worry, because Mr. King was very insistent on her candidacy. After all, the girl took courses on motivation, has a red diploma with honors, is always willing to help, a perfectionist in life, with an entrepreneurial flair. Chu Qinying was surprised by how Zhong Jai saw her. She muttered softly that King Lai had left for Wuhan today. Could it really be related to the business of the company? The young man adjusted his glasses and replied that this was not entirely true. The other day, Mr. King, with a paltry bet in his pocket, was able to find a blood Jasper worth almost $1 billion. Their company, represented by Zhong Junior, asked him to help in the search for such nuggets, and it bore fruit. In just a couple of days, he was able to find the stones. At Wuhan airport, a guy was waving at King Lai, calling to him. The girls behind the guy were whispering that maybe this young man was from their company, and then they decided that maybe he was meeting someone. The guy patted King Lai on the shoulder and said that he couldn't even imagine that the guy would find the stone so quickly, and then asked that he didn't seem to like wasting time. King Lai replied by saying that it wasn't that difficult. They arrived at another place, and the guy, throwing his arm over King Lai's shoulder, said that when his people heard that the guy would be in town, they asked to invite him to them to express their great gratitude. He immediately added that he would not accept a refusal. He led King Lai into the room and said that they had not been so meticulously preparing for the reception of guests for a long time, and then laughed. King Lai replied that he hoped the nugget would not disappoint them. Zhang Laiming, Zhang Jun's father, met them and asked if the guy was the healer who saved their grandfather, and then added that he represented an older guy. King turned to Mr. Zhang and said that he was probably joking, because the guy just understands a little about Chinese medicine, and that's all. Zhang Jun told his father not to bother and told him what was going on with the stone. The man closed his eyes and said he didn't even know how to say it. He informed them that King Lai had just handed them a nugget, the equal of which he had not seen for more than 10 years, an emerald pearl. The guy exclaimed and asked if this was the pearl that was worth hundreds of millions. Zhang Laiming said that the guy had hit the nail on the head. The man did not think that he would get a chance to see such a rarity again. Frankly, it was a very, very long time ago. Mr. Zhang said that the price was fabulous. He turned to King Lai and said that the guy was a real guardian angel of their family. The guy had once again rendered them an invaluable service. The guy replied that he was glad that the man was satisfied. They left Mr. Zhang, and Zhang Jun remembered something. He remembered that King Lai had asked for a favor last time. The guy took out an envelope and said that it contained everything about his parents. Zhang Jun took the liberty of collecting a small dossier. He handed the envelope to the guy and said that he was not sure that all the information was accurate, so King Lai had better take a look for himself. King Lai took the envelope, and Zhang Jun said that, as he had already said, most of the information was very vague, and he was not sure that they could be completely trusted. The guy added that there was one piece of news that he hadn't put in the folder. He said that 2 years ago, the trail of King Lai's parents was discovered in the capital, but only once. King Lai asked if the information that the parents had appeared in the capital was verified, to which Zhang Jun replied that he had received it literally before the guy arrived. The authenticity has not yet been confirmed. As soon as the results of the verification come, the guy said that he would definitely contact King Lai. After a while, they arrived at the hotel complex. At the entrance, they were greeted by staff, and Zhang Jun said that this restaurant belongs to his sister. Her good fame is known to everyone in Wuhan. Zhang Jun said that King Lai simply had to try the chef's dish, when suddenly a girl called out to him. It was Zhang Zhan, Zhang Jun's younger sister. She told the guy that they had agreed that he was supposed to go shopping with her today, and then asked where he had been. Young Master Zhang slapped his forehead and said that he had been talking to her about the pearl all evening yesterday. I couldn't sleep a wink all night with impatience, and shopping completely slipped my mind. The girl turned away in displeasure, and Zhang Jun decided to introduce his younger sister to King Lai. King Lai thought that he seemed to have seen a picture of Zhang Jun in some magazine. There were rumors that in her 20s she became a real business shark and opened her own restaurant. Now almost all drinking establishments in Wuhan are under her control. The guy introduced himself and extended his hand to the girl. She turned away from him. Zhang Jun shouted words towards her brother about why they stopped dead in their tracks. If they have come, then let them go to the restaurant. Zhang Jun shouted to Zhang Jun that he had thrown her out with the shops himself, and now a special invitation was waiting. King Lai had been holding out his hand the whole time. Zhang Jun picked up the guy and whispered as he left that his sister had one flaw. She didn't like dealing with men, so the guy shouldn't take it personally. Zhang Jun angrily shouted after them a question about what the guy was muttering. Was he really washing her bones? A man in a suit ran up to the girl and shouted that it was an urgent matter. The girl turned to the manager of Newby and said, "Can't he see that there are a lot of visitors here? So he should behave properly." Newby said that there was an employee trying to jump off the roof. The police have already begun a partial evacuation of the building. Zhang Jian asked in surprise, and then ordered the girl to stop, and that this mess should be stopped right now. She said that everything was under her personal control, and the alarm was immediately sounded. Zhang Jian quickly headed for the elevator, shouting that this was the main restaurant. It was urgent to turn on the emergency alarm. Zhang Jun turned to King Lai and said that it was awkward, because he just wanted to treat the guy to lunch. He couldn't even imagine what was going on here. King Lai replied that the guy himself said that the young man was like a family member, so there was no need to apologize. He said it was better to go find out what was going on here. If you need their help, they will be ready. There was a girl standing on the edge of the roof, and behind her a police officer and a cook who were asking what the girl wanted. The policeman said that Director Jong was already here, and she was ready to do everything in her power. The cook supported the man and shouted for the girl to move away from the edge as soon as possible. The employee took a step forward as Jong appeared, who shouted at the girl not to make sudden movements, and she would do everything in her power. So the girl just had to say. The employee turned around with bright red eyes and asked if it was true that the manager would do everything. King Lai felt an evil eye and a black aura. He thought that this girl had decided to end her life for a reason. Jong reached out to the girl and shouted that she did not need to jump off, and again asked her to move away from the edge. King Lai shouted at the girl not to approach her, because it's not that simple. The employee grabbed Jong by the hand and said that she had caught him, and then jumped down. The manager, with a scared look on her face, reached up. Jong shouted and rushed towards them, but King Lai was faster. He grabbed both girls by the arms. King Lai pulled them back on himself, returning them to the roof. Jong flew over the guy, and then fell right on top of him. An employee, absorbed in dark energy, rushed at the guy from above, and the people who were on the roof shouted for the guy to be careful. King Lai stretched out 2 fingers and touched the center of the girl's chest, channeling his energy into her. The girl fell to the floor in front of him, and Jong sat on King Lai in fright. She looked down sheepishly at her waist, where the guy's hand was resting. King Lai asked if Miss Jong was okay, and the girl jumped away from him and shouted at him to take his hands off. The guy apologized, and Jong came up to him, who congratulated the girl on a successful landing and told King Lai that he was a talent, since he had done such a thing. King Lai stood up and said that it was nothing. He just quickly figured out what was what, so he was prepared for this turn of events. The brother and sister asked what he was talking about, to which the guy replied that it was not so easy to explain. He said that he thought that someone from the experts of the Dark Doctrine had put a spell on this building, so the staff began to go crazy. The girl frowned and said that the guy must have been joking. King Lai replied that, unfortunately, no. He reported that this building could still get rid of someone. Jong said irritably that the guy had just saved her. Of course. But even that did not give him the right to talk such nonsense about her restaurant. Jong asked King Lai if it was some kind of evil, and then he added that there was nothing like that here. No dark adepts. Jong turned to the manager of Miyu and asked how the employee was, to which the guy replied that she seemed to be in a normal deep faint. The girl said that she needed to call an ambulance as soon as possible. Jong told King Lai not to worry, as the guy would pass on his words to whoever needed to. They went down, and young Mr. Jong uttered words about how lucky it was that King Lai was there. Otherwise he himself understands what would have happened to his sister. Their family is forever in debt to the guy. King Lai replied that such a small thing was not even worth discussing, especially since they were helping him so much. At that moment, the guy imperceptibly threw an object into the vase, which began to spread its energy. 5 minutes later, 2 people arrived at the building. One person said that he had also heard about a young lady and an incident related to her, which is why Mr. Jong disturbed the master. He needed his help. The man told Jong Liming not to worry, because if there is something there, then he will find a way to resolve everything. To begin with, he decided to examine everything carefully. The master looked at the building in shock and said that this was not a case for a simple caster. He knows only 2 people who can do this. Mr. Jong went inside. Jong was on the phone at the time, saying that as soon as the results of the examination came, she should be contacted immediately, and she would bear all the costs. She saw her father and asked what he was doing in this place. The man said that he was informed that something was wrong with the girl, so he immediately invited the master, and they immediately came to her. The master drew attention to the jade pumpkin in the vase that King Lai had left before and asked who had left it. The master asked where this jade pumpkin came from, and the manager Niubai replied that it seemed to have been dropped by the gentleman who came with Master Jang. Jong said the words that he was back. The master said that if it wasn't for this pumpkin, but deaths would not have been avoided. The girl said irritably that this was a nuisance, but she thought that there was a charlatan here, talking in riddles. It was a pity her father wasn't there. Otherwise he would have been kicked out right away. She believed only in science. Mr. Jong asked what the master meant, to which he replied that the master, the owner of this pumpkin, had already helped them with this scourge. Jong Liming asked his daughter where Mr. King was. The girl turned away and said how could she know? Because he and her brother had gone somewhere. The man told her to call them quickly. Jong unhappily called her brother and wondered what was going on. After a while, the guys returned, and Jong Jun asked his father what happened and why he was looking for them. Zhang Liming said that he invited Master Cheng to deal with the problem at Jan restaurant, and in general, they need to learn something from King. He pointed to Master Cheng Tai Yuan, the greatest feng shui master in Wuhan, who said that he had just examined the energy hole at the site of this restaurant, and it seemed that there was something fishy here. Master Cheng held out his hand and showed the pumpkin, saying that he had discovered it. King Lai assumed that the man wanted to ask if the guy had put her in a flower pot. Zhang Jun asked the master to explain what kind of pumpkin it was. Cheng Tai Yuan laughed and said that he did not expect their hero to be so young. He said that a new generation of metaphysicians was growing up. If King hadn't hidden the pumpkin, the killing would have started very soon. Zhang Liming said that King Lai had conveniently plugged the energy gap, and then asked if everything was over. King Lai replied that this was only a temporary solution. When this energy caused the girl to jump off the roof, he decided to leave the pumpkin in order to somehow contain its flow. They went up to the roof, and the guy said that in this place the energy is most vulnerable and weakest. The guy turned to the master and asked him to disturb him and lend King Lai 7 coppers. The master agreed, calling the guy a young friend. King Lai thanked him and tossed the coppers into the air, enveloping him in his energy. He noticed that the energy was bursting out, and not weakly so. The guy sat down and began to do something. The master asked in shock how it was even possible. The energy was escaping with some kind of diabolical force. King Lai plunged the blade into the floor, and a halo of light energy formed around him. Zhang Liming shouted that it was impossible. In a matter of seconds, a real hurricane broke out. He exclaimed what kind of force the guy was up against. After a few moments, the wind stopped and King Lai exhaled, saying that everything was over. He said that now they should call the hospital. The girl who tried to jump should pass out. Cheng Tai Yuan turned to a young friend and said that his techniques were fascinating, and an old man like him had a lot to learn from him. Mr. Zhang put his hand on the guy's shoulder and said that they were incredibly lucky to have him around again today. Who knows what would have happened to their baby Jean's restaurant. After that, he said that it was no longer worth talking about sad things. The man whispered in the guy's ear that the girl was out of sorts, so don't let the guy take her antics personally. King Lai awkwardly scratched his neck and said he understood everything. King Lai and Zhang Jun stood in front of the Mingting Palace. Young Master Zhang told King Lai that it had been 2 days since he had been able to thank him in a human way. But today he had brought the guy to the perfect place. They entered, and Zhang Jun uttered words wishing glory to the local manager. Because everything is always at the highest level. He asked if their room was ready. The man awkwardly replied that he was very uncomfortable, but there were no seats today. The palace was fully rented. Zhang Jun asked in surprise, "Is there really not a single place available?" The manager seems to be laughing at him. The man said that the guy was their most expensive guest. He would never dare to deceive him. A guy, Xu Wai, the head of the Xu family from the capital, came up to them and said he knew him. He asked if it was the same almighty Zhang. Zhang Jun said that he could not understand where such a moth came from, that the whole palace was served to him, and it turned out to be Xu Wai. Xu Wai said that it was in his repertoire. Some kind of muddy schemes all day, just for a small town. He asked what the capital looked like to him. Zhang explained how much the man thought of himself, and asked if his family had become the capital's stars for a long time. Xu Wai said not to involve his family. At least they are not the last people there. He started talking about Zhang. They went out of their way to win a place in the capital for themselves, but they still returned with nothing every time. Zhang told him to repeat what Xu Wai had said, and then asked if he had forgotten how he went to the hospital last year after such chatter. King Lai thought that the guy looked very tough, as Zhang Jun had defeated him. Xu Wai swung his leg and asked if the guy really thinks he's still the same weakling. Zhang put his arm under the blow, defending himself, which sent the guy flying away, and wondered how he could become so strong. They rushed at each other, cursing. Xu Wai said that it was not for nothing that Zhang's grandfather threw the guy out of the capital. He would not have recognized such a grandson either. He was about to punch Zhang Jun in the face when he suddenly flew backwards. King Lai, enveloped in energy, hit him. Zhang Jun watched as King Lai threw the guy in different directions and wondered when the doctor managed to learn how to fight. Xu Wai thought that Zhang Jun had cheeky friends. He had very few left. The guy turned to Zhang and said that they helped him today, so he can consider that he was born under a lucky star. When he left, he said that he was not saying goodbye to the guy. Zhang Jun put his hand on King Lai's shoulder and said that if it wasn't for him, the guy would have been well groomed right now. King Lai replied that he couldn't calmly watch when the guy gets hurt. At first he thought that everything would be limited to a verbal altercation, but they began to fight. Jong said with a smile that they had passed this topic and offered to eat, otherwise King Lai would miss his plane. He added that his sister suddenly wanted to go to Yongchang. He said she missed her old friends. The guy took her tickets for the King Lai flight. He said if it wasn't difficult for the guy, let him keep an eye on her. On the plane, the flight attendant said that they were ready to offer passengers soft drinks and light snacks. King Lai was sitting and reading a magazine when Jong walked by, who turned to look at him. The guy tried to hide, but did not have time, so he turned to the girl with the words that they had not seen each other for 1,000,000 years. The girl asked why wherever she went. She bumped into him everywhere. She abruptly turned away and walked on. While Jong was walking down the aisle, someone hit her from behind. She quickly turned around, and the stewardess asked what happened. The girl pointed to the man and said that he had just hit her, to which he replied that he had accidentally touched her, while pushing the conductor away. Another employee approached, who said that this was a highly respected passenger of their airline, so the man should apologize. Otherwise, the airline will be notified about the incident and his name will be blacklisted. Suddenly, a gun was put to the employee's head. The hooded man said that the captain himself had arrived. The captain asked what the man intended to do, to which he turned to the man in the chair and said that he had played like a god today. The second man also took out a weapon, and they reported that it was a hijacking of the plane and that the passengers should prepare money and valuables. For those who are not ready to part with Biryoki, they have a special offer: a bullet in the forehead. Jong stood in the aisle and trembled when suddenly someone covered her mouth. It was King Lai. He told the girl not to make a sound and to follow him. They hid in the toilet while the robbers told no one to cheat and hand over the money. King Lai told Jong that she could wait out safely here, and he went, telling her before that to slam the door behind him. The girl asked what he was up to, and King Lai replied that he would go and take down the robbers. Jong said why bother with them, the guy just needs to give his phone and wallet. Otherwise he will definitely bring them to the grave with these tricks. The man took things out of some bag and said that for how many years they had been fishing, but he would not remember such a profit. Suddenly a little boy began to cry, to which the man told him to close his mouth, otherwise he would shoot. At that moment, the man was hit by King Lai with such force that he flew away. The passengers looked at the guy in panic. The second robber, who was holding the captain hostage, saw that his partner had been knocked out and shouted a question about who did it. King Lai was hiding behind the seats, and the man asked if it was too weak for him to repeat. He told him to get out and not force the man. The young man was thinking that it was necessary to save the hostage from the threat of a direct hit. He quickly went to the robber, who did not have time to react, and defused him. Jong was treating the wound on the guy's shoulder and asked what he said about going and taking down robbers, saving people. She said there were a lot of people here. How could he not show off? A flight attendant came up to them and told the girl that if it hadn't been for her boyfriend, they might not have survived. Jong replied sheepishly that he was not her boyfriend. When the plane landed, the guy got out, and the girl asked where he was going. King Lai replied that he wanted to go home, because when you almost catch a bullet, you really want to go to your family. Jong said that she didn't really know the city well, but he was her brother's friend. He should help her and protect her in every possible way. She said she would send for him tomorrow, so he should be ready to devote the whole day to her. King Lai cursed irritably and thought that now it was clear why Jong was constantly so detached. Try to live with a girl like that. At the Yin-Yan clinic, Liang King told the boss that he did not think that he could control armed bandits with his bare hands. While bandaging the guy's wound, she thought that in such a situation, not every special forces soldier would have found his way. King Lai said that he had never carried a weapon with him before. That's why it happened. He asked the girl if she had thought about how her fellow soldiers' lives had turned out. She could try to find them. Liang King was shaking. The girl said she didn't understand what her boss was talking about. King Lai said that if she wanted to, he could try to find out how their lives turned out. She turned abruptly to him and asked if she could really find them. King Lai said they wouldn't be able to find out until they tried. Liang King turned away and rubbed her eyes. She said that the guy was able to persuade her, and she still had some information about them. King Lai thought that a very fragile and vulnerable girl was hiding under the mask of the Steel Lady. Liang King opened her suitcase and said that she had managed to save some leads, and she did not think at all that they would ever be useful to her. She handed King Lai a small envelope and thanked the guy from the bottom of her heart. He promised that he would do everything to find them. A little later, the guy arrived at his mansion. Qin Ying was calmly sitting on the couch and working on her laptop. As soon as she heard footsteps, she looked at the door and smiled, greeting King Lai. The guy sat down next to her and asked if she really had a lot to do. because she looked very tired. King Ying said that these are all small things, and they will handle everything. King Lai asked the girl to tell how she feels, because she is about to have an opening. So much needs to be done, and also to transfer the burden of responsibility. King Ying said that everything was fine, and she just wanted to share some great news about it. She showed him the laptop monitor and asked him to look at it. She pointed to the screen and said that they were just starting to roll out, and they were already gaining great popularity. King Lai patted her on the head and said that she was a real guru in the world of cosmetics promotion. King Ying smiled and said that it was thanks to him that she could now stand at the helm of a cosmetics company, as well as run her own business. She said that a general meeting of representatives of the cosmetics business would be held in Yangchang tomorrow afternoon, and she was personally invited by the director from her previous job. King Ying said that she really did not want to meet this man. King Lai asked if she wanted to go there at all. The girl said that it was quite natural what she wanted. She said that, after all, this is the most important thing. The biggest meeting where you can make a lot of connections and acquaintances are never superfluous. The girl sighed sadly and said that if she went, she would follow everyone's lead again. King Lai smiled and asked if she really thought they were dreaming and seeing how to set her up. He asked again if she really wasn't worried about the Jong family corporation, but was still worried about her previous job. King Ying pouted and asked, so what if she was worried about it? King Lai smiled and said that everything was settled and he would go with her. After a while, King Ying took a shower while King Lai refreshed his bandages. He poured his energy into the wound and thought that something was obviously wrong with it. King Ying came out of the shower and anxiously asked if he was injured. She approached and began to inspect. The guy said that everything was fine and it was just a scratch. The girl said worriedly that King Lai was spending too much time on her business, and at this rate her parents wouldn't even have time to babysit their grandchildren. King Lai blushed deeply and said that he had already thought that the topic of grandchildren had been closed for a long time. The guy was delighted, after which he coughed a little. He turned to his wife and asked if she didn't like girls anymore. King Lai immediately regretted this question and thought that it was a forbidden topic. King Ying admitted that before meeting King Lai, she had one boyfriend and it almost led to her death. She stated that since then she has sworn not to fall in love with guys. She heard that she was not the only victim of that man, and now he is serving time in prison. And King Ying tried with girls, but it turned out to be another betrayal. King Lai took her hands. Realizing that the girl's heart had been broken, he asked her to remember that he would never let anyone hurt her again. The girl looked at him sympathetically. She regretted the way she had behaved with him before. King Ying wanted to say something to him, but he interrupted her and said that everything that had happened before was long gone. They both fell onto the bed, after which King Lai turned off the light. They were together all night. King Ying put her hand on her husband's shoulder and said that he was still injured, but not today. King Lai quietly said that it was just a scratch, and she shouldn't worry about it. Time passed quickly, and morning came. The janitor said that last night was a hell of a night, and today he would have to clean up for another half day. King Ying was setting the table. She told King Lai to wash her hands quickly and go to the table. The guy approached her and asked how her mood was and if she wanted a signature relaxing massage. The girl sat down at the table and, blushing slightly, said that everything was fine, and for now she could do without a massage. King Lai said that then they should get ready, because they need to go to some kind of King Ying convention. After a while, they went out together. The girl asked if they should have gone to the convention, and what in that case they were doing in the store. King Lai said that this was true, but he thought that they were getting more and more busy every day, and it was inconvenient for him to drive around in his parents' car, but his own was the best thing. King Ying walked up to one of the cars and asked how she was doing to the guy. She said that since childhood, she has only liked crossovers. King Lai opened the car and was about to get in, when suddenly someone called out to him and asked who allowed the guy to touch and enter the car. A man was running towards him. He asked if the guy had seen the price tag, and if he had left even one scratch, he would personally take King Lai's kidney. He thought he knew people who just stare and break. King Lai said he wanted to take a look first. He asked the seller if this model had a test drive. The man skeptically said that maybe there is, but he should be ready to post bail. He said that all sorts of people walk around, break the car, and don't buy it later. He said that this model is generally from a limited edition, and they cherish it like the apple of their eye. King Lai asked exactly how much the deposit was worth. The man said that it usually costs about 800,000, but judging by King Lai, they can at least find 600. King Lai asked in surprise if they had a deposit equal to almost the full cost of the car. The man said that this was the case, and it had long been common practice, and he would also give them a good discount. He himself thought that some beggar had come to them and was also asking for a test drive. He wanted to see how King Lai would change his mind on the go. King Yang took her husband's hand and said that the seller spoke as if they should also be grateful to him. She turned to King Lai and said that if they didn't know how to do business properly here, then they could just go to the next salon. King Lai agreed, and together they quickly left. The seller loudly repeated their words, saying that they were telling fairy tales. He grinned and asked if they had seen themselves in the mirror, because their clothes were all shabby, and homeless people dressed better. One of the male colleagues said that the couple really went to a nearby store and is now looking for a car. He was surprised and wondered where these beggars could have gone. At that time, in the Lamborghini salon, the seller was asking Mr. King how he liked this model. He said it was a Lamborghini, the price of which starts at 8 million. He said that if they expressed a desire, they would prepare everything for a test drive. A salesman from the last salon ran into the hall and asked the seller Wang if he had already become completely stupid. The man asked why he was showing these beggars such expensive cars. He said that the couple had just visited him, and they hadn't even pulled out a car for 800,000. He reminded Wang about the prices in his salons. The man smiled and asked what was wrong with that, because every customer in his salon is the most expensive and desirable. This is the basis of his business. King Lai asked if it would be the same if they didn't buy anything. The guy sighed and decided to give up the test drive and buy like this. He handed over his card and said he was paying the full price. While the salesman from the next salon looked at this in shock, Wang agreed and said that he would go and prepare the documents, and King Lai and his wife could go to their restroom. Wang saw off the park and said that they would not have time to blink an eye, as their salon would quickly arrange everything. At this time, the seller from the next salon was shaking with anger. He was angry that he had given away such a fat client with his own hands. Wang turned around and said that he had almost forgotten, after which he thanked the seller for such a good customer. After a while, they were already at the Imperial Palace. King Lai said that Qin Ying had dressed him up well. The girl said that her husband's old clothes were a little out of fashion, and even more so they needed to buy him some suits a long time ago. Suddenly, King Lai's phone rang. The guy looked at the phone and wondered how he could have forgotten about this girl at all. The guy told Qin Ying that he needed to step back and answer the phone, so he would leave her for a couple of minutes. While King Lai was leaving, she looked at him and smiled. He answered the phone and said that he was currently at the Yongcheng Business Congress, after which he asked what his opponent was doing. The girl loudly asked why she was not invited to this business party. She also said that she is still silent about the fact that the Jongs are not the last people in this business. The guy calmed her down and said that if she wanted, she could come to the penthouse in the Emperor's palace. Suddenly, someone came into the toilet. It was Zhang Chuzu. She recognized him and noticed that he had arrived too. The girl turned to manager Zhang on the phone and asked if she could help her out, because she needed to meet an important person, and she was poorly oriented in this building. Zhang Chuzu asked who he was talking about. King Lai said that this person should be well known to her, because she is also from the Jong family. Zhang Zhan. She stayed in this building on the second floor. The girl said she'd be right there. She wondered when this Zhang Zhan had managed to fly to Yongcheng and even stay here. She wondered who else was aware of what was happening. Suddenly, someone asked Qin Ying if she had been invited too. The plump girl said that now it is clear where the dog smells from. She said that Qin Ying had swollen up like it was unclear who. She asked if the girl really wanted to find a more thoroughbred dog at this meeting. Qin Ying turned to manager Liu and said that she would do well to wash her mouth with soap. The woman got angry and hit her in the face. Manager Liu pointed at Qin Yang with her finger and loudly said that the girl would fly out of here like a cork, because she decided to teach her. She asked if Qin Ying really thought that since she quit, she could do anything. She said she could do with taking care of herself. King Lai came into the room and asked what was going on. He saw Qin Ying and asked his wife what happened to her face. Manager Liu noticed that the flawed husband was also here. She said that at least here he would learn how to teach his wife to be smart. King Lai asked if this woman had hit his wife. The woman grinned and said it was her, then asked what was the point. At the same moment, King Lai hit her hard, and she flew into the table. King Lai coldly said that whoever dares to lay a hand on his wife will get what they deserve. The woman started rolling on the floor and screaming that she was being killed. She exclaimed that Qin Ying and her stupid husband were beating respectable people. A middle-aged man ran forward and asked what was going on here. Manager Liu cried and told Mr. Chen that this Qin Ying had set her husband on her, and he had hit her. Mr. Chen asked how Qin Ying could let her husband get away with it. He ordered her to apologize immediately. Qin Ying exclaimed what it means to apologize, because the only one who should apologize in this situation is her. The girl said that Manager Liu was the first to attack her. The man asked if Qin Ying really thinks that once she has found a new job, then everything is possible. He told her not to forget that they had a contract with the Jongs, and they were in the same boat with her. He said she shouldn't take him out, or she wouldn't be in this town tomorrow. Suddenly, Zhang came forward and asked if the man was sure about this and asked him to tell her how he was going to pull it off. Manager Liu asked who she was anyway, and if she was too young to stick her nose in anywhere. Zhang Chuzu said that she is one of the main shareholders of Zhong Corporation. The man and the manager turned very pale. They asked what Miss Zhang had forgotten in this place. The woman awkwardly greeted Zhang Chuzu and said that she was the administrator of Liu Ziyukin, and the gentleman next to her was Director Chen. Zhang Chuzu reminded the woman that she had said something about their young lady Zhang. The woman started waving her arms and said it was just a misunderstanding. Liu Ziyukin pointed her finger at Qin Ying and said that she and Director Chen came to the business forum as decent people, and here all sorts of hands are spreading. The man supported the woman's words and told them to take a look at what the couple had done to their dear Liu's face. He added that King Lai and Qin Ying had said all sorts of things about the Zhong company, and if he were Zhang Chuzu, he would have dealt with them long ago. The girl sternly asked if they were from a cosmetics company. Liu Ziyukin and Director Chen smiled and confirmed this information. Zhang Chuzu looked at them coldly and said that she was ending her cooperation with them, and the penalty would be reimbursed by the Zhong company. Liu Ziyukin turned pale. She asked the lady if this was some kind of joke. The director was also scared and said they didn't need any penalty. Zhang Chuzu smiled and said that she was completely serious. She pointed her hand at Zhang and said that they had dared to insult her family members. Zhang Chuzu pointed her hand at Qin Ying and added that, on top of everything else, they had managed to spoil relations with their second most important shareholder in Yangcheng. She pointed her hand at King Lai as well, saying that Liu Ziyukin and the director had offended their family's dearest friend. Director Chen said that this could not be, because Qin Ying was his former assistant, so he did not understand since when she suddenly became a shareholder in the Zhong Corporation. He would never have thought that this couple had such a patron. He thought that if he had known, he would never have stepped in to protect Liu Ziyukin. Zhang said it was the first time in her life that she had been so insulted. She turned to Chuzu and said that she hoped that the girl would take appropriate measures. Zhang Chuzu pointed Liu Ziyukin and the director to the door and asked if she should invite the guards, or if they would leave the banquet themselves. While these people were leaving in a hurry, Zhang winked at King Lai and said that she had clearly come for a reason. The guy thanked her. The girl raised her glass and said that if he really wanted to thank her, then he should bring her a glass of water. Qin Ying smiled and took the glass first, saying that Zhang had saved her today. The girl tried to take the glass away and asked what it meant. King Lai agreed with Qin Ying's words, after which he introduced her to Zhang as his wife. Qin Ying noticed the way Zhang was looking at her husband like a March cat. Zhang thought that King Lai's wife was quite interesting. She remembered that her brother had said something there, that the guy was married and everything else, and here she was, in full glory. With a little difficulty, Qin Ying finally snatched the glass from Zhang's hands. The girl turned to Mrs. Chu and said that she was just his friend, and there was nothing wrong with that. Zhang asked why his wife was clinging to the glass in the first place. Qin Ying smiled sweetly and said that Zhang was so charmingly spontaneous. She asked if the girl would mind if she replaced her husband for a while and helped her with the water. King Lai became nervous. The guy felt that it was time to get away from a difficult situation. King Lai raised his hand and coughed slightly, after which he said he had to go. The girls exclaimed in unison that he couldn't leave like that. The guy sighed and said he would go to the bathroom for a minute. As soon as King Lai was in the toilet, he said that these two girls would definitely take out his whole brain. He was angry that these girls had set up a serpentarium for nothing. Suddenly, someone turned to him and asked if Mr. King was worried about something again. The guy replied to Zhang Chuzu that he did not know himself. Everything seemed to start well, and then something incomprehensible began. The girl smiled and said that it was because the guy was too good. King Lai turned away. He suddenly remembered and asked Zhang Chuzu if she could give Zhang a trinket from him. The guy handed Zhang Chuzu a small USB flash drive and said that there was a need to check the addresses of a couple of people. If anything, he was ready to answer all Zhang questions. King Lai said that the location of these people is kept a top secret, but it is very important to him. Jong Chu-zu thanked Mr. King for his trust. The girl said that she would personally give all the information to the guy. After taking the flash drive, she looked at him and said that it seemed to be time for him to return. King Lai looked away and said that the girl was right. He really hoped that he would be able to slip away from this situation unnoticed. Sometime later, King Lai and Qin Ying were driving in a car. The guy asked his wife what she had been talking about with Zhang Zhan for so long. The girl looked displeased. She said that they had time to talk about what, and then gave an example of how much the guy annoys young Miss Zhang. King Lai asked as soon as his wife had endured the delirium. The girl sighed because of her husband's regular jokes. Qin Ying said Zhang Zhan was very nice, and she also told her wife that the guy owed her dinner. Qin Ying thought that, on top of everything else, she liked King Lai very much. The guy said that Zhang Zhan was going to Yongcheng to meet old friends. He said that's why her brother asked him to look after her. King Lai stated that he could not even imagine how exhausting it would all be. Qin Ying said that the girl had already told her about it. She said that it happened exactly when King Lai went to keep secrets with the manager Zhang Chu-zu. The girl asked her wife how she views further development in Wuhan. The guy asked what his wife said to that. Qin Ying said she doesn't know yet, but of course she doesn't plan to be stuck in Yongcheng for the rest of her life. The girl said that there are much more prospects and opportunities in Wuhan. She wanted to say something else, but King Li asked his wife to think about it, and when she made a final decision, they would talk. Jin Ying asked what King Lai thought about it. The guy didn't understand her question. The girl asked him if he would have gone with her or not. King Lai said that if she decided to do this, he would just close the clinic and start packing his bags. When they started to drive up to the house, little Jai Tang, who was sitting on the doorstep, immediately noticed and ran towards them, rejoicing that her sister was finally here. Jai Tang admiringly asked her sister if King Lai had really bought this luxurious villa for her. She said that the villa was simply magnificent, and no one had it, not even the richest. Jin Ying hit the girl on the head and told her to have respect for her elders. She asked how Jai Tang addressed King Lai, and then told her to call the guy respectfully. The girl looked at King Lai a little embarrassed and called him Mr. Son-in-law. The guy let out a tear. It was the first time he had heard Jai Tang call him that, but it sounded good. Continuing to inspect the house, Jai Tang said that now they live like real rich people. The girl asked King Lai how he was able to earn so much. She wouldn't have believed it if the guy had said it was all because of his cream. King Lai said that this was not surprising because he had worked very hard for this. King Lai asked her why she had come to them. The girl suddenly remembered and said that if he hadn't asked, she would never have remembered it. Jai Tang smiled and said that in a couple of days there would be a small party at her school, and King Lai still did not say whether he would be able to accompany her or not. The girl said that she had not been able to find her son-in-law for several days. Everyone keeps saying that. You see, she has enough to do. So she came, because he will definitely appear at home. The guy sighed, finding logic in her words. He thought about the fact that he had said it that day without even thinking about it. Jai Tang asked him not to say that he would not be able to go, because these scumbags might attack her again. King Lai asked her if she was so afraid. Then why didn't she just go? The girl definitely refused this and said that she was not a coward, and she did not know what they might think of her at school. Qin Ying smiled and said that in case the guy had already given his word to Jai Tang, then he needed to go. The guy looked away and agreed. Qin Ying smiled and looked at her pouting sister. Jai Tang blushed and tried to say something about what had happened. The girl asked her son-in-law not to interrupt her. She was nervous, not knowing what she was saying. King Lai asked what she was hesitating about, and then told her to help him and show him what she was capable of. Jai Tang jumped up joyfully and said that they were going to the kitchen to get some ribs. Qin Ying laughed and also offered to help them. After a whole month, everything went smoothly. King Lai looked at his assistant and thought that Liang King was working like an ox, and he still did not have a single word about her comrades. He kept thinking about how he could talk to her so as not to hurt her inadvertently. King Lai coughed. At the same moment, Liang King asked the boss if something had happened at the clinic. King Lai said that there was no reason to worry, and in a couple of days a group of healers, specialists in Chinese medicine, would come to them. The girl remained silent in response. The guy hesitated a little, then said that he had passed on the data of her colleagues, and as soon as there was news, they would be contacted immediately. Liang King was surprised. She thanked the boss. The guy handed her the keys and said they were from his villa, and she could make herself at home there for a while. He said that as soon as they settled in Wuhan, they would immediately send for her. The girl tried to refuse and said that there was no need for this, and she was forever in his debt. Liang King said that she would like to stay here and guard the guy's clinic. King Lai said that she was his friend and no longer owed him anything. Qin Ying addressed King Lai from the street. She asked him to hurry up, because they were already late for their flight. The guy waved at Liang King and said he had to go, and if something happened, the girl could call him. She looked at him and waved back. After a while, at the Lemon Villa in Wuhan, movers were actively sorting boxes of things. One of the movers told the others to be careful, because they were not unloading firewood. Zhong Jun, Qin Ying, and King Lai were sitting on the sofa in the villa. Young Zhong was telling King Lai how glad he was that the guy had made up his mind. He replied that he also missed his friend Zhong. Qin Ying said it was all thanks to manager Zhong, because she was the one who helped prepare the move and even set up a new place. Zhong Jun said how cool it is to have many brothers and sisters, but sometimes it is very tiring. He asked if King Lai felt the same way. Zhong Jun said that the most important thing is that they are all equal partners in the Zhong Corporation, and this should always be remembered. King Lai said that now he knows who to contact in Wuhan. Young Zhong laughed and agreed. He said that King Lai was like a brother to him, so from now on he didn't need to adhere to conventions. Zhong Jun put his hand on King Lai's shoulder and said that he was meeting with a colleague of the guy today, so he would like to introduce them. King Lai wanted to ask what Qin Ying thought about this. The girl said that she would need to leave on business, and if they had any problems, she was always in touch. The guys were climbing the stairs in the Ming Palace. Zhong Jun said that this guy should get a degree in Chinese medicine today or tomorrow, and his fame is booming all over Wuhan. Young Zhong said that as soon as this guy returned to his native land, he immediately opened a huge clinic. He said that, in his opinion, King Lai is also planning to open in the near future, and his interest in traditional medicine is amazing, and so they could get to know each other. Who knows what will come of it? Zhong Jun hesitated for a moment. King Lai asked what it was. Young Zhong said that this guy was running after Zhong's sister, but she turned him down because of King Lai. The guy was very surprised and asked again what it meant because of him. Young Zhong asked the guy not to take it into his head, because she said that he was her ideal and idol. He said that if that guy wanted to woo her, then first he had to become like King Lai. They opened the door, where they were already waiting. Zhong Jun said loudly that they had come. Zhong Jun immediately smiled and noticed that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. King Lai smiled back and said he was glad to see Lord Jan. The gray-haired guy who was sitting next to Zhong Jun asked if he was the same healer King Lai who conquered their dear Jan. King Lai smiled at him and extended his hand, saying that he was pleased to meet him. The guy did not hold out his hand in response and said that he imagined King Lai to be much cooler, but he turned out to be an ordinary village guy. King Lai wondered what Zhong Jun had said to him, because he was so full of anger and dislike for him. The guy turned to Jean and asked if she was laughing at him, offering him King Lai as a partner. King Lai thought again, after all, that Zhong Jun had managed to tell this guy, after which he realized that this was clearly not a good thing. The guy said that he received a doctorate from Cambridge, and also completed many courses in medicine. He asked King Lai what he had done, and if there was anything he could use to confirm his qualifications. The guy said that he was able to cure one of the most dangerous diseases, a polycystic tumor, and not to someone, but to the President of the United States himself. He asked if King Lai would be able to do the same. Zhong Jun asked how he could be so sure that King Lai was not suitable for his notes. She asked if he didn't think he could study not only at Cambridge. The guy slammed his palm on the table and glared at the girl. Suddenly his phone rang and he answered the call. He rudely asked if these people didn't know that he had a day off today. On the phone, Dr. Zia was told that he was being urgently called to the hospital. On the other side of the phone, they reported that the condition of his patient from the 903rd ward suddenly deteriorated sharply. The guy was surprised, then jumped up and said he was leaving right now. He turned to sweet Zhong Jan and said that he needed to check on the condition of a patient, so he had to take his leave. Young Zhong said that they all understood the medical duty. Zhong Jan smiled slyly and asked Dr. Zia if they could go with him, and maybe King Lai would help in some way. Dr. Zia was a little angry at the next mention of King Lai, but said that he could go if he was not afraid of it himself. The girl folded her hands and agreed. She suggested to Dr. Zia that if he coped alone, he would get her admiration, and if he failed, he would forget her number forever. King Lai looked at the girl awkwardly and thought that he did not want to be entangled in all this at all. After a while, they were already in the hospital. Dr. Zia immediately asked to report on the patient's condition and whether they administered medications strictly according to protocol. The nurse, surrounded by formidable guards, told Dr. Zia that, Apparently, the patient was getting worse by the minute. The big man pushed the nurse out of the way and noticed that the doctor had finally arrived. His men quickly caught Dr. Xu by the arms. The guy was outraged that they were allowing themselves. Tears appeared in the eyes of the formidable man. He exclaimed that his master was on the verge of death. So why Dr. Xia was walking around was unclear to him. The man caught the doctor by the collar and reminded him that Xia himself swore that he would put the owner on his feet, and he, naive, believed him. Dr. Xia tried to calm him down and said that he had done everything according to protocol, and there should be no complications. He asked the man to at least let him take a look and understand what had happened. The man put his hand on the doctor's neck and said that now he would teach him a little mind to mind. Dr. Xia turned pale. Suddenly, someone grabbed the man and asked him to remove his hand. King Lai, holding the man's hand, asked what the use of a crippled doctor was. He said that if he were a man, he would rather take him to a patient. The man viciously asked who he was, after which he asked again if he was going to defend this doctor and get slapped in the face. He tried to pull his hand out of the grip, but King Lai was stronger. The guy said he was just paying attention to the possible consequences. The man asked what it meant. King Lai said that now the patient's condition has not been fully diagnosed. He asked if the man vouched that this crisis was not a sign of recovery. He thought that this boy was talking sense, and it was immediately obvious from him that he could think well. After that, he let go of Dr. Xia's collar. The guy straightened his tie and wondered how King Lai was able to subdue this titan. He was scared, because the situation is such that you would not wish on the enemy. The man approached Dr. Xia's face and said that he shouldn't hang around here and go get the news right away. Otherwise, they would continue from the same place. In a few moments, they were in the room. The man looked worriedly at the hospital bed while the doctor checked his pulse. King Lai noticed that a poisonous substance had entered this man's body, and he could not feel his life force. He wondered if he might be missing something. The guy used his energy power to take another close look at everything. Dr. Xia was very worried at this time. He was stressed out by the man who stood right above his soul. A small mistake could cost him his life, so he was afraid of making a mistake. He tried to calm himself down and concentrate, because he had not been prepared for such an intensity at the university. He was holding the needle to the patient's arm and was going to do everything as usual. He had already decided to exhale and stab, when suddenly someone stopped him with a sharp cry. Dr. Xia asked if King Li really wanted his heart to burst from fear. The guy took the doctor's hand and said that an injection at this point would be certain death. King Li pointed to a large red tumor on the patient's neck. Dr. Xia didn't even understand when such a giant tumor had appeared there. He did not think that the disease would develop this way, and now almost all organs will need to be transplanted to save him. Suddenly, the patient began to shake. The man started shouting at Dr. Xia to save him, asking why he was frozen in one place. Dr. Xia said in a scared voice that they were too late, and now he is powerless. At this time, King Lai took something out of his jacket. He asked for help to fasten the patient's legs and arms. The man asked what the guy was planning to do, because his master was not an experienced one. Dr. Xia exclaimed that the guy was just trying to throw dust in his eyes, because he sees and understands everything himself. King Lai asked him to close his mouth and let him do his job. Night had already fallen on the clock while King Lai was diligently using his needles on the patient. He carried out a difficult operation late into the night. At the end of it, King Lai said that the patient should recover soon. He stated that he would also leave the medicine, and probably there would be no more problems. Both the man and Dr. Xia were shocked. The doctor couldn't believe it, because all the patient's indicators were normal. The patient slowly opened his eyes. The man began to cry and noticed that his master had returned, but he had already thought about the worst. The patient asked where he was. The man smiled and said that they were in the Wuhan Central Hospital, and his rescuer, Dr. King Lai, was standing next to him. The sickly guy asked how Dr. King Lai ended up here. The guy asked in surprise if they knew the patient. King Lai asked the patient in surprise what he meant and if they were familiar with him. The guy smiled and apologized, after which he asked King Lai not to take it into his head. The patient said that, apparently, he confused him with a mysterious friend from the capital. King Lai was bothered by the next mention of the capital, because it can no longer be just a coincidence. The guard said in amazement that Dr. King was able to take the trouble away from his master. King Lai said that they did not need any more unnecessary conversations, and they had better give him the medical history. The guy said he had to make some recommendations there. The man handed King Lai a small leaf and apologized for his slowness. King Lai thought that he did not remember anything at all about his native family, but his intuition told him that the solution should be sought in the capital. Dr. Xia smiled awkwardly and told King Lai that they had been looking for such an experienced specialist for the position of deputy chief physician for a long time. He asked what the guy thought about this offer. King Lai smiled and said that Dr. Zia would not believe it, but his yin and yang center was also looking for a candidate for a similar position. Dr. Zia coughed awkwardly. The patient turned to King Lai and said that his life was in his hands today, so he asked for permission to thank the doctor well after discharge. King Lai said that he shouldn't do this, because it was the doctor himself who was incredibly lucky to meet this patient. The patient turned to the man, Mr. Gang, and asked if he could help. He said that he needed to book an apartment in paradise for 3 days. Mr. Gang bowed low and said he would do everything right away. The patient smiled and said that he hoped that Dr. King would not refuse to accept his gratitude. King Lai said that the patient should recover completely first, because the doctor did not do anything special. Sometime later, King Lai and Jong Jun were driving in a car. Young Mr. Jong asked if his friend knew about the one he had saved in the hospital. King Lai assumed that this patient was a big shot, because he didn't look much like a mere mortal. Jong Jun said that the guy is smart. He said that the bodyguards call him Xiu Xiao. Add to this the metropolitan accent, and there is no doubt that this is a member of the most famous Xiu clan. King Lai asked the name of the clan again. Jong Jun said that Xiu and Jong are 2 of the oldest families in the capital, and it is doubly strange that they have forgotten in this city. Jong Jun asked if the guy remembered asking him to find his blood Jasper. He said it was supposed to be a surprise for the holiday next week, but bad news came about his grandfather's well-being. Jong Jun said that they had tried everything, but there was nothing left but to turn to King Lai once again. The guy reminded the young Jong of the words that they were like brothers now. Jong Jun asked in surprise if King Lai really wanted to say what he thought. The guy smiled and said that if it could be cured, that he would do everything in his power. Young Jong thanked King Lai. He also added that his siblings have already contacted the CEO of the cosmetics company, and the guy has nothing to worry about. King Lai thanked him. 3 days later, a stormy party was held in the Paradise Entertainment Complex. Xiu Xiao, standing next to King Lai, called for the attention of the people. The guy said that if it wasn't for this gentleman next to him, he wouldn't have been drinking with them that day. Xiu Xiao raised a toast to the great healer king. King Lai told Xiu Xiao that the positive dynamics on his face. However, he strongly recommends that the guy not lean on alcoholic beverages. The Red Xiu Xiao has already said that as long as King Lai is here, he has nothing to worry about. The guy whispered in his ear and asked in confidence if he was torn apart by curiosity. He didn't know if King Lai was interested in finding out who Xiu Xiao really was. King Lai closed his eyes and said that he was a patient for him, nothing more. Xiu Xiao gave a thumbs up and said that this was exactly what he liked, because he was looking for just such a friend. One guy from the crowd turned to King Lai and asked what he was standing there for, after which he called him to have fun, because this is Xiu Xiao's own party. Suddenly, the front door opened abruptly. The guy with blonde hair asked if it was Xiu Xiao's people, because he had spilled all his drink on him. The guy, lying on the floor, asked not to blame him for everything. Xiu Xiao asked the disgruntled guy if he had any complaints about his friend. The stranger replied that this young man had violated the rules of the Sirius gang, and if his health was dear to him, then let him get out of this place. Xiu Xiao, like King Lai, was unhappy, and his friend asked what kind of gang Sirius was. At first glance, it seems that everything is fine. The province is controlled by the Jong family, but most do not even know about the existence of a powerful underground empire. We are talking about the Sirius gang. It makes even the Jong shudder, and although the gang always remains in the shadows, its influence is felt everywhere. There are rumors about the strength of the Sirius gang, even in the capital, because there are no better warriors than them. The word warriors speaks for itself. Their name is Wuhan strongmen. They have access to the secrets of dark matter. Ordinary mortals try to stay away from them. Xiu Xiao's friends began to run away quickly. One guy said that was enough for today, and he was leaving. The young man who had been brought before was on his knees and asked the guys not to demolish the bar. He is ready to cover all losses for them, because he accidentally became an unwitting witness to their conversation. Xiu Xiao said that this would not do. His friend was ready to pay them for the inconvenience, but it would not be enough. So the guy would add, they just need to name the amount, and they would part in peace. The gang looked at Xiu Xiao in surprise, and then laughed out loud, and the guy in the center asked if he really thought they needed money. He said that if a guy wants to fit in for his friend so much, then he should take one hit and resist. Then the friend will be forgiven. Xiu Xiao thought that it looked like the guy was just laughing at him. King Lai, who was standing behind him, asked about their gang. He put his hand on Xiu's shoulder and asked if he would mind if King was hit. Xiu Xiao was surprised that his friend didn't leave with everyone. King Lai turned to the young man and told him to just trust him. And Xiu Xiao shouted that the guy did not know what kind of people they were. What they are doing is not cheap show-offs. King Lai told Xiu Xiao to calm down because they would just have a little fun and not complicate anything. He came forward and told the gang leader that he was ready to take his hit. The guy rushed at King Lai, saying that he was saying a lot of empty words. He swung, enveloping his fist with energy. However, King Lai deftly dodged, blocking the blow. The bandit was surprised and thought that this could not be. Was the guy familiar with the mysteries of dark matter? He swung again and said he couldn't dodge forever. This time, King Lai caught his fist and then threw it aside. Because of this, the bandit uttered words that the guy is not an ordinary one. Now he should not expect mercy. King Lai swung back and shouted the words that this was his mercy. Two fists collided in the attack as Xiu Xiao shouted that it was enough. He said that he was a scion of the Xiu family in the capital, and his name was Xiu Xiao. The guy said he didn't think anyone in their right mind would want to cross his family's path. The bandit thought that he was not untouchable. It would be better to tell where he found this militant. He scratched his neck and turned to Xiu Xiao, saying how he had not guessed right away. He said that since he was personally interested in this conflict, they would certainly hush it up. Xiu Xiao said with a smile, "What kind of acquaintance can there be without a good fight?" Nevertheless, he is incognito in this place, so I would be grateful if they would keep his little secret a secret. The guy replied so that Xiu would even think about worrying about such a trifle. He turned around and then told King Lai that he could not have expected such skill from him, so he asked who he studied with. King Lai replied that he was a simple healer and sometimes trained for himself, no more. The guy said that since he did not want to tell, then let him say so. He waved at him and said that if King Lai decided to change his field of activity, then Sirius was ready to accept him. If the guy only hinted, they left, and Xiu Xiao put his hand on the doctor's shoulder and said that he did not know that the guy was so in control of his body. King Lai said that the guy probably just wasn't ready for the bloodshed this time. Xiu laughed at these words and said that the guy was too modest. He has only 2 days left before returning to the capital. Young Mr. Xiu said that if fate brings King Lai to his region, then let him remember that he is the most welcome guest, and they will come off at the highest level. Sometime later, the guy was on the phone at King Lai's house. Someone asked him if the guy had forgotten that they were planning to visit the capital together. King Lai took out the precious stones from the closet and asked about the fact that he had 3 more days before next Monday. He was told that the Jongs were one of the most respected clans in the capital. They should try to think through everything to the smallest detail. King Lai then offered to go tomorrow, to which they replied that they would pick him up at 8 in the morning, and they would decide everything on the spot. He turned off the bell and looked at the stones in his hands. He may have to go to the capital tomorrow. King Lai had never seen Jong so worried before. King Lai put the stones on the floor and said that he needed to concentrate. Today was the first time he met a person who had a skill very similar to his, and it seems he could feel that the guy had not meditated for a very long time. The methods of working with the body, which the teacher taught King Lai, brought the guy a lot of money. The guy sat in the lotus position and closed his eyes. He thought that now it was beginning to seem to him that the teacher had a completely different purpose, hidden from him. He needs to find out what or who forced his parents to flee, and, in the end, what kind of force it was that they were so carefully hiding from. He doesn't even have a clue yet. Now he needs to put his own forces in order. The Jongs are still helping him with the search, but he is afraid that he will not meet his parents. It was morning. Jong stood outside King's house and asked if the guy was ready and if he needed help. King Lai replied that it was almost done and he was already on his way. He went down and began loading the boxes into the trunk, which is why Jong asked what it was. The guy replied that these were clothes and food that Qin Ying had bought for him in Wuhan. He suddenly remembered that he had forgotten his shoes, so he asked Jong to wait while he went to get them. Jong grabbed his hand and said it was okay. Let her stay. They could shop in the capital. The plane landed in the capital. The guys were driving in the car, and Jong said that he would take King Lai to the main pedestrian street for a walk. At the same time, they could buy him things. King Lai looked at the price tags of the clothes in shock. They cost millions. The consultant girl greeted me and said that the price of these clothes was 114,000 yuan. Then they went to a cafe, where they sat and looked at the menu. King Lai looked at it in the same shock and said that the prices in the capital are definitely beyond the means of an ordinary person. Jong replied that it all depends on the location. He will take the guy to another place soon. King Lai asked where to go. By nightfall, they arrived at another place. They were greeted by a girl with a queue in her hands, asking if it was really young Mr. Jong. She said they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and the guy hadn't changed at all. Jung Jun replied that he had just arrived in the capital, and then asked if there was a place. The girl pointed to the side, telling them to pass. The guys went inside, and the girl immediately called Ju Wai. She asked if Mr. Ju was there. The guys were playing billiards while Jong Jun asked if King Lai really hadn't played billiards before because he was gifted at it. King Lai replied that he wasn't really into it, and Jong had lost to him 30 times, so he offered to play again. The guy said that another time, because tomorrow they still have to go to the birthday celebration. Jong Jun closed his eyes and exhaled, which caused King Lai to ask what happened. To this, the guy replied that it was about the holiday. He was afraid that it would not be so easy to return. King Lai asked if there were really those inside who could interfere, to which Jong replied in the affirmative. His father was betrayed. One of the family members got into an accident, so the head expelled them. Even if Jong Jun catches the man who betrayed his father, he won't have a chance to explain everything to his grandfather. He said that. Therefore, tomorrow, he hoped King Lai would have a chance to examine him and find out how he was doing. The guy replied that he would do so. Suddenly Zhu Wai came in, followed by several policemen. Zhu turned to Zhang and said that he had not thought that they would meet again. Zhang Jun swore at the guy, and he told the police chief that they had started a fight here and damaged property, pointing at the guys. The man ordered to detain these two and interrogate them. Zhang Jun pushed King Lai back and told him to leave because the Zhu family had come for him. He told me to find his father. He will help. King Lai asked if the Zhu family was strong, to which Zhang Jun replied that although they were not the top, they had great influence in the capital. King Lai asked if it was comparable to the Zhu family, to which Zhang asked about it. King Lai confirmed his words, and Zhang replied that the Zhuo family is strong, but it is still far from the Zhu family. Zhang Jun asked why King Lai had asked, to which he reminded that he had met a guy in Wuhan, so he would call him. King Lai dialed the number, and Zhu Wai laughed and said that this guy was in this place for the first time, and was already going to call for reinforcements. After a while, Zhu Wai said that they had been waiting for half an hour, and then asked where their reinforcements were. The man said that, in his opinion, they were just stalling. Zhu turned to Zhang Jun and said that he didn't think he would pull this off. However, no matter how hard he tries, it's all to no avail. He said that in the capital, the Zhu family doesn't care who the guy is. Even the Zhu family is afraid of him. At that moment, the door opened and Ziyu Xiao appeared, who asked if the guy was sure. Zhu Wai exclaimed in shock. He wondered where the guy came from. This is the young leopard of the capital. You cross his path and that's it. You won't live. Ziyu Xiao, passing by Zhu, asked if he had said that even the Zhu family was afraid of him. Zhu was on his knees and said in a panic that Mr. Zhu had imagined it, because he said that the Zhu family deeply respects the Zhu family. Ziyu Xiao kicked the guy and asked if he was having fun cheating on the guy. The police captain stood in a cold sweat and watched what was happening. Young Mr. Zhu said that this time he would let the guy down for his lies. But he also slandered his savior. The man cursed in his mind because he didn't think that if he helped the Zhu family, he would run into Ziyu. Ziyu Xiao turned to Chief Xiao and asked if he wanted to detain him as well. The man quickly replied that they were just joking. He hadn't thought at all. He pointed at Zhu Wai and said that he had threatened him, promised to harm his family if he did not help. The guy on the floor swore at the man. Ziyu Xiao kicked him again and asked who allowed him to speak. He told me not to see them anymore, and then he told me to get out. Everyone quickly left the room. Ziyu Xiao talked about what it means that this is the friend that King Lai mentioned, pointing to Zhang Jun, and then added that if so, then he is also his friend. He asked King Lai when he managed to arrive in the capital, but did not say a word to the guy. King Lai replied that they had just arrived, and then thanked the guy. Ziyu Xiao replied that it was not worth it, and then asked what business he was in the capital on. The guy replied that he and Zhang had come to present gifts to the old gentleman, and at the same time to check his health. Young Zhu said that, judging by what his Zhu family had heard, the old man was not just ill. At this time, a large crowd of people gathered in the capital, right outside the Zhang family's house. Zhang Jun's father asked his son if the gift from them was ready. Young Zhang smiled and told his father to relax, because he had it. After that, the guy pulled out a small box. Zhang Jun turned to King Lai, who was standing behind him, and said that they would come in soon, and after that they would act on the situation. King Lai accepted the information. The guy in the fur coat was greeted by a middle-aged man and said that the presence of the old man was already a great honor for the Zhang family, as well as a valuable gift from a man. He kindly invited the old man into the house. Suddenly, the guy in the fur coat saw Zhang Jun and several other people coming in with gifts. Suddenly, the guy asked Zhang Jun to stop. Young Zhang asked Zhang Ziyang what he needed. Ziyang said that their annual gift gifts to the head were terrible, and then asked if they had decided to give something again. Jong Ziyang, the eldest son of the head of the Jong family, asked if Jun really thought that this garbage would help him return to the head's house. He laughed and told the guy to get lost and not embarrass himself. Jong Jun grunted in displeasure. Two men nearby whispered. One of them asked if these were the ones who were kicked out of the family more than 10 years ago. He said that nevertheless, they are still Jongs and have the right to participate in the celebration. King Lai slightly opened the box and asked if it wasn't worth taking a look at the gift from Jong Jun first. Jong Ziyang asked what to look at there, and then asked if King Lai really thought that the head needed this gift. Some people who were standing in the crowd were interested in the stone that was in the box. The man with the mustache came over and began to examine him. Suddenly he asked loudly if this was what he was thinking. The man next to him interrupted him and said that it was a magnificent bloody Jasper. The men began to crowd around. They asked Mr. Jong if they didn't need this Jasper, then they could give it to one of the men. Another man ran up to the stone and said that he did not even think that he would be able to see such a rarity here, and the Jongs really spent a lot. Jong Ziyang turned pale. He knew that blood jasper was the stone that bestowed longevity on the wearer. He smiled awkwardly and asked people to calm down, because he only wanted to make fun of Jong Jun. Jong Ziyang went ahead and said that after all, this stone was an expression of Jun's warm feelings, and therefore they would have to accept it. Jong Jun asked loudly if they could come in now. Zai Yang told them to leave the Jasper and go to the banquet. Walking through the beautifully decorated hall, Jun said that the Jong family in the capital is one in words, but in reality it is completely different. Jun's father hit the guy in the back of the head and told him to be quiet, because someone might hear him. The man turned to King Lai and asked him to look for a place to sit while they greeted the head. King Lai agreed and said he would wait for them here. The guy didn't look for long and quickly sat down on a bench. He thought that the Jong family's connections in the capital were serious. Everyone from the Jong family here is an important person in the army, government, or business. They control the main clans throughout the country. King Lai was afraid that it might be difficult for Jong Jun to return to the head's house. Suddenly, someone turned to King Lai and said that they had been looking for him for half a day. The guy looked up and saw Zhu Yingzhan in front of him, who was cheerfully waving at him. He was surprised that this guy was here too. King Lai stood up and asked what was the fate of Zhu Yingzhan here. The guy said that his family cooperates with the Jong family, so he and his brother were sent to convey congratulations to the head. Zhu Yingzhan turned around and said that he had run into King Lai very successfully. He invited the guy to go and meet his brother and sister. After a while, they found themselves next to them. Zhu Yingzhan introduced King Lai to his brother and sister, also talking about what he had already told them about him. Zhu Shiyi, the second daughter of the Zhu family, smiled amiably and asked the guy if he was the Dr. King who saved her little brother. King Lai smiled and folded his hands. He said that it was, and his name was King Lai. At this time, Zhu Ziyang introduced King to Lai Zhu Qiang, the eldest son of the Zhu family, who was sitting silently. King Lai looked at the guy carefully. As soon as he noticed this, Zhu Qiang smiled and asked Dr. King what happened and if it could be that he had something on his face. King Lai apologized for his tactlessness and said it was just a professional habit. Zhu Qiang asked if Dr. King thought he was ill with something. King Lai said that if he was not mistaken, Zhu Qiang had only recently returned from a mission. The guy confirmed the doctor's words and asked him to continue. King Lai said that even if Zhu Qiang's Kai energy is fine, the injuries accumulated over the year led to an increase in the element of fire in the body, which caused the manifestation of the disease. Dr. Ben's King said that the guy should not go on dangerous missions again in this condition. Zhu Yingzhan and Zhu Shiyi anxiously asked their brother if he was ill. King Lai seriously said that if Zhu Qiang neglected his health again, the disease could become incurable. Zhu Qiang did not believe King Lai's words about the incurable disease, so he said that he seemed to be just a fraud who throws words. King Lai bowed and said, since the guy doesn't believe him, he won't continue. Zhu Yingzhan told his brother that he had seen Dr. King's skill himself. Zhu Yingzhan asked if he could let King Lai examine himself. Zhu Qiang ordered Junior to shut his mouth and take care of himself, rather than telling him what to do. Zhu Qiang thought that the other clans were always keeping a close eye on the Zhu family, and there was no way he could admit that he was sick now. Otherwise, the worst could happen. King Lai turned to Zhu Yingzhan and said that it was nice to see him, and he would not bother them anymore. Suddenly, the guy stopped his friend. King Lai asked what happened. Zhu Yingzhan guiltily said that his brother just has such a character, so the guy shouldn't take everything so personally. King Lai understood and said that he seemed to have his own motives. Zhu Yingzhan smiled and said that his friend was cool. He said that because he was busy today, they could see each other next time. King Lai agreed. Zhu Yingzhan wondered if his brother really didn't want to be treated for personal reasons. As King Lai walked around the estate, he thought that Jong had been gone for a long time. He just hoped that nothing had happened to Jun. Suddenly, the guy turned around sharply, feeling something terrible. He turned around and saw a red energy flame. He wondered where such a strong, sinister energy came from in this place. King Lai did not think at all that there was a cursed place hidden deep in the Jong family. He passed by the room and noticed that, in addition to dark energy, the door frame was made of sulfur. Suddenly, the guy looked closer and saw that the source of the dark energy was a sick man lying on a cot. Using his strength, King Lai broke the lock into the room. A terrible energy began to envelop the guy. He realized that it was bad, and it was an evil spirit. King Lai resolutely raised his head to use his needles. He attacked the evil spirit. In every place where the needle touched him, the spirit dissipated. He wondered why this energy was so similar to the one in the hotel last time. The energy enveloped the guy even more. King Lai exclaimed, asking why this energy was rushing and rushing. He dodged the attack and remembered that the old man who taught him had said that everything obeys certain rules. He carefully dodged attacks and thought that, fortunately, he had learned from the old man a way to hack such things. After quickly making his way, King Lai noticed the artifact that was the source. The guy tried to get through, but the energy enveloped him more and more. He cut the spirit with his needles again and quickly got to the skull-shaped artifact. With his needle, he pierced the center of the skull, after which all the energy of the evil spirit evaporated, and he was left in an empty room. King Lai exhaled and said that whoever did this was really strong, and it was very good that he had time to prepare before leaving. King Lai looked at the old man and wondered how he had come under the influence of such a powerful evil. The guy took the old man's hand and said that, fortunately, King Lai discovered it in time. He wrapped himself in energy and picked up his needle, then brought it to the old man's forehead. Extremely quickly, negative energy began to flow out of the old man, and he woke up. King Lai happily noticed that he had woken up. The old man looked at King Lai and asked who it was. The guy said that he was just a doctor who came to a festive banquet. The old man got up and said that it seemed he had almost died on his own holiday. King Lai was surprised and asked if it was Mr. Jong. He asked if that meant there was a banquet in his honor today. The old man confirmed this and said that he was already quite old. He did not think that he would be destroyed by the hands of the man he had chosen himself. King Lai asked what he was talking about. Mr. Jong said that if it wasn't for his son, he wouldn't be in such a state right now. King Lai looked at him knowingly. He said that Zhang Liming's family had asked him to cure the old man. Mr. Zhang said that he did not expect at all that they not only did not hate him, but also wanted to cure him. He said that in addition to his treatment, they must be hoping for a return to the family. King Lai confirmed this information and awkwardly said that there was nothing to hide from Mr. Zhong. At Zhong King's house, Lai helped old man Zhong, who said that he also wanted to let Lai Ming and Jun's family return. However, he was afraid that his condition might affect this. He put his feet on the floor, still sitting on the bed. King Lai looked at his legs and thought that it looked like that energy had already led to necrosis of the nervous system of the leg. He thought that he could try using 9 kinds of Fu Roman 11 needles. King Lai told the old man that if he only wanted to regain basic sensitivity, then it wouldn't be difficult. The man looked at the guy in shock and asked if he would be able to stand up again, to which the guy replied that this was not entirely true. Mr. Zhang lowered his head and said that he must have hoped too much. All the eminent doctors who were brought to him turned out to be helpless. Suddenly, King Lai added the words that he wanted to say that a man would be able to move freely like an ordinary person. He offered the old man, who was in shock, to make a bet. If he cured him, the old man would allow the Jongs to return, and if not, the guy would accept his punishment. While King Lai was taking out a set of needles, Jong laughed and accepted the argument. However, he added that if the guy wants Li Min's family to really come back, he needs to settle something else. It was time for the Zhong family clan meeting. Zhong Chengzi, the current head of the Zhong family, sat at the head of the table. The man next to him was unhappy that the old man not only woke up, but also called Lai Ming to the meeting. Zhong Chengzi said that he had gathered everyone today in order to make an announcement. He decided to let Lai Ming's family return to the main family. Zhang Ziyang stood up and addressed his grandfather, saying that he had really forgotten about what had happened, and it seemed that the disease had clouded his mind. The guy's father hit the table and asked how he was talking to his grandfather. He said that the old man could not let a man who had stumbled back so easily. One of the men supported him and said that there were no such precedents in the Zhang family. Zhang Chengzi turned to Lai Ming and told him to explain what had happened then. Zhang Lai Ming held out his hand and papers were distributed to everyone, and he asked everyone to look at the documents related to that accident. Zhang Jun handed out the documents to everyone, and people began to look at them. Zhang Ziyang's father turned to the old man and said that at least he also wanted Lai Ming's family back. However, it seems that the senior members do not trust these pieces of paper. He asked to listen to himself. King Lai intervened and apologized, as he had completely forgotten to get the report. Zhang Ziyang shouted words about who the guy thinks he is, and King Lai handed over the papers, saying that this was a report for the head personally from Mr. Zhang Jun. Zai Young's father said that then he would definitely study it well. King Lai just didn't say anything about it. And the man stood up and said that only this was a meeting of the Zhang family, and outsiders were forbidden to be present here. He asked to be taken away. However, Zhang Changzi shouted for the man to stop because he specifically asked Dr. King Lai to stay. The old man stood up, and the man asked in shock if his leg was not sick. Zhang Changzi asked if the man thought he would stay in a wheelchair forever. The man quickly asked what his father was talking about, because he was very glad that he was feeling better. The old man approached the man and spoke in his ear so that he would not think that Zhang Changzi did not know about his affairs. He told the man to take a closer look at the documents in the hands of the king healer. The man picked up the papers and mentally cursed at the old man, since he had been pretending not to know all this time. Zhang Chengzi asked the members of the assembly what they thought now after studying Lai Ming's report. The man wondered if the old man thought he didn't know what he was thinking. He turned to his father and said that he thinks Li Min's family can return, but it's not that easy. Only if their family can provide one warrior. Another man asked in shock, because the training had not been conducted for decades. So what can we talk about? Another man said that if the family had a warrior, then they could be among the top of the clans. The woman told the gentleman that even if Lai Ming's family was treated unfairly, he still bears some responsibility. One man agreed with her and said that if the man returned with the warrior, then it wouldn't matter what the others said. Zhang Cheng's rubbed his chin, thinking, there are rumors that if an ordinary person wants to reach the first step on the path of a warrior, he must not only be gifted, but also continuously train for more than 10 years. The old man asked Lai Ming about the current level of Jun, to which the man replied that despite the youth and strength of the guy, it takes decades to become a warrior. Zhang Jun put his hand on his father's shoulder and said that they continued to bother them, and why they were still messing with them. Zai Yang's father stood up and said that means Jun refuses. Then there can be no question of returning. Zhang Laiming sighed and said the words that it looks like they will not return to the capital in this life. The meeting ended. Zhang Jun, Lai Ming and King Lai sat and drank tea. Lai Ming, holding the cup in his hand, said that he did not think that the head would suddenly put forward a condition with a warrior. Jun turned to his father and asked if they had any other options besides a warrior. King Lai was thinking at this moment that they were really talking about someone like that guy from the Sirius gang. He suddenly asked the guy if he had heard about the Sirius gang, to which Jun asked about the gang again, and then asked why the guy suddenly asked about it. King Lai said that the last time they exchanged a couple of punches in the bar. Jun exclaimed in shock that they were warriors, and then asked if the guy was okay. King Lai replied that of course he was fine, otherwise how would he be sitting in front of him now? Jun slapped his forehead for asking such a stupid question. Mr. Zhang Laiming jumped up and asked about the fact that King Lai turns out to be a warrior too. The guy replied that he himself did not know what exactly this warrior of theirs meant. Jun said that his friend from Shanghai had talked about them. In their world, there is a special group of people who live outside the rules. These people are warriors. They are divided into 9 levels, and lower level warriors are proficient in martial arts. The 3rd level can split a boulder with the palm of its hand, and the warriors of the highest level are able to move mountains. At that time, Zhang Jun considered his friend's words to be simple chatter. The guy asked King Lai if the Sirius gang members were as strong as he described. King Lai replied that maybe he had exaggerated a little, but they were really much stronger than an ordinary person. Jun turned away and said that he understood, and then turned back to King Lai and asked if the guy could split a boulder with his bare hands. King Lai replied that he had not tried it somehow. He added the words that if Jun just wants to reach such a level, then it is possible. Mr. Laiming asked if King knew how to help them. The guy replied that if the head requires it, then you can try something. Night fell. Jun left the room in his pajamas, yawning, when he suddenly smelled something. He said the words that it was night outside. Who was in the kitchen? At that time, King Lai was there. cooking something. He looked at the ball in his hand and said that everything was right. The smell and color were the same as the old man said. A sleepy Jun came into the kitchen and asked King Lai what he was doing. The guy handed him a bowl and told him to take a look. Jun asked what it was, and then took a few balls in his hand. The guy looked at them and asked King Lai if his body had produced these balls. King replied that of course not. Jun sniffed them, and then eagerly told the guy that they had a great flavor, and then asked what it was. King Lai asked if he wanted to become a warrior. He lowered his hand and said that before starting the asceticism, the teacher gave him these pills to cleanse the bone marrow. Jun immediately popped the balloons into his mouth. He said that they were also delicious, and King Lai stood in a little surprise. He turned to the guy and asked him if he had eaten two at once. To this, Jun asked what was wrong with it, and then assumed that there was a King Lai ball there. He patted the guy on the shoulder and said that he was already strong, so he shouldn't be greedy. King Lai uttered the words that this is too much for one time, and they need to be combined with others. He started telling the guy about the side effects. It was morning, and there was snow outside. Mr. Jong Liming walked around the room and wondered where Jun had gone at such an early hour. He saw King Lai, who had left the room, and asked if he had seen Jun. The guy mumbled a bit, and then said that he must still be training. Jongjun enthusiastically said that he did not expect King Lai's pills to be so strong at all, and he almost died that night. Dr. King said that it wasn't about his pills, but that they couldn't have been eaten yesterday. Young Jong said he couldn't help himself. The guy loudly asked King Lai to take it easy, because his whole body hurts. At this time, a curious Zhang Liming was standing outside the door and listening to their conversation. Their conversation prompted my father to obscene thoughts, which made him angry, and Red burst into the room and said that this was too much. He said that one should not engage in such shamelessness in broad daylight. Suddenly, he saw an unexpected picture. King Lai was gently massaging his son's back. Zhang Jun asked what his father was talking about, because King Lai was just clearing his channels. Zhang Liming smiled awkwardly and asked them to continue, after which he tried to leave the room. King Lai said that they had already finished. Although it's hard to use external force to relieve the heat, Jun's body has almost completely pumped up. Young Jong joyfully asked if this meant that he would achieve his goal very soon. King Lai said that it's not that simple. The guy explained that these pills help to change the body, but the most important thing is training. Jong Jun asked what they were waiting for, and then called King to train. Suddenly the doctor's phone rang. The guy answered the call, and after some silence said into the phone that he understood, and also thanked Ziyu. Jong Jun asked King Lai if the Ziyu family had any business with him. The guy confirmed it and said that Ziyu Yingzhan said that they would have some kind of military banquet this afternoon, so he invited King Lai. Jong Jun asked in amazement if the Ziyu family had invited the guy to their military banquet. King Lai confirmed this and asked what the big deal was. Jong Jun said that the guy doesn't know much, and this banquet is actually a lady competition, a sports competition with the elimination of the loser at each stage, between several large clans of the capital. King Lai asked in surprise what it meant. Jong Jun asked if King Lai knew why Zhu Wai was so afraid of the Zhu family. King Lai asked in surprise if it was because of the family. Jun said that this was not the case, and the family was just a cover. But in fact, he was afraid of Xiu Qiang. Xiu Qiang did not just become a commander at an early age. He is also the champion of 4 competitions in a row. Jong Jun said that if King Lai went to this banquet, then perhaps he would be able to cross paths with warriors of famous clans. King Lai became wary. A little later, a lot of people gathered at the Xiu residence. Xiu Qiang used his powers and fought with someone. After a quick attack, Xiu Qiang flew out of the ring. Xiu Qiang fell to the ground. Zhu Yingzhan and Zhu Shi anxiously ran up to their brother and picked him up. The girl asked him if he was okay. The warriors were shocked that Xiu Qiang had lost. One of the guys noticed that he had lost within a few rounds. He said that it seemed to be all Xiu Qiang was capable of. They were both level 4 warriors, but the guy didn't understand why there was such a big difference between them. One of the guys said that it seems that the position of the commander of the Xiu family is in question. King Lai looked at the situation in this ring with concern. Zhu Yingzhan and Zhu Shi held their brother's body on top of them and told them to be patient for a while, because the doctor would be coming very soon. King Lai approached them and asked what had happened. Zhu Yingzhan was immediately overjoyed as soon as he saw his friend. The guy said that his brother was inadvertently injured in the battle. He asked if King Lai could see if he was okay. Xiu Qiang said there was no need for that, and it was just a minor wound. Xiu Yingzhan told his brother that now was not the time to bicker. He told Xiu Qian to let King Lai examine him, because he had already seen for himself how talented the guy was. Xiu Shi agreed and said that Dr. King Lai had saved Xiu Yingzhan's life. As soon as he took off his t-shirt, a large scar appeared on his chest. King Lai said that Xiu Qiang's wound is old and difficult to treat. He said that previously it was possible to do without meditation and rest, but now all the channels are damaged. Xiu Yingzhan asked in surprise what old meant, and whether it meant that his brother had already fought with a wound. Xiu Qiang asked Yingzhan to be quiet, because he couldn't let the others know about his old wound. Xiu Yingzhan tried to challenge this decision, but his brother interrupted him. Xiu Qiang stated that not only strength is important, but also the will to win. Suddenly, a realization came to King Lai. The guy handed his pill to Xiu Qiang and said that he had made a couple of cleansing pills, and they could help with Xiu Qiang's wound, so they should try. Xiu Qiang asked Dr. King in surprise where the guy got this from. Xiu Yingzhan asked in surprise what kind of pills they were. Xiu Qiang said that these pills can quickly restore channels, which is why they are top-grade goods among warriors. He returned to the capital to find these pills, but without success. The guy said he didn't even expect Dr. King to be able to make them. He stated that King Lai was indeed an outstanding master of this time. King Lai said that the guy was too kind. However, this medicine should not be taken for nothing, and later he would write recommendations to Xiu Qian. Suddenly, someone turned to the Xiu family and asked how much longer he, King Musi, had to wait for them. The guy asked who should go into battle next. He asked if they would admit defeat now. He asked again if the Xiu family didn't even have one decent warrior. Xiu Qiang got angry and said that this King Mu was just mocking. Xiu Shi came forward and said that she would fight him. The guy said it wasn't working out well. He stated that the girl's small body would not be able to cope with even one of his attacks. He said that the first blow would pierce her heart, and the second would send her to her forefathers. The girl swung her leg. The guy caught her and said that it was not for nothing that the second daughter of the Xiu family was called the flower of the military forces, holding Xiu Shei's leg in his hands. The guy said that it was better for such girls not to participate in deadly battles. He grinned and said that otherwise he might not look at the fact that she was a girl. After saying that, he kicked Shi. She fell, and he was going to attack her. The girl was scared when suddenly King Lai stopped the guy's attack with his fist. Xiu Shi was amazed. King Lai smiled and said that King Muxi really fights meanly. The guy asked where else this guy came from, and did he really think of himself as a hero for a beauty? They both recoiled from each other to a safe distance. King Lai said that he was not a hero at all, just after seeing King Muxi's strength. He decided that the guy would teach him a couple of techniques as well. He rubbed his hand and said that in case King Lai won, King Muxi would have to apologize to Miss Xiu. The guy laughed and asked what it meant to apologize. He stated that it seemed that King Lai couldn't wait to meet his end. Xiu Shi tried to stop King Lai, saying that the guy was not King Muxi's rival at all. One of the observers asked Mr. Xiu who the guy he invited was, because he had a lot of energy. The man said that he was a friend of Xiu Yingzhan, and he did not know the rest himself. The man who asked the question thought that since the guy dared to challenge King Muxi, he had some knowledge and courage. He hoped that this time he would be able to choose the right person. King Muxi said that there had already been enough talk, and it was too late to back down. He said that today he would show King Lai who a real warrior is. After these words, a strong energy enveloped King Mu Roman 11. He immediately launched an attack on King Lai. However, he was able to avoid the attack twice without much effort. King Muxi grinned and asked if the guy couldn't keep up with his speed. He thought that even if King Lai was a little strong, in front of him, the strongest King Muxi, the guy would be nothing. He swung his foot and was about to attack King Lai in the head, but abruptly hit the floor with it, breaking the floor of the ring. He said that this is the real power. The guys who watched the battle said that it was not for nothing that King Muxi was on the 4th level. He clearly lives up to the name of the King family. King Muxi rushed at King Lai and said that he would defeat him with one weak blow. Suddenly, King Lai grabbed King Muxi's fist without any effort. He hit him in the face, and the enemy flew to the other end of the ring. Like a ball, he bounced off on different sides many times until he landed on the floor. Everyone was shocked. The man with glasses thought that King Lai's performance was quite interesting. Zhu Qiang wondered what kind of person this King Lai was after all. Zhu Yingzhan loudly exclaimed that King Lai was just incredibly strong. Zhu Qiang came out and said that he did not even think that King Lai was also a warrior. He also said that his brother had not mentioned it. Zhu Qiang said that Master King Lai must have been very talented. King Lai said that he was only a loner and did not belong to any organization. Suddenly, someone spoke to them from behind their backs. Wang Shuyi, an advisor at the main military headquarters of the capital, asked King Lai if he was interested in military affairs. Everyone from the Xu family saluted Wang Shuyi. The man asked King Lai, since he has such power, why doesn't he find a use for it? King Lai did not quite understand the man's words and asked what the application was. Wang Shu also said that if the guy is interested, then the advisor is still looking for a person to be a commander. King Lai asked the man who he was. Zhu Qiang introduced the guy to the chief of staff of the main military district, Mr. Wang. The guy bowed slightly and greeted him, and then thanked him for the offer. But King Lai only wants to be an ordinary doctor. Wang Shu adjusted his glasses and said that not everyone gets such a chance. So the guy should think carefully. He approached King Lai and reminded her that, as an outsider, he had helped the Xu family defeat King Mu Si in front of everyone. Wang Sha also said that he was afraid that when his family found out about it, it would be difficult to figure it out on his own. King Lai asked what the man was driving at, to which he replied that in fact, the annual military banquet was a chance to select new personnel for the Yangxia military unit. Since King Lai was able to defeat King Muxi, he is suitable for a commanding position. He will be under the guidance of Zhu Qiang, and therefore he will become one of the people of the Xu family. King Lai said that he was just a simple man who was used to freedom. Perhaps it was too much responsibility for him. Wang Shuyi put his hand on his shoulder and said that he had already thought about it for the guy. His accommodation in Wuhan is inconvenient, and the man has not yet planned to send the guy on assignments. King Lai thought that it looked like the man had already thought everything out in advance. Wang Shu also asked what was the matter. Did the guy not want to serve in Yangxia, or maybe he thought the position was too low? King Lai remained silent, but he thought that serving the motherland was too heavy a burden for him. He refuted Mr. Wang's words with a smile and said how could he refuse, since the man had already thought everything out so well. Wang Shuyi waved his finger, and a girl walked towards them. She handed King Lai a medal and congratulated him, calling him Commander King. Mr. Wang said that then their task was completed. He hoped that they would meet again soon. The man and the girl left, and King Lai wondered what Wang Shu meant. Zhu Yingzhan came up to the guy and said that the guy was so cool. Since King Mu Si could not get this badge for a long time, he asked if King Lai would let him look at her. King Lai handed him his medal and thought that it looked like the techniques that the old man had given him were the art of the warrior that everyone was talking about. He wondered what kind of destiny he was talking about back then. So also Zhu mentioned some Dr. King, very similar to the guy. Zhu Yingzhan turned to King Lai and said that from now on they were members of the same family, and then asked the guy what about staying in the capital. He saw that the guy was thinking about something and called out again. Zhu Yingzhan waved his palm in front of King Lai's face and asked what he was thinking about. King Lai replied that it was nothing like that. He suddenly remembered something and reminded Zhu Yingren that he had mentioned a doctor very similar to King Lai before. He asked if he was from this king family. Zhu Yingzhan put the medal back in the box and said he didn't think so because he had actually met him only once. Then the Xu family found him through connections so that he could help cure his dead brother. King Lai put his hand on his shoulder and apologized, to which Xu said that everything was fine, and that was in the past. King Lai asked what else the guy could tell about him. Zhu Yingzhan replied that he was not dressed like an ordinary person. He assumed that the man was also a warrior. He awkwardly said that he hadn't heard from him since that time. Zhu Qiang came up to them and told King Lai that if he wanted to find out about this king master, then his sign could help the guy. King Lai asked what Zhu Qiang was talking about, to which he replied that in the army there are 4 levels of such insignia: iron, bronze, silver, and gold. Holders of the silver badge and above have free access to special places in military circles. King Lai looked at his insignia and asked about the special places. Zhu Qiang said that, for example, in the capital on Taiping Street there is 1 bar for warriors. To enter you need to be a warrior and have a certain status. It is rumored that sometimes high-level warriors exchange experiences, but Xiu Qiang himself was not there. King Lai thought that it looked like in order to find Master King, one must first go to this bar and get information. A few days later, King Lai went to the warrior bar. The guard at the entrance shouted to the guy that he couldn't come here, so let him go. King Lai took his tablet out of his pocket and asked if he could use it. The guard was shocked because the guy was holding a commander's badge in his hand. The guy asked if he could enter, to which the guard quickly pointed the way and told him to pass. King Lai left, and the guard exhaled and thought that he had been working here for how long. But this was the first time he had seen such a high level. King Lai went to the door and heard someone shouting that Xiaoma was not bad. Someone asked this man if he really didn't know him, since he was a famous warrior. The guy opened the door and saw a large number of people. One guy was lifting a huge barbell with one hand, and the guy next to him was shouting that Xiaoma was so cool. The man next to me asked what was wrong with that, because even the second level can do it. King walked on, paying attention to the wall. There were pictures of various warriors on it. The guy on the second floor noticed King Lai and said that for some reason he seemed familiar to him. He suddenly recognized the guy. The guy went downstairs and turned to King Lai, asking what the fates were from here. He asked if he really liked such places too. The guy asked King Lai if he didn't remember him. King Lai remembered that this was the guy from the Sirius gang. The guy confirmed King Lai's words and, handing him a glass of wine, introduced himself as Gao Lei from the Sirius gang. King Lai took the glass and thanked Gao Lei. He said that it was his first time in this place, so he did not expect to run into a guy here. Gao Lei shook King Lai's hand and said that he had heard that the guy had defeated King Muxi and even got the place of commander. He congratulated him and wondered if the rumors about his strength were true. The guy directed energy into his hand, and King Lai replied that he was even somewhat embarrassed. Gao Lei's strength dissipated, and he thought that the guy's strength had increased since last time. King Lai wrapped himself in energy, and Gao Lei was surprised, as such a rate of development is simply incredible. He felt as if a huge tiger had hit him. The guy let go of his hand and told King Lai that he had a strong handshake. Gao Lei thought that if King Lai joined Sirius, there would be one more strong fighter, but how painfully he squeezed his hand. King Lai said that he would probably go, as he still needed to find someone. Gao Lei asked who the guy was looking for. They sat down on the sofas, and Gao Lei replied that King Lai only knew that this man's surname was King, and he was a warrior, but he had not appeared anywhere for a long time. King Lai confirmed his words and said that there was little information, but still he needed to find him. Gao Lei replied that the lack of information was not a problem, but if a person deliberately decided to hide and did not leave any traces, this is more difficult. The guy added that the situation is not hopeless, there is a person who may be able to help. Gao Lei told King Lai that if he trusted him, he could follow him. The guys got up and headed for the elevator. The guy pressed the button. They went in, and King Lai asked where they were going down. Gao Lei replied that he would introduce the guy to one person. At one time, he was collecting information. Perhaps he can help King Lai. The guys arrived on the -5th floor. King Lai asked about the fact that this place is not a bar for warriors. Gao Lei replied that this place did not look like a bar. What King Lai saw above was only a part of this place. The guy said that it was all built by the elders of the Sirius gang. There are only 10 floors below. The lower the floor, the larger the floor, the more power and authority you need to access. Gao Lei had heard that the warriors of the 6th floor and below had already expanded to other places. He put his hand to the sensor and entered the password. The doors opened, and the guy greeted King Lai at the main base of Sirius. They went inside. King Lai thought that Sirius was just a small criminal gang, but perhaps they were much more influential. Gao Lei pointed at the guy behind the huge monitor and said that this was the one he was talking about. The guy jumped out of his seat when he noticed the boss. Gao Lei turned to Xiaofeng and said that his friend needed to know something here. King Lai greeted him and said that he was looking for a warrior with the surname King. He's about as tall as King Lai, and that's all the information so far. King Lai would be glad if the guy could help him. Xiaofeng thought that King Lai was also looking for a warrior with the surname King. This could not be a coincidence. He sat back down and asked King Lai to name the places where this man had appeared, or any incidents related to him. King Lai thought about the places and cases and replied that the Xiu family had invited him to treat the late young master, and then asked if this information would be suitable. Xiaofeng said that she should, and then he began to look for something. King Lai thought about what he would really be able to find. He looked at the panel and saw something. There was a sign under the tablet that seemed so familiar to the guy. King Lai pointed at him and asked Xiaofeng if he could take a look at his badge. The guy quickly grabbed it in his hands and replied that it was personal and it was better not to touch it. At that moment, King Lai was able to see the token clearly. He suddenly asked Xiao Feng that he wasn't from the 19th Special Forces squad by any chance, and if he knew Liang King. Duan Xiao Feng is an agent of the former 19th Special Squad. He asked Liang King's name again, and then said that she was the only girl in their squad. Of course he knew her, but she had already died. King Lai said that she hadn't died, and had been looking for them all this time. Xiao Feng got up from his chair, and exclaimed the question that the girl was still alive. King Lai took out his phone from his pocket, and showed a photo of the girl, saying that not so long ago she, all wounded, got into his treatment room, and now she is helping the guy with his management. Xiao Feng said that he thought she was dead, but it turns out that this girl's luck is fine. King Lai told her that he had promised to help her find out about her colleagues. However, the guy was only busy with his own business. He did not expect to run into Xiao Feng in this place. He asked why the guy wasn't looking for other team members, to which Xiao Feng replied that the boss treats him well and he's uncomfortable talking about some things. Gao Lei said that everything is fine and King Lai is his friend. He found his colleague, so the guy cannot worry and tell King Lai everything. Xiao Fei agreed and said it was worth starting with what happened 2 years ago. On one assignment, a man said that Feng's information must be correct. This man was hiding in different countries. He should be in this room now. Suddenly, someone blew up the building and shouted the words that the end of the 19th squad had come. Duan Xiaofeng miraculously survived that time, and he was lucky to meet the boss. Now he just wants to find the traitor, capture him, and restore the honest name of the 19th squad. However, due to the fact that the mission was secret, the only clue is the head of the operation, a 9th rank warrior surnamed King. Xiaofeng was also looking for him all this time. Suddenly, all the screens lit up red. King Lai asked if something had happened. Duan Xiaofeng began to fix the system worriedly. The guy said that it seems that the person King Lai is looking for is not so simple at all, and perhaps he is the one Duan Xiaofeng himself is looking for. He said that all information about this person is protected by a high-level system, and it will not be possible to hack it quickly. King Lai asked what the system was. Duan Xiaofeng said that this is a secret system under the control of the Yangtze military forces, and it is very difficult to crack it from the outside. King Lai wondered what this man could be hiding, that the information about him was so secret. He remembered Wang Shu's words, and that this man was connected with the military. King Lai sighed. Because this is at least some information. Gao Lei took out a small remote control and said that Xiaofeng was right, and it was really difficult to crack the protection. The guy also added that this does not mean that there are no other ways to find a person. He pressed the remote and said that if Sirius was that simple, then their name wouldn't mean anything. Gao Lei pointed to King Lai's large window with the Sirius information network. The guy could see a lot of familiar faces on this window. Gao Lei said it was Sirius' internal information system. King Lai thought that Sirius wasn't just a criminal gang after all. The guy understood that this was a talented underground organization with combat power. King Lai told Gao Lei that he was willing to help him, and he must have a condition. The guy grinned and said that since King Lai had asked directly, he would also be frank. Gao Lei said that, in truth, this could not be called a condition. The guy said that he liked King Lai, and he hoped that he would join Sirius. King Lai agreed and said there was no problem with that. He thought that although Gao Lei's motive was not completely clear, judging by his attitude towards Xiaofeng, he did not think that the guy would lose. King Lai said that in case something was needed, and it would be within the law, then King Lai would help Sirius as much as he could. Gao Lei loudly declared that he was glad to hear this and extended his hand to King Lai. They shook hands and Gao Lei welcomed King Lai to Sirius. King said that it was already quite late, and he had already wasted a lot of his new friend's time today. Gao Lei said that he shouldn't worry, and he would contact him if there was any news. As soon as King Lai left the room, Duan Xiaofeng asked Gao Lei if this guy had earned the boss's trust that much. Gao Lei looked at the remote control and asked Duan Xiaofeng how he thought the boss had achieved his current position. Duan Xiaofeng asked if it was awareness and strength. Gao Lei said that this is exactly the case. He looked at the window with King Lai's information and said that since even the Xiu family respects him very much, then of course they do too. Gao Lei added that, on top of everything else, Sirius would need such a powerful patron in the future. Amid the shouts in the hall, King Lai walked in silence. He was looking at his phone. The guy was quickly typing a message to Liang King saying that he had found a man from her squad. King Lai looked at his phone and thought that Liang King would definitely be very happy to hear this news. One of the people who were fighting behind King Lai, the guy dropped his phone. He tried to catch it, but suddenly the girl picked it up first. Xiu Shi smiled and handed the guy the phone. King Lai was surprised and asked the girl what she was doing in this place. Zhu Shi said that she was just looking for King Lai. The guy asked in surprise if anything had happened. The girl caught his hand and said that it was inconvenient to talk in this place, so they needed to move. They quickly left the building, and as soon as they were alone, Zhu Shi said that King Lai needed to leave the capital. The guy said in disbelief that he did not quite understand what this girl was talking about. Zhu Shi said that the Zhu family doesn't want to get involved in trouble because the guy defeated King Musi. King Lai told Zhu Shi not to worry because he would not let this affect the Zhu family in any way. The girl abruptly interrupted him and said that he was still very naive. She asked if the King family didn't have their own methods. How could they become such a big clan in the capital? Zhu Shi turned to him and said that she was worried about him. King Lai apologized and said that he still had business here and couldn't leave yet. Zhu Shi stared at him in silence. The girl removed her hair from her face and said that everything was fine, and if he had already decided, then she would not dissuade him. She took out a small needle and called King Lai back to Zhu's house. The enemy recognized King Lai and said that he did not expect him to be here at all. Zhu Yingzhan and Zhu Shiyu were walking up the stairs. The guy said he couldn't get through to his friend. The girl who was standing with King Lai slowly turned around. Both Zhu Shiyu saw each other, and completely different emotions appeared on their faces. Zhu Yingzhan stared at one and then the other Zhu Shiyi in amazement and could not understand why his two sisters were here at once. Zhu Yingzhan loudly asked why there were two girls. Zhu Yingzhan started to approach the girl who was standing next to King Lai and asked his sister if she hadn't asked him to wait for her. So why did she come alone? Zhu Shiyi, who came with him, loudly asked her brother not to approach, because the other one is a fake. She said that it seemed to be a high-level warrior who mastered the technique of reincarnation. Zhu Shiyi, who was next to King Li, asked if the girl was trying to deflect suspicion from herself. She said that she was the real one. She stated that she had come here to discuss the case at the banquet with King Lai. The one who came with Yingzhan said that it was not difficult to find out about this. Not to mention that warriors with the technique of reincarnation can become anyone in a few minutes. The girl said that there is no such person in the world that a clone could not turn into. King Lai thought that everything was quite good. He remembered that the Sirius system also mentioned warriors who possessed the technique of reincarnation. He thought that if she could get to the Zhu family's military banquet, then she was not an ordinary warrior. He wondered what this girl's purpose was. King Lai understood that it was impossible to act rashly now. Zhu Yingzhan turned around and asked if this meant that this particular girl was his sister. Zhu Shi grinned and asked if she should be reminded how Yingzhan was still pissing in bed at the age of 7. She said it was their secret. Zhu Yingzhan blushed and asked his sister why she had said this out loud. Another girl said that detailed biographical records had been kept about the members of the Zhu family since birth. Zhu Shi said that it was easy to find out about this. Yingzhan thought she was right. For a couple of girls, they began to tell the shameful stories of Yingzhan. They talked about how the guy loved Zhao Fan in elementary school, and during the holidays he suffered not because of failed exams, but because his girlfriend left him. They told me that on my grandfather's 70th birthday, a guy broke a glass Buddha, how he messed up his brother's paperwork, and because of that, he was forced to run, and he collapsed from sunstroke after the second lap. The girls continued to tell stories, which made Zhu Yingzhan fall from shame. One of the Zhu Shiji said that she did not even expect that the second one had studied the Zhu family so well. The second one said that it doesn't matter what the other is trying to achieve, but she won't let her do everything so easily. The girls clashed in battle, shrouded in power. They were about to attack each other, but suddenly King Lai grabbed the fists of both and stopped the fight. King Lai used his powers and tested the energy of both, but they were no different. The guy said that since they couldn't be distinguished, there was only one option left. While continuing to hold the girl's hands, King Lai pulled out 2 needles. Zhu Yingzhan anxiously asked why the guy needed them. King Lai gently stabbed both of them, then released his hands. One of the girls thought it was strange, because it didn't hurt at all, and her body seemed to be completely enveloped in a stream of heat. King Lai said that if Zhu Shiyi hadn't damaged the channels at the banquet, he might not have guessed the fake. The guy grabbed one of the girls by the hand and said that no one can fake a person's individual injuries. The girl smiled maliciously. She stated that she only wanted to force King Lai to leave the capital, but she did not think at all that he would notice such a detail. She said that the guy might consider himself lucky. King Lai said that even if they didn't know each other that well, it was obvious from the very beginning that Zhu Shiji was much more reasonable in making decisions. The girl grinned and said that was why she had a way out. With a quick movement of her hands, she brought her needle to the guy's eye. King Lai carefully dodged the attack, then tried to catch the girl. but she jumped back. She quickly jumped onto the roof and told King Lai that he had a very long way to go if he hoped to survive in the capital with such strength. She ran away from this place extremely quickly. King Lai looked at her retreating figure and thought that it seemed that if he wanted to learn more information in the capital, then he needed to find a way to improve his own strength. The real Zhu Yingzhan said that she did not expect the fake one to escape so quickly, and she is a very interesting specimen. The girl was afraid that there were only a few warriors with such strength in Yangxia, and it was possible that the King family was connected to them. King Lai said that this was the case, and that this power surpassed his and her powers. Zhu Shi told the guy not to worry, because the Zhu family will figure it out. Suddenly, King Lai turned to Zhu Yingzhan and asked how they found him, and if something had happened. Yingzhan stated that his brother said that he had an urgent matter with King Lai, but they could not contact him, so they came to this place. The girl opened the car door and said that it was late today, and they could go to their brother's tomorrow morning. The fake Zhu Shi sat on a tree and watched them drive away. She didn't expect this guy to be so attentive. She understood that King Lai had been able to unleash her technique of descending spiritual power, and had also reached the 7th level. She grinned and thought that since he did not want to leave the capital by himself, she would help him with this. After a while, the man asked King Lai if he had found anything yesterday. The guy said that he could say that, but he needed more time. Commander Zhu said that if King Lai needed help, he could contact him at any time. The guy thanked him and reminded him that Yingzhan had said that the man was looking for him. Zhu Qiang took the guy's hand and said that it was so. He asked King Lai if the guy thought something had changed in him. King Lai asked if he didn't get enough sleep last night. Zhu Qiang said that this was not the case, after which he pointed at his face and asked the guy to look more closely. Watching this, Zhu Yingzhan was amazed to think that this was the first time he had seen his brother so close to outsiders. King Lai wondered if the guy was talking about the result of taking the pills. He looked at the energy that was flowing through Zhu Qiang's body and thought that it seemed like improvement was about to happen. King Lai asked if the guy was saying that he would surpass the 4th level very soon. Zhu Qiang smiled, then said that he was talking about how his scar on his face had healed overnight. King Lai asked why the guy was upset. Because it was very good. Zhu Qiang said that the business partners returned all their medicines for the treatment of injuries immediately after entering the market. The reason was that recently a new medicine began to be sold in the capital. The effect of it is great, and it has almost captured the market. Zhu Qiang said that yesterday he also bought it and applied it to the wound. And here is the result. He said that King Lai is a doctor of Chinese medicine, so he was looking for him to help study the composition and improve the Zhu family's product. Zhu Qiang handed King Lai a small container and said that if the guy could, he would be able to use everything in their storage in the future and also receive a reward. King Lai smiled and said that Commander Zhu was very kind. The guy thought that the expensive medicinal materials of the Zhu family have a very strong Kai, so they will definitely help him in training. King Lai opened the container and was greatly surprised. He loudly asked if it was his medicinal ointment. King Lai said that he created the recipe for this ointment, and before arriving in the capital, he gave it to his wife for production. Zhu Qiang didn't fully understand what the guy was saying. King Lai said that if his guess is correct, then this product belongs to his wife's company. Zhu Qiang noticed that if a guy is able to make a high-level medicine like cleansing pills, then what can we say about this medicinal ointment? He wondered how he hadn't realized that right away. Zhu Yingzhan asked King Lai in amazement if he was really married. His sister supported him and said that the guy was still very young. King Lai said that this was the case and he and his wife met at university and then got married. So he is the son-in-law of the Chu family, living in his wife's house. Zhu Qiang, surprised, spat out the water he had just drunk. He was amazed that King Lai, with such abilities, was living in his wife's house. Zhu Shi said that the guy's wife is really lucky. Zhu Qiang asked if King Lai had created the ointment. Could he make a modest request to the guy? King Lai listened to him attentively. Zhu Qiang said that even if the Zhu family produces medicines for the army, some of them are not as effective as traditional medicines on the market. Therefore, Zhu Qiang wanted to ask King Lai to become a consultant on special medicines. The guy said that King Lai can safely set conditions. He said if King Lai's wife wants to enter the capital's cosmetics market in the future, the Zhu family will help her. In addition, Zhu Qiang promised to fulfill 3 conditions of King Lai, which do not contradict the norms of morality. King Lai thought that he needed to increase his strength and find Master King, and it seemed that he would have to stay in the capital. In addition, Qin Ying will also be happy to come to the capital to develop her business. Zhu Qiang thought that King Lai was a warrior with unpredictable strength and excellent healing skills. Zhu Qiang decided that he definitely had to win him over to his side. He was afraid of what might happen if he became King Lai's enemy. The guy said that he was ready to listen to Zhu Qiang's proposal if he didn't mind. Commander Zhu loudly agreed. A little later, at Zhang Jun's house, King Lai was eating when suddenly his phone vibrated. On King Lai's lock screen, there was a notification from Duan Xiaofeng that he was in place. Zhang Jun came down the stairs in his underwear with kittens and wished good morning to the guy. King Lai turned around and also greeted his friend, after which he abruptly fell silent. Zhang Jun asked what was wrong, after which he realized that he was standing in his underwear with kittens and awkwardly covered himself with his hands. He said that no one knew that King Lai's pills would give him so much energy, and now he can't fight the heat. King Lai touched his arm and said that the time had almost come, and it was time to reveal a few criteria of martial art to Jun. Young Jong was delighted, because this day had finally arrived. King Lai picked up a couple of pieces of paper and drawings and asked his friend to choose one. Zhang Jun asked if King Lai was sure that by practicing with this, he would not go crazy. The guy told his friend to relax, because the main thing is to keep training. Zhang Jun tensely said that in that case he would try. Suddenly, someone knocked on their door. King Lai went outside and saw Duan Xiaofeng. The guy asked Xiaofeng in surprise how he got here. The guy asked what was wrong, and did Mr. King not want him to go with him to a meeting with a comrade in arms. Duan Xiaofeng walked to his car and called King Lai to get in. The guy wondered how this man knew that he lived here. Together they drove through a seemingly abandoned city. King Lai said it wasn't exactly like driving to the airport. He thought that usually the airport is located in an open flat area, but here, wherever you look, there are mountains. Duan Xiaofeng briefly said that it was a short road. King Lai said that, in his opinion, this is not the right way. Suddenly, the guy asked Duan Xiaofeng if he had learned anything new about Master Qian. Duan Xiaofeng tensed up. He said that the information about this man is well hidden, and perhaps he is no longer alive. King Lai said that it seemed that this lead would lead nowhere, but a couple of days ago he fought with a warrior who changed his appearance. At this time, Duan Xiaofeng was lying tied up in the trunk. The one who drove the car said that he had not encountered such people, but he had heard that they no longer existed. He didn't think that King Lai would run into one of them. Duan Xiaofeng thought that, judging by the voice, Mr. King and the one who knocked him out were sitting in front. The unknown stunned him, pretending to be him. He tried to get out, but he had absolutely no strength. Duan Xiaofeng did not understand what the unknown had done to him. The one who was driving the car turned to King Lai and asked if he could get his eye drops. As soon as the guy opened the drawer, pink smoke floated out of it. King Lai was greatly surprised and recognized the remedy, but very quickly lost consciousness. At this time, the one who was driving the car covered his nose with a handkerchief. After a while, he brought King Lai to an abandoned house and planted her against the wall. The man took off the blindfold and started walking towards King Lai. He approached the guy and thought that King Lai should not blame him, because in the future he would understand that it would be better for him. Suddenly, King Lai grabbed the unknown man by the face and pulled off the mask. The unknown man quickly got up, holding his face with his hands. The man who pretended to be Duan Xiaofeng did not expect that King Lai would suddenly figure out his reincarnation technique. King Lai replied that when he met him today, he immediately felt the similarity of his inner energy to that of the fake Ziu Shiyu. He threw the man's mask aside and added the words that besides, Duan Xiaofeng would not have come to him like that without any reason. The masked man, enveloping his hand with energy, said that it looked like he wasn't careful, but even if he was, King Lai was still too weak. He rushed to attack the guy. King Lai stood in a stupor and thought that the man was very fast and did not have time to attack at all. The masked man punched the guy right in the stomach, smashing the wall behind the guy. He grabbed him by the neck and told him not to be offended if he didn't follow his advice himself. King Lai said the words about why he should follow the man's advice, having prepared several needles in his hand. The guy called the man an arrogant type and hit him right on the forearm with needles. The man recoiled from him, and King Lai clutched his neck and thought that the man would not be able to use his right hand for a while. However, the next moment, a blow from the outside of his fist flew into the guy's face, which quickly threw him aside. King Lai smashed a large stone with himself, and the man said that the idea was good, but it wouldn't work on him. King Lai spat out blood and thought how strong the man was. The guy touched the vital points of his right hand, and he still uses it freely. The man wrapped his body in energy and said that since the guy was so stubborn, then maybe he'd stop talking to him. Power suddenly began to radiate from his body in large streams. King Lai covered himself with his hand, noticing how powerful this energy was. The difference in their strength is too big. A direct fight with him, King Lai will not stand. The guy needed to come up with something. King Lai stood up and looked around. He realized that this place was a cemetery. He suddenly came up with something. They are surrounded by mountains, and there are many old graves here. This place is a place of accumulation of dark yin energy. The guy rushed in the opposite direction from the man, and the man asked if the guy had decided to run away. He asked if King Lai really thought he could do it. He said that everything here was under his control. King Lai, running away, waved his hand towards the man, attacking him. But he easily dodged and told the guy not to overestimate himself. The guy attacked the masked man several more times, but he dodged all the blows. The needles stuck into the stones. The man noticed that the guy was already barely holding on, and King Lai was holding another needle in his hand. The man walked towards the guy while he was standing still. King Lai looked at him and decided it was time. He threw the last needle at the man's legs. An energy circle formed under his feet, and he stood in its center. King Lai stretched out his arms, controlling him. The man looked at his feet in shock, from where his hands began to reach out. Dragon-like heads were formed from the energy. They began to grab at the man, and he realized that the guy had collected the dark energy of metal and awakened evil spirits. He said that King Lai attacked him with a silver needle just to force him to be at this point. Using the terrain, the guy was able to make up for the difference in strength. He was not so stupid. The man stood wrapped in energy, and King Lai replied that, fortunately, the man did not notice his trick, and that was the only reason he succeeded. The man admitted that he had underestimated King Lai before. He suddenly grabbed the monster's head and, destroying it, replied that the guy had underestimated him too. There was a car parked at the cemetery. The bound Duan Xiaofeng thought that he had not heard anything for a long time. Did something happen to Mr. King? Lying on his side, he reached into his pocket, thinking that he needed to figure out a way to report this as soon as possible. Xiaofeng reached for his phone, grabbing it with trembling hands. At this time, the masked man was telling King Lai that the guy had also greatly underestimated him. He enveloped himself in energy again and, grabbing the monster, destroyed it with one hand. King Lai saw this and asked in shock how this was possible. The man quickly rushed to the attack, thinking that the only way to achieve results would be to force the boy to fight to the limit. King Lai, receiving a strong blow, thought that without destruction there is no creation. This force is not the same as before. A powerful blow threw the guy up, and after that the man jumped up and swung over the guy's body. He said he would show him today what a real warrior is. At that moment, King Lai intercepted the man's fist. They fell to the ground with a huge explosion. The man looked down and said that he had damaged King Lai's Tanjong point. Now he would not be able to collect Kai energy. King Lai coughed violently while kneeling. He said the man could kill him right now. The guy wrapped his hand in energy and asked why the man hadn't done it yet. To this, he replied that in this state, the guy is still able to keep a clear mind. Levitating in the air, he said the words that he would tell the guy directly. His goal is to damage King Lai's channels and force him to leave the capital. King Lai reflected that this man wanted him to leave the capital, and his technique had deteriorated. Did the King family send him? The man rushed to attack the guy again, thinking that this was the last blow. He hoped that this boy would hold out. Otherwise, the man would definitely finish him off. Suddenly, someone ran up to them and threw a dagger at the man. He noticed it and quickly beat it off. A masked girl stood in front of King Lai. She said that they needed to leave quickly, but then a man intervened. He said that the girl had ruined his good deed, and she also wanted to leave. She suddenly noticed that the man was next to King Lai, so she quickly covered the guy with herself. The man hit her in the back, and she and King Lai flew back. The girl fell right on top of the guy, and her mask flew off her face. Her eyes were closed, and King Lai was asking if she was okay. He suddenly realized that it was Liang King. The man said that no one would bother them now. King Lai confirmed his words and slowly began to rise. He enveloped his body with energy and said words about how lucky it was, because he also wanted to test his strength. The man looked at the guy in shock and wondered how he could exude such powerful energy with a severely damaged Tanjong point. The guy is really a nugget. King Lai charged, just like the man. They attacked each other, and the man said that King Lai had actually forced him to change his mind, but time was up. He hit the guy's neck with the edge of his palm, and King Lai lost consciousness. King Lai was lying on the ground, enveloped in energy, and the man, leaving and taking off his mask, thought that this was all he could do. The rest depends on King Lai. The guy was standing in the courtyard and wondered what the training methods that King Lai had given should really look like. Since the pose was kind of strange, Jong held a book in his hands and asked himself if this technique was practiced like this. He changed the position a little and asked again if that was how it was done. He sighed and said that he still needed to go and ask King Lai. But it had been 7 hours since he sat down to meditate. The guy was wondering how King Lai could stay still for so long. At this time, the guy was sitting on the bed in the lotus position and deftly controlled his strength. He thought back to that day and realized that the man was obviously going to kill him. So he didn't understand at all why he had transferred the energy to him in the end. He changed his position and wondered what the man's purpose was. He thought that if he didn't purify this energy now, he might not be able to find the answer to this question. King Lai's energy was struggling with the energy of the unknown. After a while, the doors of the Jong house opened, and Chu Qinying and Liang King entered. Jong greeted his daughter-in-law. The girl said that even though the doctors said last night that King Lai was fine, she was still very worried, so she bought something just in case. Qinying walked with various boxes and packages at the ready. Jong smiled and said that the girl had prepared well. Qinying asked if everything was okay with King Lai while they were away. Jong said that he had been watching all this time. However, the guy did not make a single sound. Suddenly, a large explosion rang out from the room where King Lai was staying, shattering the windows. Jong asked what it was and if it could be an earthquake. When Jong saw the windows that had fallen out, he said that it seemed to be from King Lai's room. All 3 of them burst into the guy's room and asked if he was okay. King Lai turned around as if nothing had happened and said that there was nothing serious with him. The guy asked why Qinying had suddenly come to the capital. The girl was surprised. She said that if Liang King hadn't called her last night, she planned to come to the capital in a few days and surprise her husband. Qinying said that their new medicinal ointment is selling well here. Jong turned to King Lai and was about to say something. Liang King immediately grabbed his shirt and dragged him out of the room, because the guy never understood the hints. King Lai explained to his wife why he was busy all the time and didn't have time to come to her. Qinying turned away and said that he had gone through all this horror and had not told her anything. She said he didn't seem to be thinking about her at all. The guy tried to say something in his defense, but suddenly his chest was soaked with pain, and he coughed up blood. Qinying immediately turned around and asked her husband what was wrong with him and where his pain was. The guy asked his wife not to worry, because he will check it himself now. Using his strength, King Lai realized that, it turns out, the energy that had broken through earlier had not been completely purified. It seems that if King Lai really wants to tame this force, he will have to find the artifact of power that his teacher told him about. King Lai told his wife that he was fine, and it was a common thing. He said he just overdid it. Qinying hugged him and said that he had scared her a lot, and she thought it was because of her. The girl remembered that her husband had brought Mr. Jong to the level of a warrior. The girl smiled and said that she was his wife, and she hoped that one day she would be worthy to stand next to him. Qinying looked into her husband's eyes and said that since last time she had already decided that her life was King Lai. The guy agreed, and if she's sure, then they can try. Outside, the birds fawned over each other. King Lai left the room after a while, when his wife was already asleep. He saw Liang King in the kitchen and asked the girl why she was still awake. Liang King said that she had just returned from Duan Xiaofeng. They exchanged information, and it seems that the incident that happened that year with the 19th Squad is not so simple at all. King Lai said that in the eyes of the military, they have already become valiant warriors, and they should shine as little as possible in the capital. Liang King accepted this instruction from the boss. The girl was extremely grateful for King Lai's care. When she saw the guy coming out, the girl asked if he was leaving. The guy turned around and said that he needed to go to a place and check something. It has to do with yesterday's old man. Liang King confidently said that in that case she would go with him. King Lai refused Liang King's offer of help and said he already had a plan. He was going to find out and check if they had anything to do with him. Several people were standing in front of a large house. Someone said that the entrance to the hiding place is forbidden to everyone except the head of the King family, so they need to keep an eye out. Inside the King family's hiding place, there was a guy standing among the large bookshelves. King Lai read the notes. There is no warrior in the King family with a level higher than 5th. The guy flipped through the book and thought that it looked like that old man really wasn't related to the King family. At the very end of the book, he suddenly saw a note. King Lai opened it and thought that it meant that all this had been prepared in advance by Master King. Master King wrote in a note that when the guy's technique reaches its limit, he will answer all his questions. Because of this, King Lai wondered if there really were warriors with a level above the 9th. Suddenly, King Lai heard a noise outside the door. Someone greeted the head. King Muxi and his father entered the hiding place. King Lai hid behind a shelf, and the guy turned to his father and asked if Counselor Wang had discussed the participants of the military competition with him this year, to which the man replied in the negative. The man suddenly stopped, and King Muxi asked his father what had happened. The man said that the books and the cash were not in their places. Someone was in this place. King Lai began to think that he had really been noticed. And then the guy thought that the man was talking about another person in this room. The man went to the bookshelves. King Lai prepared the needles. Suddenly, King Muxi said that it was him. The guy lowered his head and said that he came yesterday because he wanted to know if there was a book here that could help him with training. The man told his son to try to look into this place less in the future, because there are many things in it that he should not touch now. The guy replied that he understood, and the man took a large package and told the guy to take it and present this painting to Counselor Wang tomorrow morning. Just the guy himself will find out about the military competition. King Muxi accepted the painting as he decided to ask him something. The man asked what was the matter, to which the guy replied that he had heard that in the past his grandfather had left some medicine that could quickly raise the level of a warrior. When King Lai heard this, he thought it was a cultivation-enhancing drug. He thought they were cleansing pills. The man confirmed his son's words and said that in the past his grandfather had indeed received one such drug. King Muxi asked his father that if this remedy is so strong, then wouldn't it be better to give it to a guy to try? The man replied that this medicine was not completely ready, and it had severe side effects. The guy's grandfather destroyed it before he died. The guy thought about how the man really thinks that the guy doesn't know that the man is hiding him. They left the hiding place. King Lai asked someone in the room that this person also seemed to be looking for something, to which the person replied in the affirmative. The girl said that she did not expect Commander King to be able to find her, because she hid so well. King Lai suddenly smelled King Muxi's scent. He apologized to the girl and rushed towards her. He grabbed her hand and told her to keep quiet, otherwise they would both get caught. While they were hiding, the guy went to the shelf. King Lai wondered what King Muxi was secretly trying to do. The guy pushed the books on the shelf and said the words that he had finally managed to get rid of his father. A secret place opened in the closet, in which there was a small vase. The guy took it out and said that this old man was still trying to deceive his son, saying that it was destroyed. Fortunately, the guy found it earlier. King Muxi said that if he could increase his strength, he would still have minor side effects. Who knows, maybe my grandfather came up with this lie because he wanted to become stronger himself. The guy opened the container and poured a pill into his mouth. He suddenly dropped the vase on the floor and uttered words about how hot it was. He suddenly began to be enveloped in energy. The guy's nails became much longer, as well as the hair on his head. He sank to the floor, and his clothes began to tear. King Lai watched him and wondered what kind of medicine it was. He suggested that there are other genes trying to manifest themselves in King Muxi. Suddenly, the phone in the girl's pocket rang. King Lai pursed his lips and frowned at the girl. King Muxi turned to them and said the words that who would have thought that he would be able to experience the effect of this drug so soon. A guy with huge claws rushed towards the guys, asking if he could help them answer the phone. King Lai ran down the street, holding the girl's hand, and shouted for her to follow him. He was thinking that it was not the time to reveal himself yet. King Muxi was running after them. The girl who was running after the guy was thinking that that old man had asked her to leave a note in the King family's bloodlines so that King Lai could find her. She did not think that this would happen. They ran down the street while King Muxi shouted after them to stop, because they could not escape. King Lai saw an alley, so he quickly turned into it, telling the girl to follow him. They ran on, but suddenly the girl tripped over a stone and fell. King Lai turned around and thought that it looked like they couldn't avoid it today. The girl was thinking about what Father Shaw had said. If they could get this guy, it wouldn't be difficult to improve their cultivation in the shortest possible time in the future. The girl got up and told Commander King Lai that he was too fast, and she couldn't keep up with his speed. The guy replied that he was not the only one who was fast here, as King Muxi appeared in front of them, shrouded in energy. He looked at the couple and recognized King Lai. The guy thought that he had not created problems for him, and King Lai himself decided to bring himself on a platter. The girl thought that the guy had caught up with them so quickly. Had he just eaten the same forbidden strength-enhancing medicine that her father had talked about? Mu Roman 11 also wondered why the girl was with King Lai. Did Counselor Wang send her? The guy frowned, because the whole capital is in the hands of a man. Now is not the time to offend Staff Officer Wang. King Muxi suddenly began to look around and talk about how strange it was. Just that someone was here. Where did he disappear to? The girl gestured to King Lai that the guy didn't seem to see them. King Lai thought that this was probably one of the side effects that the head of the King family was talking about. The girl looked at my C, and then came up to him while the guy was wondering where they had gone, and hit him in the face. The guy in anger asked who dared to hit him, and the girl thought that he didn't seem to be pretending. Musi looked in the opposite direction from the guys and shouted that he had run away there. He ran down the street, shouting for the man to come back and fight. King Lai turned to the girl and said that as far as he could remember, she was one of Officer Wang's confidants. The girl said that it was better for Commander King not to know, and they did not see him today. The guy replied that since the girl says so, he will not insist, to which she replied that she likes King Lai because the guy is smart. Suddenly her phone rang again. Her father was calling her. The girl replied and said that she was already returning. She was asked about Commander King, to which she replied that she would call him. The girl ended the call and turned to King Lai with the words that Officer Wang was inviting him, and she hoped that the guy would not mind going with her. King Muxi stood on the roof and looked at them. He thought that one day he would repay with interest all that he had once crossed his path. The guys walked through the courtyard of the military district and then went inside. King Lai opened the door and saw King Muxi. King Lai was surprised, since the guy had recently gone crazy from taking the medicine, since he was able to come. Muxi turned to Commander King Lai with a smile and said that he had finally come because they had been waiting for him for half a day. The girl who came with King Lai, Zhuge Xuanyi, Wang Shuyi's adopted daughter, as well as a third-level warrior, asked the guy what was wrong with his face. Muxi waved off and said that there were too many mosquitoes yesterday, and he did not calculate the force of the blow. He asked the girl not to laugh at him. Wang Sha laughed and told them to stop. He told his daughter not to tease the guy, and since everyone is here, he will get down to business. The man said that at the moment, they are the strongest people in the capital. So the commander-in-chief decided to choose 4 of them to represent the capital at the military competitions in Tianhai in a month. King Lai asked about the competition. Wang Shu confirmed his words and said that these competitions are the largest in recent years and have the highest standards. The man was sure that Commander King's strength as a team captain would definitely bring victory in these competitions. King Lai thought that the man knew that the guy would not be able to refuse. King Lai, Xiu Qiang, King Mu Roman 11 and Zhuge Xuanyi were in the room. Wang Shu said that then they had decided on representatives from the capital at the competitions. The man said that in previous competitions they had enough participation to train, but this year, he hopes that they will win. To these words, Xiu Qiang asked if the first place was really special this time. Wang Shu replied that this year's award was a priceless panacea for everything in the world, the Fire Lotus. King Lai thought that wasn't it an artifact that could help King Lai with his power. The man asked the guy if something was wrong, to which King Lai replied with a smile. He had just never heard of him, so he was curious. Wang Shu also said that he had completely forgotten that Commander King was also a doctor, so such interest was not surprising. Zhuge Xuanyi turned to Captain King, and the guy asked what she wanted to say. The girl said that now she is the weakest in the team. She is only the 3rd level. It would be nice if the guy gave her some guidance before the competition. King Lai agreed and said that then they would find time to get together to study each other and discuss everything. Wang Shuyi turned to King Lai and told him to take care of his daughter. King Lai agreed with a smile. Zhuge Xuanyi blushed and straightened her hair. She thought that King Lai would be hers sooner or later. There was a girl standing in front of King Lai's house. She was asking if Commander King was at home. Zhuge Xuanyi knocked on the door while standing in a short dress. Liang King, who was in the house, heard a knock and turned around. She stood up and put the dagger she was polishing on the table. The girl opened the door and asked who the guest came to. Zhuge Xuanyi waved and greeted the commander when the door opened, but froze when she didn't see the guy. Zhuge Xuanyi went into the house and asked if Commander King Lei did not live in this place. Liang King, because of the girl's words, thought that it looked like her boss had also become a military man. She was standing at the entrance, and the guest turned to her and thought who this girl was, because her face seemed familiar to her. Xuanyi asked Liang King about Commander King Lai, if this was the place he lived. Suddenly, the girls heard a voice from the 2nd floor. Someone told King Lai to take it easy. Zhuge Xuanyi was immediately glad that the captain was in this house. She thought that it was not for nothing that she liked him. He was good at everything. Strange sounds were coming from the room. King Ying was lying on the bed, and King Lai was holding her legs, asking if the girl was tolerable, to which she replied that she would endure. King Lai pulled her a little harder when suddenly something clicked in the girl's body. She clenched her fists. Suddenly, A scream rang out, and the girls from below heard everything. Liang King blushed, and Xuanyi said that the commander was cool. King Lai left his wife to take a bath, saying that she would have a good rest, and the water would ease her fatigue. The guy will go downstairs for now. Qin Ying leaned back in the bathroom and exhaled, saying how much she was in pain. King Lai was wiping his hair on the way down the stairs when Xuanyi ran up to him, calling out to him and saying that the captain was finally free. King asked the girl what she had come for. The guy looked at Zhuge Xuanyi questioningly, and then suddenly shouted that this was not what the girl thought. Suddenly, King Lai called out to Qin Ying, who said that the guy had forgotten to take his papers. She began to walk down to the guys, who immediately turned to look at her. Qin Ying stood next to the guest, who looked at the girl. She didn't think that King Lai liked girls like that. The guy's wife handed him the documents with one hand, and pinched King Lai's back with the other, asking who this girl was. King Lai scratched his head, saying that he had completely forgotten. He put his hands on Qin Ying's shoulders and said he would introduce them. King Lai said that this was his wife, Chu Qin Ying, and there was Liang King. They studied together, and now she works in his medical practice. King Lai introduced Zhu to Xuanyi, saying that she, like the guy, was one of those chosen to represent the capital at the military competition. The guest thought about who said that a married person cannot get divorced. She asked King Lai why he had hidden such a beautiful wife before. Qin Ying replied that the guy was a modest person. He just did not like to openly express his love, and she thought that Zhang was not enough for her. Another one appeared. King Lai said that before. Qin Ying was busy with the company's business so that she could join the guy in the capital, so she hasn't seen anyone yet. The girls looked at each other with displeasure. They turned away in different directions, and King Lai awkwardly said that he had determined the training plans, depending on their personal situations, so they needed to familiarize themselves with them first. Everyone went out of the house into the yard, where there was sports equipment. King Lai informed the girls that there was still half a month left before participating in the military competition. He explained that for Zhuge Xuanyi, the main thing in classes is to quickly reach the 4th level of a warrior, and Qin Ying and Liang King can follow his training and test their physical abilities. Besides, Qin Ying doesn't have a base. She needs to practice the basics more. The girl looked at the training plan and asked if such physical activity was real. Xuanyi exclaimed that it was impossible to climb 2 levels in half a month. King Lai replied that it was only necessary to strictly follow his plan. The rest was not a question, so he would not condescend to anyone during the training period. An hour later, the girls were actively training. The guy told Liang King to breathe in time with her movements and use the strength of both hands. Zhuge Xuanyi told her to get up and squat slowly because danshan strength is important for the whole body. Qin Ying said it hurt a lot and she couldn't take it anymore. Xuanyi dropped the barbell and turned to the captain, saying that she still could not feel the flow of inner strength that he was talking about. King Lai came up to her and said that it couldn't be. Maybe something was wrong. The girl asked if the captain was not a doctor, and maybe then he would examine her. She took the girl by the hand and said that she would look at it now. Suddenly, King Lai called out to Qin Ying, breathing heavily. She went up to the guy and said that she had worked out a little according to his method, and her body was throbbing terribly with pain. She asked him to help her. King Lai looked at her, wrapped his hand in energy, and touched her arm, leg, and head. He thought that the exercises he had prepared for Qin Ying were the most basic. There could be no such thing. She closed her eyes and enveloped her whole body with energy, holding her hand on her wife's head. King Lai opened his eyes and saw that he was standing on the water in a dark space. He created a stream of energy in his hand and thought that there didn't seem to be any signs of a painful condition in Qin Ying's body. Suddenly, he saw another stream of energy that was heading towards him. He wondered where this green energy came from. He noticed that it interacted in the same way as his inner Kai. He walked a little towards energy and wondered what it was. Qin Ying stood in front of him, and behind her was the silhouette of a woman. King Lai asked why it was inside Qin Ying. King Lai approached the girl with a stream of energy in his hand. He stretched out his free hand to the green energy. He was wondering why it seemed so familiar to him. Suddenly, he began to be sucked into the green stream. King Lai grabbed the sinking arm with his other hand and enveloped himself in energy. He abruptly opened his eyes and thought that he had been carried away. Just a little more and his consciousness would have been absorbed. Qin Ying asked her husband if there was something wrong with her body. King Lai wrapped his hand in strength and thought that the girl must be unwell because of that thing, but he did not know what it was. The guy shook his head negatively and replied that it was nothing serious. It was just worth a little rest. It seemed like it had been inside Qin Ying for a long time, but she hadn't felt any discomfort before. It seemed to have manifested itself due to training. King Lai thought that his current strength would not be enough to fight back against that thing inside Qin Ying. For this, he needed to strengthen his cultivation. Jong Jun was running towards them at that moment, and the girl was wondering if it was really like that. Jun told King Lai to listen to him. He asked why he didn't feel the result from the training book that the guy gave him. King Lai looked at the guy. He thought that maybe because he was training all the time, he didn't feel his body change a little. King Lai pointed his finger to the side and told Jong Jun to try to run a circle, to which the guy perplexedly asked about King Lai's words. King Lai confirmed his words that the guy needs to run 1 lap. Jong Jun prepared to run. Thinking about what King Lai had in mind, he took off quickly, and only a trail of dust remained behind him, which surprised Qin Ying very much. The girl turned to the guy with the words that she would then go on, when suddenly Jong Jun rushed past her, braking sharply. He turned to King Lai and said with a smile that the guy was just a god. He came over and said that the effect of his pills was really strong. Jun was just about to say that he needed more when King Lai interrupted him. The guy said that cleansing pills transform the body. There will be no effect from a large amount. Qin Ying asked her husband what pills they were talking about and what they were like. Jong Jun pointed at King Lai and said that these were pills made by the guy himself. He said that it was a magic medicine that could make Jun a warrior. The girls came up to them, and Xuan asked if the captain really had such a high-class medicine, and then asked if she could have a thing. Jong Jun replied that he didn't have much left. He held out his hand with the pills and told them to take one at a time. The guy turned to King Lai and asked if the girls would sleep naked because of the feeling of heat after the pill, as he had then. King Lai replied that in this regard, women are stronger. It is unlikely that the same thing will happen to them as with Jong Jun. Liang King looked at the pill and thought about how the boss had given her such a valuable medicine. Qin Ying chewed the medicine and said how bitter it was. Xuan turned pale, but said that the captain's pill was so sweet that it just melted in her mouth. King Lai went to meditate. He was thinking that after the last time there was a large amount of power in the body, the perception began to gradually increase. He decided to try to find out if he could use the principle of collecting dark energy to collect it to help the guys with training. He stretched out his hand, and a large amount of energy was directed towards him through the window. King Lai accepted everything and thought it was ready. With this, he will not only be able to accelerate his improvement, but also make it easier for the widow to train for others. King Lai got up and headed for the door while Qin Ying was sleeping on the bed. He opened the door, and Xuan stood in front of him, calling for the captain. She blushed all over and said she felt so bad, and then asked the guy to save her. She leaned against the door. The girl stretched out her hand towards the guy, who immediately stepped aside, which caused Xuan to fall right on the floor in front of King Lai. She turned to the captain and said that she was on fire. King Lai asked Miss Zhu not to go beyond the limits. The girl sat up and said that she tried so hard to dress up for the guy. Did her appearance not cause him any feelings? King Lai thanked Xuan, but replied that he was married. The girl asked what was wrong with that, because you can always get divorced. She stood up and added the words that she had also heard that when the captain entered the Chu family, they did not give him anything in return. The guy replied that he and Qin Ying are married, and he loves her very much. It's just that Xuan doesn't know anything. King Lai tried to close the door, telling the girl to go back to her room. Xuan stepped between the door and said that there should be more than one girl next to such a gorgeous man as the captain. Let Qin Ying be a wife, and she be a lover. However, the guy slammed the door right in her face. King Lai looked at the sleeping Qin Ying and thought that he would never betray her. His wife was lying at that moment, turned away from the guy, with her eyes open. Suddenly, Xuan told the captain outside the door that she was sincere, to which the guy replied that she should leave, and he hoped that there would not be a next time. The girl leaned against the door and thought that she couldn't give up on them with King Lai. A month later, warriors stood in front of the plane. Qin Ying told King Lai to take care of himself in Tianhai. Xuan told her sister not to worry, because she would definitely take care of the captain instead of her. Qin Ying stood with Jong Jun and Liang King and thought that the girl was doing this on purpose to spite her. She replied that then she would be the first to thank the girl on behalf of her husband. The sun shone brightly on the blue sky, and the warriors boarded the plane. Jong Jun waved at King Lai and told the others that it was time for them to return. Qin Ying turned around and asked confusedly where Liang King was. To which Jun also confusedly replied that she had just been with them. The warriors were walking on board the plane. King Nuxi said that he had a feeling that they were being watched. They walked on, and the girl who was covering her face with a newspaper looked after them. Liang King thought that she should definitely follow the boss. Zhu Xuanyi looked at King Mu Roman 11 passing by her. He brushed her shoulder lightly. The girl closed her eyes and began to fall towards the seats. King Lai looked in their direction, when suddenly Xuanyi landed on someone's feet. She suddenly shouted at King Muxi, saying that he did not look where he was going at all, and so it was possible to injure people. The guy helplessly tried to justify himself. Zhu Xuanyi clung to the guy's chest, calling him captain and apologizing. She asked if she had hurt him. Xiu Qiang cleared his throat and turned to Miss Zhu, saying that she seemed to have confused the person. The girl moved away from his chest in shock and asked why the guy was in this place. King Lai was calmly reading a book while sitting by the window. Xiu Qiang coughed and asked Xuanyi if she was going to get up. The girl quickly got up from the guy's lap. King Lai suddenly asked about the fact that Officer Wang seemed to say that the capital had not won the big military competitions yet. Xiu Qiang replied that it was true. They had previously met very high-level warriors at these competitions. King Lai was thinking about how high a level he was, since he didn't know how much he would miss until the 9th level, just as he does not know if a warrior with a level above the 9th can be his opponent. They arrived in Tianhai City. Zhu Xuan sighed as they finally arrived, because she was so tired. They were in a large room, and Xuanyi was calling King Lai to her side, saying that the registration was that way. King Lai walked among the people and examined their energy. It seems that the world of a warrior is much more complicated than he thought. Someone shouted Zai Wen's name, as well as the words that he was told not to touch others. A girl fell in front of King Lai, and a voice asked what they would do to her for it. Others ran up to the fallen girl, asking if the captain was okay. There was a guy in front of them who was dusting off his hands. It was Zai Wen, the captain of the Tianhai team. He told the girl not to forget that this time the competition was organized by the Tianhai military, and his older brother was the commander. The girl said that the guy was violating the rules of the competition. Zai Wen chuckled and said the words that it could be said that he was the law in this place. He told the girl that either she was serving him tonight or she could leave. The guys next to him supported the captain with a grin, and one of them said whether their team from the hinterland would participate in the competition was decided with just one word from Brother Wen. The girl swung her foot at the guy's face, screaming for him to shut his mouth. Zai Wen caught her gong and told her not to hurry, as they would have enough time to get to know each other better at night. The girl did not agree, swinging her fist at the guy's face. Zai Wen said with a grin that, judging by her skills, she was falling short. He quickly dodged her punch and then kicked her in the back. The guys who were looking at what was happening were discussing the fact that even a dragon could not defeat a snake on its territory, especially if this snake took 3rd place in previous competitions. The second guy supported these words and said that a cruel fate awaits the girl. Zai Wen punched the girl in the face, knocking her back, but she managed to land on her feet. King Lai looked at this and thought that it looked like after that old man handed over his art to him, not only did his cultivation ability increase, but now he could also anticipate the opponent's moves. He shouted for the girl to block with her left hand and hit with her right. She replied that it was not worth advising if you didn't know anything about it. The girl suddenly made a block with her left. She thought that her body suddenly began to follow his instructions. King Lai told the girl to hit the Feng Kai point. She swung her foot and hit Zai Wen. The captain of Tianhai, startled, flew to the side, falling to the floor. He was shocked that such a thing was even possible. King Lai and his warriors went on, as they were called out and asked to stop. The girl who was fighting now caught up with the guy and asked him not to leave. She thanked King Lai for what had just happened, and then asked if they had come to watch the competition, to which Xuanyi replied that they, like her, had come to participate. The girl asked if there were 3 of them, to which Xiu Qiang replied that there were 4 of them. At that moment, King Lai asked where King Muxi was. The guy was standing in an alley at the time. He was given what he asked for and told that it was only there for one time, so do not use it thoughtlessly, only as a last resort. King Muxi agreed with these words, looking at the jar. He thought that even if it was poison, it was enough that it would advance his cultivation. The fire lotus was almost in his hands. Wang Shuyi looked at the departing guy and thought that he shouldn't disappoint the commander-in-chief. Zhu Xuanyi grinned and said that they had only been on the plane for a few hours, and she did not think that King Mu Roman 11 had such weak kidneys. She looked at King Lai and said that this guy was no match for their captain. The girl from Tianhai asked in surprise if this guy was really a captain. King Lai extended his hand to her and introduced himself. He was saying something, but the girl didn't hear him at all. She was surprised that not all guys are as unpleasant as those in Yanhai. The girl's friend called out to her and brought her back to consciousness while King Lai stood awkwardly holding his hand in front of him. The girl shook his hand and said she was pleased to meet him. She was Tang Yi, the team captain from Yanhai. King Lai said that this was his first competition, and he must have behaved ridiculously. Zai Wen rubbed his shoulder in displeasure and asked where this guy came from. He asked why he had never seen this man before. Wang Shuyi approached King Lai and said that he had already searched them completely. The man handed King Lai a card and said that it would help them stay here comfortably. King Lai thanked Officer Wang Shuyi for his concern. Zhu Xuanyi smiled and told her father that he shouldn't worry. Zai Wen thought that this guy was extremely lucky, since Wang Shuyi had noticed him. He smiled and realized who it was, after which he said that he had almost missed him. One of the guys asked Zai Wen if he really knew this King Lai. A little later, King Lai was resting in the room. He wondered who was the first in the previous competitions, if this guy took third place. At this time, a satisfied Zhu Xuanyi was taking a bath. She thought her father had arranged it that way because he seemed to have already guessed what was on the girl's mind. She came up with something, because she already knew that King Lai likes girls like Chu Qinying. Suddenly, someone rang the bell on the street. Zhu Xuanyi wondered who was bothering people at such a time. Zai Wen was standing outside with a rose in his mouth and straightening his hair. He had already decided that with his charming charisma, she would definitely be his. He looked at himself through the phone screen and tried to rehearse a conversation with Xuanyi. Suddenly, King Lai opened the door and, seeing the guy, said that he did not seem to have come to him. Zai Wen froze. He didn't know where King Lai was from. The guy loudly asked who asked him to open the door, and he came to Zhu Xuanyi. King Lai gasped and closed the door right in Zai Wen's face. The guy swore loudly. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the house. Zhu Xuanyi asked the captain if anyone had come. Zai Wen opened the door and handed the girl a rose, saying that it was him. Standing in only a towel, the girl smiled and waved at Brother Zai. The guy got down on one knee and said he didn't even think she still remembered him. He stated that he had come to apologize to her. Zhu Xuanyi asked what it meant and took the rose. At this time, her towel slipped slightly. Zai Wen said that this is exactly the case. He said he wanted to apologize to her for neglecting her today. The girl carefully held the towel. The guy said that there are still outsiders in this place. Zai Wen stood closer to the girl and invited her to stand next to him so that he could cover her. He looked at her and said he didn't even expect her to change so much this year. Zhu Xuanyi said that she also did not expect that after so much time, the guy would still be as arrogant. She kicked him between his legs and threw the rose away. The girl grinned and asked how he dared to disturb her with his presence. Zhu Xuanyi turned around admiringly and said, if only Zai Wen could become the same person as her captain. Zai Wen said that King Lai was just a country boy, after which he asked if it was possible to compare him, Zai Wen, with this man. Zhu Xuanyi said that it was not for him to decide. She repeated her words that Zai Wen was not worthy of the attention of their 5th level warrior captain. Zai Wen mentally thanked the girl for telling him what level King Lai was at. He got up slowly and awkwardly to leave. Sometime later, in the ring, the host greeted the respected warriors in Chanhai. He said that the captain of the host squad of Chanhai City, Zai Wen, as well as members of his team, were the first to enter the arena. They were followed by a team from Jinshi led by Captain Kaio Shen. Next comes the only female captain in these competitions, Tanye and her team, and the team from Shangjing completes with Captain Zhu Zhang. The presenter made a little mistake, after which he said that the captain of the team was King Lai. He apologized for his mistake. People from the audience began to whisper, trying to find out who King Lai was. One man said that the guy was a doctor, after which laughter rang out in the hall. They asked if things were really that bad in the capital. The host said that the competition will be held in a one-on-one arena defense format. The first participating team is determined by the captains of the 4 teams. The team that draws the short stick starts, after which the other team members take turns challenging. He stated that the use of props in the competition is not limited. Whoever overcomes everyone and becomes the king of the arena will receive the title of champion of these competitions. The winning team will not only be able to use precious medicinal materials for free for a year, but also the king of the arena will receive the greatest treasure in the world of warriors, the Fire Lotus. Amazed people said that they did not think at all that the Fire Lotus really existed. It is said that this thing can cure hundreds of poisons and is necessary for a warrior to overcome the limits of cultivation. After the host's command, the captains pulled out sticks with different numbers. Tangi saw that her number 4 wand was short. Kaio Shen and Zai Wen exchanged glances. The girl threw her wand back and assumed that they were already starting. The girl jumped into the arena and said that she would be the first representative from the Yanhai team. Zai Wen said that Captain Tang is really brave. He jumped into the arena and said that yesterday the girl was prompted by several techniques. The guy wrapped himself in energy and said that they would see who would help her today. Zai Wen told Tang Yi that she should not hope, and she would not be as lucky as yesterday. The girl knew that even though Zai Wen was not easy to defeat, she could not lose. The guy got down on all fours and, grinning, told the girl that they would see how she would get out of the situation now. People in the audience were talking about how Tengyi had angered Zai Wen yesterday, and he would probably take it back today. They felt sorry for such a beautiful girl. Zai Wen quickly rushed from his place to attack. Tengyi only managed to jump away, because the guy was too fast. While she was in flight, she didn't have enough time to dodge Zai Wen's second attack, which came right after the last one. After a quick kick from the guy, Tengyi rose into the air. Without giving her a chance, Zai Wen went up and hit her. The girl fell into the ring, after which the floor cracked under her. Xiu Qiang said that he did not expect Zai Wen to change so much in just a year. Judging by the slightly distinguishable silhouette of the scorpion, it has already reached the stage of energy transformation. King Lai asked if not all warriors could transform energy. Xiu Qiang said that this was not the case at all, and only warriors with the 6th level and above could master it. Xiu Qiang was afraid that it would be hard to win because of this team of theirs. King Lai agreed and said that they should try their best. At this time, Zai Wen hit Tengyi again, and she was lying on the floor. The guy told the girl to admit defeat, because she already has no chance of winning. The girl was breathing heavily. Because of the words about accepting defeat, Tengyi recalled her childhood, in which she received nothing. Tengyi's father always scolded her and said that she was a useless girl and everything in this house belonged to her older brother. One day her brother took her bear, and she asked her father why she should give it away, because she won the toy herself. Even when Tengyi left the house, she was ordered not to return there. They laughed at her because she wanted to become a warrior. Tengyi surrounded herself with energy again and asked why on earth she should admit defeat. She jumped into the air and began to inflict a series of attacks on Zai Wen. With the help of the attack from 8 cardinal directions, the girl was able to hit him in the neck. The guy flew to the floor of the ring and broke the tile. Xiu Qiang stood up in amazement and asked if she had killed him. The onlookers were equally amazed. They did not understand how Tengyi, a 10th level warrior, use this technique, because it is a skill that can only be performed at the 7th level. King Lai also did not expect Zai Wen to be defeated like this. Tengyi emerged from the dust cloud, barely able to stand on her feet. She fell to her knees and said that she was able to win after all. She was thinking how hard she had used this technique, and she needed time to recover. Suddenly, a silhouette rose out of the dust. The guy said that Tengyi was overjoyed too soon. The whole Zai Wen came out and grinned, saying that with the girl's level, it was like being tickled. He once again enveloped himself in energy in the form of a scorpion. The guy took off and was going to attack the girl from a height. Tengyi thought that it was over for her, because her body had stopped moving. The girls from her team ran to her, wanting to help. With the help of his energy, King Lai could see that Zai Wen's leg was broken. Noticing Tengyi's command, the guy sighed loudly. He turned around and quickly put each of them on the ground. He asked if they were tired of living, since they dared to attack him from behind. Zai Wen looked at one of the girls and thought that this was nothing like that. Suddenly, blood started flowing from his nose. King Lai thought that even though they had only 1 or 2 levels of difference with Xiu Zhang, still, the difference in strength was heaven and earth. He thought that it was not at all surprising that Xiu Zhang was so worried. Suddenly, King Lai called Zhu Xuanyi. The girl asked the captain if he could send her next. King Lai asked if Zhu Xuanyi really wanted to represent Shangjing in the first match. The girl replied positively. He was afraid that Zhu Xuanyi's strength was small compared to Zai Wen. If only she could strike at the injured leg, then perhaps she would have a chance of winning. Zhu Xuanyi asked if King Lai agreed with her suggestion. The guy agreed, after which he asked her to be careful and told her the plan of action. Zai Wen clapped his fists and asked if no one else would dare to stand up. At this time, Zhu Xuanyi said with burning eyes that she did not think that the captain had thought of everything like that. King Lai smiled. Zhu Xuanyi entered the arena and announced that she would challenge Brother Zai for the 2nd time. The girl smiled and asked Zai when to be more lenient with her. The guy asked how his brother could refuse if Xuanyi asked for it. He said that it would be his fault if he slightly spoiled her face. The girl grinned and said that it was not yet clear who would spoil it for whom. She asked if he had already forgotten about yesterday's pain. The guy gasped angrily. He rushed into the attack and said that since she decided to play, then her brother would play with her once. Xiu Qiang hoped that Zhu Xuanyi would be able to hold out for a while and lose handsomely. The girl carefully dodged Zai Wen's every attack. After another blow from him, she smiled and was about to hit him between the legs. Suddenly, he grabbed her leg with his thighs and said that he would not fall for this a 2nd time. The girl tried to pull her leg out, but it seemed to be stuck. Zai Wen gathered his hands to attack and apologized to her, because there was no point in resisting anymore. The girl screamed loudly that she would admit defeat. Zai Wen asked if it was really so early, and he hadn't played enough yet. Zhu Xuanyi smiled and said if her brother would let her go, then they would play the way he wanted. The guy laughed and said that the girl had said it herself. Zai Wen released the girl's leg. He thought that maybe he was afraid of offending Officer Wang, but she offered it of her own free will, and therefore it wasn't his fault. Suddenly, Zai Wen felt intense pain. Zhu Xuanyi still hit him on the leg. The guy screamed loudly in pain. He started jumping around the arena, trying to numb the pain while Zhu Xuanyi laughed at him. The observers did not understand what had happened. Suddenly Zai Wen asked what Xuanyi thought about his acting. The girl asked in surprise how this was possible, because his right leg was injured. Zai Wen asked if this was unexpected for her. He said he had already completed work on the leg bones. He stated that he was about to become a level 7 warrior, and it was easy enough to withstand Zhu Xuanyi's attack. The guy easily threw her off the arena and said that he only played along with her. The host announced that Zai Wen from the Tianhai team had successfully defended the arena. He asked who would dare to challenge next. King Lai put down his drink glass and said that he would go this time. Suddenly, Xiu Kang asked the captain to let him go first. The guy sat King Lai back down and said that he wanted to achieve a breakthrough in cultivation by fighting in a real battle. King Lai agreed, but again asked his companion to be careful. Zhu Xuan and Xiu Kang exchanged glances as the girl returned to the team. Zhu Xuanyi said that the Xiu family would get back together with the Zai family at these competitions. King Lai asked in surprise what it meant again. The girl said that it seemed that the captain did not know. But in the previous competitions, when Xiu Kang was the captain, he was defeated by Zai Wen's hand. Although the Xiu family and the Zai family are military, their relationship is not at all good. When Xiu Kang entered the arena, Zai Wen loudly exclaimed that the guy was a loser, but not broken. He stated that no matter how much Xiu Kang tried, he would be defeated by Zai Wen anyway. As always, Xiu Kang said that words were enough and got into a fighting stance. He was about to attack and said that he didn't have time to listen to Zai Wen's conversations. Xiu Kang started throwing a lot of punches at the guy who was covering himself with his hands. After a little preparation, Zai Wen quickly moved behind Xiu Kang and said that he did not even think that the guy would not improve at all in so much time. He stated that Xiu Kang was still as bad as before. Zai Wen stabbed him in the back, after which Xiu Kang flew to the other end of the arena. Zai Wen asked if the guy really thinks it's so easy to achieve the strength and indestructibility of a 7th level warrior. While Zai Wen was about to launch another attack with burning eyes, King Lai noticed that his drink had run out. Zai Wen jumped into the air and loudly declared that it was high time for Xiu Kang to be replaced as commander. At that moment, an empty glass from the drink flew into Zai Wen. The guy landed on the ground and angrily asked who threw it. King Lai calmly raised his hand and said that it was him. Zai Wen asked if he saw that Xiu Kang was about to lose and decided to take extreme measures. King Lai said that there is always a loser and a winner in a fight. Besides, it's okay if Xiu Kang loses to Zai Wen with his current strength. King Lai added that he only wants to know if Zai Wen is indestructible down there. The guy asked what it meant. Looking down, he saw a small needle in his injured leg. He laughed out loud and said that Dr. King's acupuncture technique was really something. The onlookers laughed too. They thought King Lai was joking. Tang Yi immediately realized that based on Zai Wen's strength, it was hard not to guess who would be able to defeat him. She understood that this was only possible if the opponent's strength completely suppressed him. Tang Yi did not expect at all that she would be able to meet a person with such great strength this year. Kaio Shen approached Tang Yi from behind and said that he sympathized with the girl. He said that defeat must taste bitter. He stated that whoever went against Tianhai's team would definitely lose, and she only got dealt. The girl grinned and told Kaio Shen that the Jinshi team's collusion with the Tianhai team, as in the past, would give him an advantage. The girl said that it seemed that they would be distributed this year, and he could not even doubt it. Kaio Shen said that someone does not know how to admit their mistakes. King Lai came forward and told Xiu Kang that he would replace him. The guy, holding his stomach, told the captain to be careful. Zai Wen smiled and thought that he would deal with him very quickly, because he was only a 5th level warrior. King Lai bowed and said they could start. Zai Wen said that since this was Captain King's first competition in this position, he would be generous and let him land the first couple of punches. He was confident that King Lai would not be able to break through his defenses. The guy asked what the first couple of strokes meant. Zai Wen asked if the captain was not enough, and then said that he could increase their number. People from the stands were shouting loudly that the fight hadn't even started yet, but King Lai already looked like a loser. They asked who asked the guy to go against Zai Wen. King Lai took out gloves and said that for the sake of his opponent's safety, he would put them on. Zhu Xuanyi asked the captain not to make allowances for Zai Wen in any case. Wang Sha also said that his daughter seemed to be full of confidence. The girl agreed, and then asked if her father's intuition was letting him down. Suddenly, one of the guys asked if he had misheard, and if the girl really called him father. The guy looked up and saw the stern Wang Shuyi. He turned around and asked the other guy who the man was. The man asked if he didn't know him, because he was Officer Wang from Shangjing. He adjusted his glasses and said that he didn't think Zai Wen would be able to handle several opponents so soon. He said that compared to last year, Zai Wen's strength had greatly increased. Zhu Xuanyi said that her father was worried too much. She stated that Captain King didn't need 10 blows to deal with him. The girl said that her father was also waiting for this, after which she asked if she was right. The man smiled, then agreed with her. One of the onlookers loudly declared that the fight was starting, and he would finally see if this King Lai was really strong only in words. The other one said that Zai Wen would be able to defeat the guy with one blow, and Shangjing would feel the power of Chanhai. Zai Wen pointed at his chest and told the guy to hit right here. He said he would stand in this place. Zai Wen stated that if King Lai could move him half a step, then he would consider that the guy had won. King Lai said that in that case he would start. Zai Wen closed his eyes and said that King Lai seemed to really like to talk, before he could even finish his sentence. The guy crouched because of King Lai's punch. He flew to another part of the arena, but remained on his feet. He was shaking in pain and wondering how the guy was able to break through his defenses. He glared at King Lai and said that such a thing was simply impossible. The guy immediately took out a small flask and poured the contents into his mouth. He said it was obvious because he had used up too much power. He said that the guy would regret it. King Lai thought that it was not very surprising that the Chanhai team always had an advantage in competitions because they were supplied with pills. A new wave of strong energy enveloped Zai Wen. He smiled rapaciously and told King Lai to hit him again if he was that capable. Without much thought, King Lai slapped him in the face again. After each new blow, Zai Wen asked the guy to hit again and again. The audience looked at this picture in amazement. They wondered when Zai Wen had become so weak. Already badly beaten, Zai Wen couldn't believe that this country boy was on the 5th level. Suddenly, King Lai bent down. Zai Wen tensed up a lot. He folded his arms and told Captain King that he would admit defeat, as long as the guy didn't beat him again. King Lai stood up and said that he just wanted to look at this pill. Zai Wen said amiably that he had a lot of this stuff, and he could give as much as the captain wanted. Suddenly, Zai Wen grinned and said that it would depend on whether King Lai could take them alive. In just an instant, the guy was in an unknown space. He couldn't figure out what kind of place it was, because there was a very high concentration of energy here. He heard someone calling him. When he turned around, he saw a bright light in front of him. His parents were standing in front of little King Lai. The guy's mother asked why he was stuck there, and then told him to go to the table. He looked at his hands in surprise and tried to figure out what had happened to him. He tried to reach out to his parents, when suddenly everything was covered in blood. The guy was standing alone in the Scarlet Room. In a second, the place changed, and he found himself outside during rainy weather. A voice said which people the King family had contacted after all. There were a lot of people in black clothes gathered right in front of him. They were all standing by the tombstones. People whispered that there was a witness that day, and their entire apartment was covered in blood. They talked about how sorry they were for the child. King Lai pushed his way through the crowd, wanting to see something. As soon as he approached the slabs, the guy was speechless. On one of the tombstones, there were images of his dear parents, as well as an inscription that the king's spouses rest here. Qin Ying began to approach King Lai from behind. The guy turned around in surprise and asked the girl what she was doing here. The tearful girl apologized to him for being late. She said that even if his parents had left this world, he should not despair. The girl hugged his head. She smiled and said that he would join them very soon. In an instant, she had a dagger in her hand, which she pointed at him. Qin Ying tried to pierce his neck, but King Lai quickly got out and hit her. The girl disappeared into smoke in an instant. King Lai said that even the enemy's disguise could not hide the stench coming from him. The smoke that was Qin Ying began to take the form of something else. King Lai stared at the scene in disbelief. The dagger fell, and the evil energy began to accumulate at one point in the sky. King Lai realized that it seemed the only way to get out of this place was to absorb this evil energy. The guy picked up the dagger and thought that now he had no guide, and he could only try to use this dagger. After King Lai's quick manipulations, a large amount of evil energy accumulated next to him. The guy picked up the dagger, then plunged it into the ground using the 7 kills combat formation. In an instant, the evil energy began to burn away from the light, enveloped in red writings. While Kaio Shen was reciting the spell, the smoke began to dissipate. King Lai regained consciousness and saw a lot of people around him who were holding the guy in space. They did not yet realize that King Lai had regained consciousness, so Kaio Shen openly urged him to end his life. With one light movement, King Lai punched the guy in the jaw. After that, Kaio Shen fell unconscious right in the arena. King Lai thought that although this guy's strength was inferior to Zai Wen, but his ability to control evil energy was enough to elevate him above ordinary warriors. King Lai worried that if he didn't have the old man's energy left in him, he might succumb to Kaio Shen's powers. The host announced that the victory was for King Lai. He asked if there was anyone else who wanted to challenge. The onlookers were genuinely amazed that even Kaio Shen had lost, and it was a complete failure. The presenter said that if there are no more people willing to continue, then he announces the champion of these military competitions. Suddenly, someone from the audience asked the presenter to wait. King Muxi smiled and said that he had not entered the arena yet. The host was surprised to tell King Muxi that they had already won, and there was no need for him to enter the arena again. He said that although Shangjing's team had defeated other teams, however, there was no rule in this competition prohibiting teammates from competing. King Muxi asked if he was right. The presenter looked at both guys in disbelief. People started whispering. They knew that the competition was supposed to end right now. Someone said that even if that was the case, the reward would still go to the king of the arena. And the reward of these competitions, by the way, is a fire lotus. The presenter nervously turned to King Lai and asked what he thought should be done. Captain King said that if the competition has no restrictions, then they will act according to the rules. The host said that since Captain King agrees, they invite a member of Shangjing's team, King Muxi, to the arena. He announced loudly that the competition was starting. Muxi smiled and admitted that he was no match for the captain. Energy was oozing out of the guy when he said that was why the captain had to be condescending to him. Suddenly, a strong energy burst out of King Muxi's body. King Lai noticed that this atmosphere around his opponent was exactly the same as last time. King Muxi flexed his arms and told King Lai that he wasn't going to hold back. He fell off the ground, after which cracks appeared in the tile at different points. In an instant, Muxi's fist was right in front of King Lai's face, who was standing motionless. The guy realized that at that time, King Muxi pretended not to see them. With ease, King Lai grabbed the attacker's fist. The blow stopped. King Lai asked if King Muxi could see him. Then why was he pretending last time? King Muxi whispered that if it hadn't been for Zhuxuanyi, the guy wouldn't have lived to see this day. King Lai wondered if it could be because of Officer Wang, since Miss Zhu was involved. King Muxi stated that he said this so that the guy would understand before he died. King Lai did not expect that the medicine King Mu Roman 11 ate back then would increase his strength several times to this day. King Muxi swung his leg to attack, but cowered after King Lai hit him in the stomach. Suddenly, a small flask fell out of the guy's jacket. When King Mu Roman 11 fell to the ground, the flask broke. King Li noticed this and became interested. He picked up a small pill that had fallen out of the flask and asked what kind of thing it was. King Muxi snapped and exclaimed that it was his medicine. The small pill quickly crumbled in King Lai's hands and crumbled into the sand. King Lai looked at it in disbelief. King Muxi watched this with horror. He remembered Commander Wang's words that it was only for one time, and it should not be used recklessly, only as a last resort. An angry King Mu Roman 11 cursed. He got up from his seat and rushed to the broken flask and the remains of the pill. He began to pick up the leftovers and stuff them into his mouth. He talked about saving them and picking them up. The amazed people in the hall did not understand what was happening. King Muxi grinned, after which a second wave of strong energy gushed out of him. King Lai covered his face with his hands, trying to stay in place. Zhuxuanyi asked in surprise what was the matter. Wang Shu quickly realized that the drug had begun to take effect. With a menacing shout, King Muxi rushed at the captain. He raised his leg again, intending to attack. He hit King Lai's defense, then flew back and got to his feet. The captain thought that this guy was really strong. King Lai wondered what kind of medicine he had crumbled, and how it could turn King Muxi into such a terrifying creature. King Muxi's hands were covered with fur, and claws grew out of his fingers. He exhaled steam and said he would kill King Lai. He rushed to attack the guy, but King Lai quickly repelled many enemy attacks. The guy said that since that was the case, He would also try his other ability. A purple-colored energy dragon appeared behind him. 2 energy waves were burning in the arena. King Muxi stood on all fours like an animal, saliva flowing from his mouth. King Lai thought that it was very bad, because now that energy in King Muxi's body is growing rapidly, and soon it will break through to the Renying point, which is located next to the carotid artery. King Muxi's heart, brain, and body were completely absorbed by this force. King Lai took out his needles and noticed that the effect of the medicine had already spread to the points of Bai Hui and Tianju. He was afraid to even imagine what would happen if it didn't stop. King Muxi rushed at the guy with an attack. King Lai understood that in such a situation, one could only try to seal the points with needles to prevent the spread of the drug. The hall was in a complete daze. Zhuge Xuanyi thought that the last time they poked through the King family's hiding place, he had clearly lost his eyesight. 2 sparks were moving from different points of the arena. Suddenly, King Muxi raised his leg to attack, and King Lai realized that this was the perfect moment for him. He quickly launched the needles, which were distributed to the necessary points on King Muxi. King Lai finished what he wanted to do from the beginning. King Muxi suddenly stopped releasing his energy and fell to the floor. With shaking hands, he tried to stand up. The presenter said in surprise that just now it seemed that this guy would explode, and now he is suddenly lying on the ground. The man started counting down. Everyone in the room looked at it in surprise as the seconds passed by. Zhu Xuan and Xiu Qiang were greatly surprised. The countdown time ended, and the host announced that King Lai had successfully defended the arena. He asked if there were any more willing to challenge. Zai Wen beat his teammates and asked if they weren't the ones who usually bragged about their strength. The other one held his leg and said that they would not be able to match Brother Wen's might, and would only make fools of themselves. The presenter announced that if there are no brave souls, then he announces that the title of champion of these military competitions is awarded to the captain of the Shangjing team, King Lai. While King Muxi was pulling out the needles, the host congratulated Captain King on receiving the prize of this competition, the Fire Lotus. Looking at the burning flower, King Lai thought about how pure and saturated the Kai energy was. Even just being around him, he feels his inner Kai filling up. Suddenly, King Lai turned around because he heard screams of pain. The guy realized that the effect of the medicine had turned against King Muxi. The guy was crawling on the floor, wanting to get a Fire Lotus. Looking at the flower, he loudly declared that the Fire Lotus belonged to him. King Muxi rushed at the flower. King Lai understood that the Fire Lotus was one of the artifacts of the power of the sun, and he was afraid to imagine what would happen if it was combined with the medicine in King Muxi's body. Wang Shuyi jumped up and ordered King Muxi to be stopped immediately. King Lai punched the guy in the face, after which he fell to the floor. Once on the ground, King Muxi shouted to Captain Wang that he was the one who made him like this. He said he would kill the man. King Lai silently watched the guy rush towards the captain. The guy quickly found himself right in front of Commander Wang. King Lai quickly launched needles at King Muxi. He thought that the effect of the medicine had already spread throughout his body, and he could only try to stop the pulse with needles. The needles pierced King Muxi's body when he was almost at Wang Shuyi's face. Suddenly, the guy froze. King Muxi collapsed to the ground right in front of the commander. Zhuge Xuanyi carefully checked his pulse, after which she noticed with horror that he was dead. King Lai wondered how the guy could enter a state of suspended animation so quickly. He went down to the guy and thought that the needles seemed to have worked. Wang Shu also told King Lai not to worry, because this happens in the arena. He said he would inform the head of the King family. They will bury King Muxi with the greatest honors. He ordered the guards to take care of King Muxi's body first. While the soldiers left on their mission, Wang Shuyi smiled at King Lai and congratulated him on his victory. King Lai thought that until he fully dealt with the situation, he could not allow Wang Shuyi's death, much less King Muxi's death. After the battle, King Lai walked down the street while someone was watching him. As if nothing had happened, the guy told Liang King to get out. The girl immediately left the alley and apologized to the boss. She said that she was only afraid that he would be in danger, and therefore quietly arrived with him in Tianhai. The guy quickly accepted the words of the guilty girl. He understood that there were many warriors in Tianhai, and Liang King's worries were justified. King Lai told the girl to relax, because he was just going to meet with Officer Wang, and there was nothing dangerous about it. The guy turned to her and asked, since she was here, if she could help him sort something out. After a while, King Lai and Wang Shuyi were sitting in the car. The commander said he understood that King Lai had a lot of concerns. He handed the guy a funny mask and said that if he wanted to find out everything, then he should put it on. They will go to the same place to meet someone. King Lai said he didn't quite understand what Officer Wang was talking about. Van Shaw asked the guy not to be offended, because that's their protocol. Without permission from above, information about this place is absolutely classified for people from the outside. He wanted to explain himself, but King Lai said that the officer misunderstood him, and the guy just didn't like the color of the mask. They drove out in a black car. Wang Shuyi laughed and said that Commander King knows how to joke. The whole road was silent. From under the mask, King Lai felt different energies with his powers. He understood that they had been eating for a long time, and he did not know how Liang King was doing. King Lai thought that Liang King had been working as his receptionist for quite some time after all. With the girl's strength, following his instructions on acupuncture, she should have no problem saving King Muxi. At that time, Liang King was standing in the room over King Muzai's body. Employees were lying unconscious next to her, holding King Muzai's head with her hand. The girl pulled out the needle. In the blink of an eye, energy began to ooze out of the guy. The guy quickly regained consciousness. He sat up and asked what kind of place it was. Liang King told him that if it wasn't for her boss, the guy would have already died. King Muxi asked the girl in disbelief who her boss was. Liang King calmly called King Lai's name, which greatly amazed Mu Roman 11. At this time, Wang Shu was asking Commander King if the guy had any questions. He said he might have them, but he wouldn't ask. He was sure that when they arrived, Wang Sha would tell him everything himself. A lot of different men took these pills, burning with energy. King Lai thought that it seemed that the pills they were taking had a limit to their strength. Otherwise, they would not have been able to be on the same level as Zai Wen. When they arrived, the car was descending the elevator to the -20th floor. Wang Shuyi said that they had arrived and King Lai could come out. Wang Shuyi saluted his head and said that they had brought the one he asked to find. The older man said they could take off the blindfold. The man was introduced to him as Chief He, the leader of the Yangtze military district. He Dinghong turned to King Lai. The man handed King Lai a small pill and asked if the guy could determine the composition of this drug by sight. King Lai immediately stated that it contains strong energy. He sniffed and said that it seemed that the composition was very similar to what he had eaten at the King Muxi arena. The guy also noticed that it's not the same medicine. He Dinghong said that this is the case, and this medicine has a similar effect. He said that after taking it, it briefly increases a person's strength. King Lai asked if this meant that King Mu Roman 11 had eaten a different version of the medicine in the arena. He Dinghong confirmed this and said that some medicine is an updated version of this drug, but they did not think that such a thing would happen. He sadly said that once, because of the development of this drug, King Lai's parents also paid a great price. The guy asked in surprise what the man was talking about. He Dinghong said that King Lai's parents were researching drugs in order to create more high-level personnel for the military district. He also added that it was because of this that they became a target. King Lai walked up to the man, and an iron door opened in front of them. As they walked down the corridor, He Dinghong said that if the guy's parents were still alive, the strength of the people at the base would not be limited to this. Entering an unknown room, the guy began to look around. He saw pictures of his parents on one of the walls. He Dinghong handed the guy a folder and said that these research materials were left by King Lai's parents. He said that when the study of the drug was coming to an end, the research institute was attacked by foreign agents, and a large number of researchers were seriously injured. King Lai carefully read the information, but the heavenly pill, the melting pill, the soul pill, and many other things that were in the book. He Dinghong said that the location of King Lai's parents became unknown after the attack, and this laboratory was the last thing left of them before they disappeared. King Lai asked the man if he knew anything else about his parents. He Dinghong answered this question positively. He Dinghong said that if King Lai wanted to know more about his parents, then he had to do something for him first. The man said that there was nothing illegal in this, and he only needed to escort one person to America in 10 days. He said that in fact, this person is also closely connected with the research of the guy's parents. He Dinghong said that after the attack, the institute lost a lot of people, and the development of drugs almost stopped. Fortunately, after several years of hard work, the researchers were able to make a breakthrough. However, at that moment, there were those who followed the result and even sent assassins to stop the research again. King Lai understood who he needed to accompany and wanted to ask about it. The man was the first to say that this man was one of the creators of the drug. King Lai said that they had quite a few strong warriors themselves, so he did not understand why He Dinghong chose him. The man did not expect the guy to be able to guess. He Dinghong noticed that Commander King was extremely perceptive. He Dinghong said that everything was right, and although he had recruited past competition champions, nevertheless, in most of their strength was increased by drugs, and their effect was limited by time. The man coughed and said that otherwise he wouldn't be able to help King Lai either. Commander King noticed that his parents used to make pills for these warriors, and the energy in them seems to be somehow wrong. And yet, there were no other ways to find out about King Lai's parents. And since He Dinghong brought it up, the guy would like to know what lies behind that incident. He closed the book and agreed. He stated that he hoped that He Dinghong would not forget about their agreement. The man said that this would not happen. They shook hands, and He Dinghong said that it was a pleasure to deal with King Lai. Suddenly, the man remembered something and said that he had almost forgotten about it. He handed King Lai a container and asked the guy to take these pills, because maybe they would be useful to him if he faced a warrior with a strength close to the elite. King Lai asked what a warrior close to the elite meant. The guy assumed that he was talking about warriors above the 9th level. He Dinghong confirmed it. He said that the fighting abilities of warriors above the 9th level are incomparably strong. He said that in that attack, there was also one such person on the enemy's side. King Lai thought that it seemed like he needed to work hard on that energy inside him. He Dinghong said that the pills in King Lai's hands were made according to his parents' designs, and he could safely use them. He smiled and said that the guy just shouldn't eat too much at one time. Late at night, King Lai sat in his room and meditated with a fire lotus in his arms. He was thinking that King Master had also said that he would tell him everything when he reached the 9th level. King Lai assumed that the man was also familiar with Commander-in-Chief He. He also thought that his appearance next to him had been arranged in advance by his boss. Moreover, obtaining a military rank, participating in military competitions, and a prize in the form of a fire lotus. All these events seemed too consistent. King Lai was actively absorbing the energy of the fire lotus, mixing it with the one that Old Man King had given him. He understood that if he wanted to learn about the events of the past, he needed to finish his cultivation as soon as possible. The energy form of the fire lotus took on something resembling the sun. King Lai spent the whole night meditating, so morning came quickly. He did not think that time would pass so quickly, and yet, it seems that he has completely purified the energy, and the body has become much lighter. Suddenly his phone rang. When the guy tried to pick up and answer the call, he was very surprised. The guy was floating in the air. King Lai began to turn around, wanting to understand what was the matter. Noticing something strange, the guy immediately fell back on the bed. Zhuge Xuanyi, whose room was very close by, pressed her ear to the wall and listened to what was going on at King Lai's. The girl tensed up a little and did not understand if Captain King had any special training methods. The guy quickly answered Qin Ying's call and asked what was the matter. The girl loudly told her husband to come back soon. With tears in her eyes, Qin Ying said that her parents and Jai Tang had an accident. They are at Wuhan People's Hospital. The doctor said Jai Tang's condition is very bad. King Lai immediately rushed out of the room and told his wife that he would be arriving soon. The guy quickly got into the car and left the hotel. The guy thought about it. Everything was so good, and suddenly there was such a serious accident. Out of the corner of his eye, King Lai noticed that another car was following him. Another one followed her, which trapped King Lai. The guy tensed up a lot. Suddenly, one of the pursuers hit his car, after which the windows broke. King Lai tried to pull out and get back on the road. He skidded down the road and his car stopped. The guy unbuckled his seat belts and got out. One of the attackers asked where Dr. King was in a hurry and if he really needed to save someone's life. They said that, apparently, King Lai would not be able to get anywhere today. One of them came out and said that the guy was a real flint. He said they had beaten him so badly, but he didn't care. King Lai asked who they were. Surrounded by strong energy, the men said that they were the ones who would deal with him. They asked King Lai if he was ready to be beaten by 1,000 people. King Lai thought that these people were not weak, and he would have to stay a little longer. One of the men noticed that 2 more brave people had come to King Lai's aid. The masked Liang King told the boss to leave, because they would sort it out here. One of the men rushed at them with a bat. King Lai warned them that these people were not ordinary warriors. In an instant, the masked King Muxi pushed the man away, after which he coughed up blood and flew far back. King Lai thought that this was the only way to deal with these people quickly. There are so many warriors, and these 2 are strong. Liang King told the guy that if he didn't leave now, he might not make it. The crowd rushed at them, wanting to defeat them all. King Muxi said that although there are many of them, they can take care of themselves. He asked the guy to leave. King Lai threw them a small container and asked them to take it, because they would be able to use it as a last resort. King Muxi sighed and asked the guy to stop talking. He turned to the bandits and said that if they were not afraid to die, then he would be happy to stretch. At that time, in Wuhan Hospital, Han Yang and Qin Yang were sitting very upset. The doctor apologized to them because he had done everything in his power. King Lai rushed into the hospital and asked Qin Yang how the situation was. The tearful girl looked at him. She tried to explain what happened to Jai Tang. However, she stuttered a lot, so it took her time. Dr. Zia apologized to King Lai and said that he arrived immediately at Zhong's request, but the patient's injuries were too severe. King Lai thanked the guy and asked if Jai Tang was still in surgery. Dr. Zia said that this was true, but the girl's condition was too severe, and she would not last long. King Lai looked at the door to the operating room and wondered why such strong dark energy had accumulated here. The guy stretched his arms and said he would come in and take a look, and the doctor should keep an eye on the door so that no one enters. Suddenly, someone ordered the guy to stop. Hanning stated that even foreign doctors of medical sciences could not help. The woman said that Jai Tang had already suffered enough, and she would not allow King Lai to torment her. King Ying took her mother's hand and asked her to let King Lai help. Dr. Zia also said that there are no other options. He also asked the woman to let King Lai take a look first. King Ying said Jai Tang was her younger sister, no matter how, but he had to save her. King Lai asked the girl not to worry. The guy went into the operating room and saw dark energy emanating from Jai Tang's body. He put on gloves and said that he was just in time, because the vital energy was still present, and the girl could still be saved. When he looked closely, he was taken aback by the horror. There was a hole in Jai Tang's chest. The guy did not understand how an accident could cause such an injury. He wondered what could have happened then. King Lai thought that the Shenfeng point looked like it had already been destroyed, but the place of injury was strange. He thought that if he treated with needles for rapid recovery, he would have to take off his outer clothes. He was worried that when the girl found out, she would be mad at him, but there's no other way, and he doesn't have time to worry. He understood that first of all he had to save a person. King Lai quickly took off Jai Tang's outer clothes. Suddenly, the girl screamed loudly. Those who were standing outside the operating room were very happy when they heard her voice. Jai Tang slapped King Lai in the face and covered herself. She asked what he was doing. The guy just thought that he knew this would happen. Holding the needle in his hands, King Lai said that he was only saving her life. He asked if she wasn't the one who was injured in the accident. The girl asked in disbelief what it meant. She looked under the covers, then asked King Lai to turn away. The guy said he had turned away a long time ago. He said that in case Jai Tang was already fine, then she could get dressed. Suddenly, King Lai's phone rang. He answered the call while Jai Tang thought that this call was so ancient, and he wasn't even thinking about changing it. Jai Tang thought what an old man King Lai was. She thought that this King Lai had gotten off lightly yet. The Yang King said she found out everything, and it was Kaio Sheng's doing. She said that according to these men, Kaio Sheng is now in Wuhan and is going to return to Tianhai. King Lai quickly accepted this information. At that time, Kaio Sheng was driving through the city in a black car. One of the guy's people said that he had once heard that King Lai's wife's younger sister had been in an accident and was now on the verge of death. Kaio Shen stated that this time he had only taught King Lai a little lesson, and he would show him what awaits those who cross his path. Suddenly, there was a knock on the roof of their car. Someone asked if it was true. King Lai tore off the roof of the car and asked what was waiting for him. King Lai asked the guy if he had decided to run away immediately after attacking people. The guy grabbed onto Kaio Shen's sweatshirt and pulled him out of the car, which was still driving. Kaio Shen said that King Li cannot do whatever he wants, because Kaio Shen is a military man. King Lai threw him out of the car onto the asphalt and asked why the guy did not remember that he was a military man when he took it out on his family. Kaio Shen rolled on the asphalt and hit the ground. He exclaimed that King Lai was just a poor commander, since he dared to attack him. The evil Kaio Shen asked if King Lai knew who the guy was. King Lai rushed at him and said he didn't care who he was. He stated that if Kaio Shen dared to lay a hand on his family, then he would pay for it. The guy covered his face with his hands and asked him to stop, saying that he would pay compensation. King Lai stopped in disbelief. Kaio Shen offered him 1 billion yuan. King Lai viciously asked if, according to this guy, he could stab him and then just pay compensation too. Kaio Shen tried to say that King Lai misunderstood him. The next moment, the guy punched him in the stomach. With one blow, he broke the guy's ribs and threw him into the air. He jumped up and landed another blow, after which Kaio Shen flew back to the ground. Kaio Shen struggled out of the dust cloud and said that King Lai had only been hiding his strength earlier. He got up heavily and said that he would tell the truth, because in fact he is the junior master of the best underground mercenary organization in the country, Acacia. Kaio Shen said that there is no point in living if everything is destroyed by you. He said that they would play big with King Lai. He loudly declared that Acacia would take revenge on King Lai. The guy thought it was no wonder that Kaio Shen dared to break the law. All this time, he had connections at this level. Suddenly, King Lai noticed something. He picked up a small ring from the ground and asked what it was and why it was surrounded by such a strange energy. After looking closely, he realized something strange. Late at night, this little ring was lying in King Lai's room. King Lai stood in front of a huge mountain of gold and asked in surprise if it was really inside the mysterious ring. He did not expect that Kaio Shen would have such treasures. He thought it was no wonder that the guy was offering $1 billion. Everything was hidden in this ring. He thought that he just didn't need the money yet and let it stay here for now. He wanted to wait for the right opportunity and do it. Suddenly, the guy heard King Ying addressing him. She went into his room to tell him it was time for dinner, but it was empty. Suddenly, King Lai appeared behind her and said that he was here. The girl was very scared and screamed. She hit him lightly and said that King Lai scared her to death. She asked where he had been. King Lai showed her a small ring and told her that he was inside it. The girl thought that King Lai was delusional about what he had seen in his dream. The guy took her hand and offered to show her this. King Ying thought that it was really bad, and the guy was overworked. In an instant, they both moved into the ring. King Ying started looking around and asked what kind of place it was and where so much gold came from. King Lai smiled and said that they were inside the ring he was just talking about, except it looked like it was just a storage unit with no other functions. The girl looked at her hand and said that it seemed to be really very fragile. She said it looked like there were no doors and other people wouldn't be able to enter. King Lai silently watched her. He thought that no one would really be able to disturb them here, and now he could safely try to study the creature that was inside King Ying. King Lai turned to the girl and said that since such a chance had come, he would like to examine her body again. The girl was a little surprised, but quickly agreed. King Lai wrapped his hand in his energy and brought it to his wife's face. King Ying thought that King Lai's face looked so serious, which made her wonder if she was really terminally ill with something. King Lai placed 2 fingers on King Ying's forehead, after which he was back in her inner space. He suddenly felt like he was being pulled very hard. He was trying to figure out what was the matter. A face suddenly appeared in front of King Lai, which surprised him greatly. The guy asked the girl who she was. For some reason, it seemed to him that he had already seen her somewhere. The girl looked at the guy and then turned around. She set off, and King Lai remembered where he had seen her. It was her silhouette that was next to King Ying last time. He had a feeling that she was waiting for him. He thought it didn't matter. He would go up after her first. The girl walked forward through the water, and King Lai ran from behind and asked who she was and why she was in King Ying's body. She walked up to the square where the same green silhouette and King Ying were standing, and King Lai was looking at it in surprise. He asked the girl what her connection with King Ying was and what was really going on. The girl began to climb up to this platform. The guy said that if she brought him here to help her, first she should at least give a reason. She remained silent on his words, and then turned around and said something in a language that King Li did not understand. He awkwardly asked what she had said. The girl thought that she did not expect the power of the seal to increase so much. It blocks her interaction with the outside world. She was wondering what she should do now. The girl suddenly had an idea. She waved her hand towards the silhouette and pointed at herself. King Lai thought that she wanted him to guess from her gestures. King Lai realized that the girl couldn't talk because of the round thing and the seal on it. 10 minutes of silent descriptions have passed. King Lai asked the girl what it means that she and King Ying are bound by the bonds of the spirit, and if the seal is not removed, then in a few years she will disappear, and King Ying will die. The girl nodded. The guy asked the girl how he could destroy this seal. She suddenly grabbed his arm. A huge seal appeared behind the girl, and the guy thought about how powerful this evil force was. She let him go, and a book appeared between them. King Lai took it. There was a gold and black inscription on the book that read, "Learn this skill. Lift the ban. Secrets of the heavenly rank." King Ying asked King Lai what was going on, to which the guy replied that, to tell the truth, everything was quite complicated and confusing. After a while, King Ying said that she did not think that such an unusual thing would suddenly appear in her body. King Lai took her hands and told her not to worry, because he would quickly deal with that seal. However, in the practice of such things, it is better not to rush. So far, a girl can make a strong foundation out of her body. She agreed to these words of her husband. Suddenly, they heard a voice asking where sister and King Lai had gone. The girl almost forgot about Jai Tang. They returned and went to the kitchen. King Ying told King Lai to try it faster because Jai Tang had prepared it to thank him. The guy replied by saying that then he would definitely try everything. Jai Tang turned away and said that it wasn't like that at all. She just wanted to cook. And since it turned out that way, she invited them to try it. She was thinking about how they had appeared so unnoticed. They were definitely not at home a minute ago. King Ying patted her sister on the head and thanked her. She said that she and King Lai would definitely eat every last crumb. The girl took the food with chopsticks and said that this chocolate dessert looks very tasty. to which Jai Tang said that it was a pie. King Lai forced a smile and said that these ribs in sweet and sour sauce were very good. They tasted just right. Jai Tang took the rib with chopsticks and tasted it, and then immediately spat it out. She asked if they were really delicious, because they were so sour, to which King Lai replied by saying that he likes sour. Jai Tang awkwardly replied that if he liked it, then everything was fine. She suddenly turned to her sister and said that she was terribly bored staying at home these days, and she wanted to go out for a walk. Ken Ying said that the girl had just recovered, and she was afraid to let her go alone. After lunch, she would have to go visit her parents. She turned to the guy and said that he should take a walk with her. Jai Tang happily hugged Kin Ying and thanked her. Jai Tang walked through the huge mall and smilingly told King Lai to go faster. The guy was walking behind the girl with a huge number of packages. The girl was walking forward, and then suddenly she saw something. It was Cartier's store, where the girl was greeted sweetly. Jia Tang stood and looked at the window, and the girl consultant said that Miss really has good taste. This watch model is a treasure of their store. She asked if the girl was choosing a gift, to which Jai Tang replied in the affirmative. The consultant asked with a smile which color the girl liked best. Jai Tang pointed at the display case and said she wanted to see these. The consultant said it was a wonderful choice. She said that this model is decorated with 12 diamonds and glass made of a rare gemstone. The model has 7 functions of calculating time and is made by hand. Now the price is only 260,000 yuan. She said that the size and width of this model is very suitable for her young man. Jai Tang awkwardly replied that the girl was mistaken. It was her sister's husband. The employee apologized awkwardly, and the girl said that everything was fine and asked to pack them. The employee said that she would do everything, and the girl would also receive the status of a VIP customer of the store, showing a black card. She began to pack Jai Tang's order, and King Lai looked at the phone screen. The employee asked the girl to enter the PIN code. Jai Tang entered the code, but the terminal rejected the purchase, as the girl did not have enough funds, which surprised everyone very much. She apologized awkwardly and said that she seemed to have reached the limit on this card. The employee angrily said that the girl was clearly still a schoolgirl. She told her to do her studies better and not take up time from busy people. If she doesn't have money, then you shouldn't play with an employee. Jai Tang lowered her head and tried to justify herself as a gold bar was placed in front of her on the display case. King Lai asked the employee about who said they didn't have any money. He thought that it turned out to be very convenient to carry a spatial ring with him. An employee who was standing nearby and heard everything said it was a misunderstanding. Her colleague made a mistake, and they apologize. She handed the card to Jai Tang and said to express their regret. They would give them a discount on this watch. The girl took her card and thanked the employee. Jai Tang turned to King Lai and told him to take the money for now. Suddenly, the guy screamed at the girl to take care. He grabbed and pulled her towards him, and the employee who was serving them now suddenly rushed at the girl with a blade in her hands. She said that at first she planned to grab his wife's sister. She did not expect to be one step ahead of the guy. She said that even if she failed now, would King Lai be able to take care of the other people around him? Jai Tang didn't understand what was going on at that moment. The girl pointed the blade at the guy, and King Lai asked if she was from Acacia, to which the girl replied in the affirmative. She stretched her neck and uttered the words that although her attempt failed, but this was just the beginning. The girl told King Lai to wait for Acacia's endless retribution. She tilted her head back and addressed the younger master with the words that she would join him. The second employee was in complete shock. Suddenly, both girls fell to the floor. A whole crowd gathered at the entrance, and someone told him to let him through. King Lai crouched down, examining the girl's hand, which had Acacia written on it. He wondered what kind of organization it was that their methods were so ruthless. Someone asked who called the police. Jai Tang raised her hand and said that she had summoned her. The police officer took out handcuffs and went to the guy with the words that he dared to do something in broad daylight. He suddenly saw the girl's hand, which had an inscription on it, and shouted that it was an Acacia killer. The man told King Lai that he was very lucky. If she was healthy, he was afraid the guy would be lying on the floor. The guy played along and agreed. The officer said that if the guy is okay, then he asks him to go with them to fill out the protocol. It was evening. They left the police station. Jai Tang looked at King Lai walking in front and thought about how she should start a conversation with him. She didn't know if the guy would agree if she did that. She looked at his back and lowered her head. They suddenly started talking at the same time about having something to say. Together they said the words that let the other speak first. Jai Tang had just started talking when King Lai asked if the girl was unwell. She tried to confess again. She was thinking that wasn't he her son-in-law. Why were her words stuck in her throat and she couldn't say anything? She clutched the handles of the bag in her hands and thought it was annoying. She began to remember the past. She had definitely been disgusted with him before. However, he is her son-in-law, and she cannot. King Lai called out to the girl and asked what she was talking about. She was speaking indistinctly, and this was not like her at all. Jai Tang awkwardly turned away and said that it was nothing, and then said that King Lai seemed to want to tell her something, and the guy was thinking that maybe she had injured her head in the accident. King Lai told the girl to be patient and listen to him. Suddenly, Jai Tang exclaimed in surprise. She asked in shock that the guy wanted to send her to study in America. King Lai explained that the people who harmed her were powerful and ruthless. Currently, he won't be able to take care of every person next to him. Jai Tang asked about her parents. The guy said that he would help them recover as soon as possible, and when the time came, they would join her in America. King Lai explained to Jai that it's not safe here right now. Temporarily leaving the country is the best option. The girl agreed. She asked what would happen to her sister, to which King Lai replied that Kin Ying had his own affairs to solve. Besides, she was his wife. He would protect her with all his might, so the girl should not worry. Jai Tang replied gloomily that it was wonderful, and she thought about how pathetic she was. Fate was really playing with people. King Lai put his hands on her shoulders and told her not to worry. He would bring her back as soon as possible. Jai Tang easily threw away his hand and asked her to return it as soon as possible. She has long wanted to leave the country. A person has more freedom abroad. She calmly walked on, telling King Lai not to forget to send her money for small expenses every month, which the guy agreed to. King Lai followed her. He suddenly remembered that Jai Tang wanted to tell him something, but the girl replied that she had forgotten. It was night. King Lai and Jai Tang entered the house, and Kin Ying uttered the words that they had returned. She told them to wash their hands and sit down at the table as soon as possible. Jai Tang headed for the stairs, telling her sister that she was a little tired and wanted to rest. Kin Ying asked King Lai what happened and why Jai Tang was drooping. The guy replied that he wanted to send her to study abroad to study. The girl exclaimed in surprise. They ate, and Kin Ying replied, "Which means how?" She hugged King Lai and told him not to worry, as she was sure Jai Tang would understand him. King Lai thought that although he had temporarily resolved the issue of his family's safety, he still needed to deal with the seal in Kin Ying's body as soon as possible. The guy was sitting on the bed and talking about how isn't this the secrets of the heavenly rank that girl gave him. He looked at the blank pages and wondered if she had deceived him. The pages were empty. He started flipping through the book, but everything was empty. King Lai looked at it and thought that maybe this book had been specially processed. For example, it does not burn or sink. He leaned against the headboard of the bed and asked if she was useless without words. The meaning was from her. Suddenly his phone rang. He answered and said he was listening. The man on the phone was shouting that he had succeeded. It was morning. Kin Ying helped King Lai get dressed, saying that she would join him as soon as she was done with her parents. She thanked the guy for escorting Jai Tang to the airport, to which the guy told her not to worry. Kin Ying asked if the guy had forgotten anything. King Lai replied that he had collected everything he needed. They started down the stairs, where Jai Tang was waiting for them, who addressed the couple saying that they had finally come out. She already thought that they were going to gather there until tomorrow. King Ying exclaimed the words about what the girl was saying, and King Lai thought that this girl was saying whatever she wanted. King Ying took her sister's hand and said that when she was in America, she did not forget to call, took good care of herself, and told her sister about everything. Jai Tang laughed and told King Ying not to worry. The girl would take care of herself. They hugged and Jai Tang said that she did not want to part with her sister so much. King Lai said it was getting late and they had to go. Jai Tang frowned and replied that she knew without his reminders. She suddenly thought of something and shouted to King Lai the words that since he did not like her things, then let him not touch them. She snatched her suitcase out of his hands and headed for the door. The couple looked at the girl in disbelief. Everything was fine. What was she doing? The plane left, and King Lai arrived at the house with a suitcase. He stood in front of the ruins, wondering what had happened here. He thought at first that it was the work of Acacia, and then he thought that if the people of Acacia attacked the Jong family, they would not have a single chance. King Lai suddenly heard something, so he dropped the suitcase and ran inside. The guy opened the gate and was surprised. A fist shrouded in energy was flying towards him. King Lai quickly grabbed him and exclaimed that it was him. The man stopped and said that he still thought he could defeat a champion like King Lai with his superficial knowledge. Jong scratched his head and said he didn't expect this. King Lai asked if all this destruction was his doing. Jong innocently replied that for a minute everything was out of control. He did not expect it to happen like this. King Lai wrapped himself in energy and told Jun not to move so that he could see what happened to his cultivation. Jun froze and agreed. King Lai thought that it was good that the guy had only reached his previous initial stage. The guy asked King Lai how he was, wondering if he had become very cool. King Lai confirmed Jun's words and said that he is now roughly comparable in strength to Zhu Shiyu, somewhere in the 3rd level. The guy replied that he did not think that he would reach the 3rd level so quickly. It is not surprising that his grandfather decided to give him the place of head of the family. King Lai asked about Jun's last words, to which he raised his finger and said that this was how it was. At the Jong family meeting, someone shouted that he did not agree, because this boy Jun had just returned and did not understand the affairs of the Jong family, let alone that it was not his turn in seniority. Someone added words that choosing the head of the family is a serious matter. How can he decide so arbitrarily? Zhang Chengzi said that now the Jong family's insides are rotten through and through. The fact that Jun became a warrior in a short period of time is sufficient proof of his strength. His management of his own company was also impressive. The old man added words about what is much more important. He has King Lai's protection, and in the capital now, everyone wants to poach him. Zhang Chengzi stood up and said that this matter was resolved. The dissenting people could leave the Jong family. Zhang Liming happily said that the day had finally come. Zhang Jun, pouring tea, said that this was how it was. So he owed the place of head of the family to King Lai for the most part. He held the cup up to the guy and told him to take this tea as a sign of his respect for King Lai. King Lai held out his hands and replied that Jun was the first to become his friend in Wuhan and helped him in many ways. Jun said that the guy was too modest. No matter what position he held, Jun would always remember his kindness. They sat down, and Jun said that he had heard about King Lai's dealings with Acacia. He asked what the guy was going to do, to which he replied that Liang King had already helped him clarify the information. King Lai said that after he was done with one case, he would find the Acacia people himself. At the military training ground, Wang Shuyi told Commander King Lai that it was the pill maker, Dr. Yu. He said that the mission is to take him to the American Pill Manufacturing Center. A half-bald man looked at them and said that he looked very similar. He had the feeling that he had returned to more than 20 years ago. Wang Shuyi explained that Dr. Yu had once met with King Lai's parents. The guy turned to the doctor to ask a question about his parents, to which the man quickly ran away. She said it was getting late. He would go get his things ready, and they could leave right away. Wang Shuyi pointed the way with his hand and said that they would go to meet the members of his squad. King Lai asked about the squad, and someone shouted that they had another newcomer. 2 people walked towards them. One said that he was the newbie who would get in the way. He asked if the guy even understood how difficult this mission was. Another guy came out of the tent and told Cheng Lin that maybe he would finally stop being rude to others. He approached King Lai and introduced himself as Cao Ji, asking that the guy must be King Lai. He said with a smile that although his strength was only at the 5th level, it was already good for his age. King Lai, recalling Wang Shu's words and that the guy would join the squad under the identity of a beginner with the 5th level, the son of rich parents who wants to gain experience, replied that he would not become a burden to the squad. The guy needed to remember that he was a hidden trump card. He could only act as a last resort, and it was better not to reveal his strength. Wang Shuyi pointed to the man walking next to Cheng Lin and said that he was the commander of the Tan Waihe squad. He told the rest of the squad to get to know each other because they had to leave soon. Commander Tan told the guy to just take care of himself. That's enough. Cao Ji said he would introduce their commander. She is a level 9 warrior, and maybe within 2 years he will break through to the level of a young master. King Lai enthusiastically said that he did not think that the commander was so cool. Cao Ji said that he was not the only one. He and Cheng Lin had the 8th level. The guy pointed to Chu Mayo, the only girl in their squad, and said that she had the 7th level. King Lai noticed that she also had the surname Chu. Chu Mayo stood up and said that the barracks were full of warriors with the 5th level. The guy would have got here if it wasn't for that person. Dr. Roshiyu came out and said they could leave. The whole squad was flying by plane. The doctor was doing something and talking in incomprehensible formulas. Cheng Lin said that Officer Wang is not here right now, so he will clarify something for the guy right now. He said that this mission requires full dedication, and his level compared to other members of the squad is ridiculous. Chu Mayo added that the rich, are not only bad-tempered, but also weak. For them, the guy is just a burden. The girl told him to follow all the instructions of the commander. In case of danger along the way, their priority is the doctor. King Lai's safety is not their responsibility. The guy replied that he understood. Chu Mayo wondered if her words had really reached him. Weren't rich people all arrogant and headstrong? Kaoji told the guy not to pay attention. It was all because of their mission. They speak directly, but without malice. King Lai replied that the mission was important, so there was no need to worry about him. Tanwai he told them to stop and not interfere with the doctor's work. King Lai looked at the doctor's screen and recognized the formula. The man scratched his head and said that if the fire lotus was used here, then the effect of the drug should be correct. But the time was not right. He was thinking whether it was possible to use bones. King Lai pressed the keyboard, telling the doctor to correct the energy density here by 27.46%. At the same moment, the simulation was created. The doctor grabbed the guy by the arm, asking how he knew the energy density, and even so accurately. King Lai knew because it was in his parents' diary, but an ordinary person would not be able to figure out their peculiar writing style. Doctor, you said that since the guy knows about energy density, maybe he knows how to use it for rapid cultivation. The doctor knew he was the son of those two, so he might know something. King Lai said it was his guess, and the commander said he was just lucky. King Lai thought that the doctor should know something about his parents. After completing the mission, he needed to talk to him. Tanwai he said that it is easy to deceive an opponent if he is inattentive. The stewardess began to offer drinks, and the man told them to be careful. There are a lot of people on the plane. According to their estimates, the doctor's departure is already known. The employee asked if they wanted any drinks, to which the man refused. King Lai suddenly noticed something. He exclaimed that the doctor had miscalculated, distracting everyone. At that moment, the girl shot at the man from her sleeve. Everyone immediately turned to look at her, and the commander shouted that it was bad. The doctor was told to duck. Suddenly, the needle was knocked down by another needle, and it flew off at the captain's feet. Tanwai he asked if the doctor was okay, to which he replied in the affirmative. Someone shouted that they were scared to death. Everyone turned around and saw King Lai picking up needles from the floor. He thought that the killer was able to take advantage of the commotion and disappear right under their noses. It seems that they are well prepared. Commander Tanwai he asked King Lai about what seemed to be his secret weapon, the silver needles. The guy confirmed the man's words.